Magic Land, I make it big as a gourmet food supplier. Chapter 0, Summary. Linky transmigrated to the magical land and became the third young master of a noble family. Just when he thought it was time for him to enjoy a life of luxury, he was sent out for the family's tribulation, and had to set off to the land of death. Blackwind Castle. Here, dark elves, frenzied orcs, and bloodthirsty dragons were regular occurrences. Everyone thought that Linky would surely die, and had even prepared to collect his body. But just then, Linky awakened the super gourmet system. As such, things changed. The elf queen loved his fruit salad, while the Orc Saint couldn't get enough of his grilled steak. The Sorcerer of the Holy Palace couldn't live a day without the Linky Brand whiskey. Even the Vampire Prince Nikolas would sacrifice anything to get a long-term order of Linky's fresh blood coffee. Until one day, when a gargantuan dragon that blocked out the skies came to his door. Chapter 1. Mill Continent. It was a place where magic existed. The world's most powerful forces were controlled by great mages. However, even the most remarkable of mages had places that they dare not set foot in. East of the continent was an endless sea. A myriad of vicious sea creatures discouraged the faint of heart from entering its waters. To the west was the Devil's Desert. It was endlessly dry and crawling with bewitching devils that tempt travelers into hell. Far north lied the Frost Forest that was frozen all year round. That was a place that no human dared to enter. The icy cold was enough to deter anyone from it. Last but not least, to the south of the continent was the most terrifying place in the legends. It was inhabited by giant dragons that liked to collect treasures, and it was also where the ogre's nest, the Stormy Bay, was located. It was rumored that there was an entire continent within the Stormy Bay in the past. Many adventurers yearned to explore those regions, but those who set off never returned. Found in the Mill Continent is the Radiant Light Empire. In the Radiant Light Empire, New Moon City was founded by the Supreme Mage, the New Moon Duke, 100 years ago. Afterward, it became one of the 10 major cities in the empire. It occupied the most fertile land and its people led peaceful lives. The most magnificent river in the whole empire, the Seward River, also passed through New Moon City, which further displayed the uniqueness of the city. It was a place where countless people yearned to visit, but more importantly, it was also a place of worship for numerous mages. New Moon City had inherited the magic tome passed down by the New Moon Duke 100 years ago, allowing the city to occupy an important position in the empire. It was the most glorious existence of the Radiant Light Empire. Any mage or ordinary person would show the highest of courtesy to anyone who has stepped foot in the New Moon City. That was the extent of the unshakable status of the New Moon City, and the Lin family happened to be the most powerful entity in New Moon City. What is this place? Wasn't I in the middle of cooking? Why have I appeared here? Lin Chi opened his eyes in shock. The scene of him cooking and the Western medieval scene interweaved, giving him a splitting headache. Eventually, he managed to sort out his memories. He was certain of one thing: he had transmigrated. Coincidentally, his name in that life was also Lin Chi. This is a continent that practices magic. As long as you master strong magic, you can do whatever you want. And I happen to be the son of the most prestigious family in the Radiant Light Empire, the Lin family. I'm now a person of high stature. The memories in his mind allowed Lin Chi to grasp the situation of that world. His father, the head of the Lin family, resided in New Moon City. He was an incomparably strong mage, and he even possessed terrifying martial arts skills. It was a position of absolute authority. Instantly, Lin Chi's face was filled with glee, and he could not help but lick the corners of his lips. In my previous life, I was born into an ordinary family. I was a person who did not excel in academics nor extracurricular activities. I did not have any outstanding achievements. Although, in this new life I'm also untalented and my aptitude is mediocre at best. Even so, being born into the powerful Lin family, I can still do well in life. Immediately, Lin Chi became excited. If he did not have talent, then so be it. Not having talent meant that he did not need to face any sort of danger. Besides, the icing on the cake was that his father was the current head of the Lin family. That was enough for him to enjoy a lifetime of prosperity and wealth. Young master, it's time to eat. Mary and Dinah are at your service. In the next moment, two beautiful maids donning black dresses embellished with white lace appeared before Lin Chi. The two girls looked about 16 years old. One of them had beautiful red hair, and she exuded a seductive charm. Her curvy figure made Lin Chi's mouth dry. The other maid had blonde hair and blue eyes. Her exotic look coupled with her shyness made one feel pity for her. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Was this the extravagance of the medieval nobles? I like it. Soon, an abundance of delicacies filled the huge dining table. There were many dishes that Lin Chi had never seen before. This degree of extravagance is simply amazing. There are so many kinds of food in just one meal. Even just a taste of each is enough to fill one's stomach. Lin Chi's fingers moved as he stuffed himself with food. Soon after he was full, he tasted the red wine in satisfaction. Looking at the endless fiefdom outside the window, he sighed. This world sure is fascinating. Sadly, the food is a little bland and tasteless. But that is to be expected. The magic in this world is powerful, but the industrial standard is still similar to that of the medieval period. Therefore, the seasoning is basically just salt. All the flavor has to be attributed to the taste of the ingredients itself. Lin Chi shook his head, but that was far from enough to satisfy the stomach of an oriental foodie. When chili and all kinds of seasonings have been discovered, then real enjoyment would begin. Sob, sob, sob. Young master, we will miss you. Sob, sob, sob. Young master, we hope you can go in peace. Lin Chi was stunned. He looked at the lovely Mary and Dinah with tears in their eyes and asked, "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine." He could not help but shiver. Go in peace? Why had those words made him uneasy? Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and more than 10 knights entered. Lin Chi recognized the leader of the knights. It was the impressive head knight, Andrew. Although his strength was not as strong as a mage of the same rank, he was still a very powerful knight. Andrew knelt down and bowed respectfully before saying, "Young Master Lin Chi, please go to the family hall. The head of the family is waiting for you." The current head of the Lin family was Lin Chi's father in that life. It was worth mentioning that because of his earlier health condition, his father only had one son. Naturally, there was no such thing as fighting for favor or power. As they followed Andrew to the family hall, multiple gazes fell on Lin Chi. "Lin Chi, you are now an adult. It's time for you to go to the Black Wind Castle to complete the trial." Lin Shixing's dignified gaze fell on Lin Chi. Even though Lin Shixing restrained his aura, Lin Chi still felt a terrifying pressure. It was the aura of a superior. However, in reality, his father still indulged him to the point of spoiling him. "Dad, I don't have any talent for magic, so I won't be able to become a mage in the future. There's no need for me to participate in the Black Wind Castle's trial." Lin Chi waved his hand indifferently. "You will go." For the first time, Lin Shixing rejected Lin Chi's lazy behavior without hesitation. He stood up and said seriously, "This is not only for the glory of the Lin family but also the tradition of the empire. It even concerns the inheritance of the holy knights. As the heir of the Lin family, you have to bear this honor. The matter has been decided. We will set off tomorrow." Lin Chi was stunned. He finally understood why Mary and Dinah were crying. It was all because the Black Wind Castle's trial could not be refused. He wanted to cry, but he shed no tears. It seemed that he was the last person to know about it. He did not possess any magical talent. The Black Wind Castle's trial was practically a suicide mission. Lin Chi felt depressed. Then, a cold, electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding! A suitable environment has been detected. The system is activating. Ding! The Super Gourmet System has been activated. Binding to host, Lin Qi. Chapter 2. Super Gourmet System. Lin Qi blurted. He was completely appalled. Those who transmigrated typically awakened incredible systems such as the Overlord System, the Immortal Sword System, or the Automatic Hack System. Out of all the systems, Lin Qi ended up awakening a culinary system? He had to use gourmet food to defeat his adversaries? That was ridiculous. The system produces a wide array of scrumptious delicacies. Host, please work hard and let the system's delicious food spread to every corner of the continent. During the process, you will gain many unexpected rewards. Ding! You have been rewarded with a newbie gift bag. Newbie gift bag, sweet dream pig food, growth potion, seed gift bag, delicious steak, x100, Wagyu beef, 100 pounds, delicious seasoning. The items from the newbie gift bag were stored in the system's storage space. Lin Qi could not be bothered to inspect it. He did not even want to think about it. Delicious my *SS. He was going to face the Blackwind Castle's trial soon. He needed strength to guarantee his survival, not a pile of useless ingredients. Mary and Dinah watched as Lin Qi's expression switched from shock to anger. Their faces turned pale. Surely the young master did not think that the master intentionally provoked him out of malice, did he? The maid's pretty face was flustered, and she hurriedly explained, "Young master, don't be upset. It's not that the master doesn't like you, but this is something unavoidable that even the master himself underwent." Lin Qi was stunned. In New Moon City, was there anything that his father, the head of the prestigious Lin family, could not refuse? In fact, from what he remembered, his father had never forced him to do anything before today. Mary then added, "The young master isn't the only one. The heirs of the other prominent families in New Moon City who had just come of age were also sent to the Blackwind Castle. It is said that the winner will be elected as the Lord of New Moon City." Lin Qi immediately understood the situation. It was a known fact that in New Moon City, mages had a noble status. They had the richest land and an abundance of supplies, but they were not involved in politics. Therefore, participation in the Blackwind Castle's trial gave mages the chance to fight for the position of New Moon City's lord. But, young master, your magic and martial art skills are probably the worst out of all the contestants. The chance of your survival is very slim," Dinah said sadly, tears glistening down her face. Lin Qi gaped at her statement. That immediately ruined his mood. He glared at her fiercely. "How dare you look down on me? I'll devour both of you." Instantly, the two maids became as white as a sheet. They were so scared that they quickly ran off like rabbits. Watching the two beautiful figures scurry in panic, Lin Qi could not help but laugh. His thoughts then drifted back to the Blackwind Castle and he could not help but mutter, "It seems to be a tradition that even father had to follow. In that case, he had no choice but to go." Fortunately, with the system aiding him, everything should be fine. The next day, in Hope Valley, various families came to send their heirs off. Red flags fluttered in the wind, and there was a sea of people. The atmosphere was comparable to that of a bustling market. Here, those noble families did not seem like high and mighty mages. Instead, they were more like peddlers, chattering non-stop. Among them were the three most dazzling individuals, who were the heirs of the three most prominent families. Firstly, Louis, who became a grand sword master as soon as he came of age. Being a swordsman was advantageous for low-level mages because they did not possess adequate magic. In addition, the strength of a swordsman increases with the growth of the mage's magical prowess. Therefore, the swordsmanship of powerful mages could constantly be amplified as their magic progresses. However, Louis had already advanced from a regular swordsman to a grand sword master at such a young age. That was more than enough to prove his talent. His esteemed status was certainly undisputed. Louis also had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was handsome and charming, causing all the girls to flock to him. Next, another prominent young heir was the water mage, Yu Meng. His face was obscured by a black veil, and his entire person was shrouded in a dark, mysterious aura. On top of that, people avoided looking directly at him due to his icy cold gaze. It was as if he had some kind of terrifying power. The third heir was Lin Qi, the son of the strongest person in New Moon City. Unlike his father, Lin Qi had no talent in magic, and he did not practice swordsmanship. In fact, no one ever really noticed him. Lin Qi was embarrassed at first, but he soon became indifferent towards his incompetence. In any case, participating in the Black Wind Castle's trial was just a formality to Lin Qi. Surviving and inheriting his father's title was his real goal. Good luck! Lin Shixian patted Lin Qi's shoulder heavily, making him grimace. Daddy can't help you here either. You don't need to obtain any achievements. Just come back alive. That was all Lin Shixian expected from him. Lin Qi nodded and followed the group of young heirs into Hope Valley. Haha, how ridiculous! Isn't there anyone else that could have represented the Lin family? They actually sent trash like you here. Just as the heirs were moving forward, the sound of mockery filled the air. If I were the head of the Lin family, I would have sent anyone other than trash like you. Louis was openly sneering at him with a look of undisguised contempt in his eyes. Lin Qi was stunned before he quickly snapped out of it. I neither offended nor provoked you. Why are you mocking me? He isn't even that handsome. So what if he has blonde hair and blue eyes? Lin Qi then noticed something akin to jealousy in Louis's eyes and instantly understood the reason behind his words. Louis was jealous of his family's power. Information about Louis flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Louis's family was small in number, which meant that he was his family's only hope. How could Louis, whose family was less than 1/10 of the Lin family, have the audacity to act arrogantly toward him? Louis, right? How can an heir from a family consisting of only a handful of members be worthy of talking to me? For your information, our family has 3 times more maids than all your family's maids combined. A direct blow to his pride. Louis's grin vanished. His once handsome face was warped with hatred, and his blood was boiling. He hissed in a harsh tone, "You have a sharp tongue. You won't be as arrogant when we reach the Black Wind Castle. When that time comes, stop arguing and look ahead." Before he could finish his sentence, a silvery voice interrupted him. Yu Meng inspected his surroundings cautiously. The magic staff in his hand flickered with magnificent blue light. He was ready to release his water-type magic at any moment. Everyone held their breaths. Lin Qi was on high alert. Although they had not arrived at the Black Wind Castle, there were still demonic beasts on the prowl. The trial had already started, and no one dared to joke around while their lives were at stake. There was movement in the grass. It was rustling as if some creature was within it. There are definitely demonic beasts in there. Everyone, stay alert. Whoosh! All the guards drew their long swords. They could not risk letting their guard down in Hope Valley either. If the demonic beasts they came across were strong, there would be no hope for any of them. Chapter 3. Whoosh! 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 Out of the rustling grass, a small pig dashed out. A pair of small sparkling eyes observed everyone curiously. Instead of being the least bit terrifying, it was utterly adorable. Even though it was young, its huge tusks that were vastly more intimidating than its small body were enough to prove that it was indeed a demonic beast. Lin Qi's eyes flashed in recognition. That was a young tusked pig. Tusked pigs mainly used their tusks for attacks, and their power was a force to be reckoned with. Demonic beasts were essentially divided into levels from 1 to 10 star. That young tusked pig barely reached the first level. On the contrary, a fully grown tusked pig was a 3-star demonic beast. Levels 1 to 3 star consisted of primary demonic beasts. Although they were powerful, it was not difficult for ordinary swordsmen to group up and kill them. 4 to 6 star demonic beasts were known as devil beasts. These beings were no longer demonic beasts that regular people could face. Their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. Normal weapons could not harm them at all. When angered, even mages would have a hard time dealing with them. As for demonic beasts above the 7-star level, they were very difficult to come across but were extremely terrifying. They had the destructive power of a natural disaster. It was said that in the south of the continent, there were hordes of giant dragons. Even the weakest giant dragon was a frightening demonic beast above the 7-star rank, possessing the power to destroy the world. The only way to survive an encounter with a demonic beast above the 7-star level was to escape. Countless mages lost their lives to these incredible creatures. That should be enough to prove that one should not provoke even a 7-star demonic beast. That is a young tusked pig. It is not aggressive at the moment and is usually gentle toward humans, so there is no need for us to attack it. Yu Meng's voice was gentle, and it carried a hint of excitement. It was obvious that seeing the cute tusked pig made her very happy. Hold on a second, Yu Meng was a woman. Lin Qi was stunned. He quickly remembered a saying that stated that certain magical attributes had a special relationship with specific genders. Male fire mages tended to progress faster than other mages, while numerous female mages excelled with the water element. Don't try to provoke it. After deliberating over it, Lin Qi said decisively, it's not just because it isn't aggressive. The tusked pig is a herd animal. Therefore, if there is a young tusked pig, then adult tusked pigs are surely around. Don't anger the adult tusked pig just because you provoked the younger one. He did not want to mention it at first, but he was worried that someone would use that opportunity to show off their fighting skills, as the young tusked pig was an easy target. Not far, under the black veil, Yu Meng's sapphire-like eyes gleamed. She had not expected that Lin Qi, who was infamous for being a playboy, would know that information. It seemed as though that guy was not as ignorant as the rumors said he was. She thought to herself. Due to the cover of the black veil, no one noticed her observing Lin Qi. Humph! What can a mere baby tusked pig do? Even if it was a full-grown tusked pig, I would not be afraid. As a swordsman, I have to charge forward bravely, and not be frightened like you cowards. Louis's face was full of pride, and his eyes lit up. Whoosh! The longsword in his hand sent the young tusked pig flying. The little body of the tusked pig twirled in the air, which made Louis burst into laughter as if he had found an interesting toy. Squeal! The ear-piercing, sharp wail of the young tusked pig spread throughout the valley and the surrounding forest. It was particularly loud in the empty valley. In the next moment, the longsword in Louis's hand ruthlessly pierced through it. Scarlet blood trickled down his sword. Everyone was shocked. Killing that young tusked pig was completely unnecessary. Under the black veil, her beautiful face soured. That Louis did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. He only knew how to satisfy his selfish desires. It seemed that the rumors of Louis's benevolence and magnanimity were entirely unfounded. Selfishness and cruelty were his true colors. Suddenly, Yu Meng noticed something. Wait a moment. Her beautiful eyes focused as she stared at the tail of the young tusked pig's corpse. This isn't an ordinary tusked pig. Its tail seems to be bifurcating. Everyone's hearts stopped, and they could not help but worry. Could it be a twin-tailed tusked pig? An ordinary adult tusked pig is a 3-star demonic beast, but if it's a twin-tailed tusked pig, then it's a 4-star devil beast. Its strength far surpasses that of a low-level demonic beast. It's not something we can win against. Although there was only one level between a 3-star and a 4-star demonic beast, the difference was like heaven and earth. A 4-star devil beast had a demon's core in its body. All the energy in its body coalesces, and it was 10 times stronger than a 3-star demonic beast. The chief guard had a serious look on his face. That young tusked pig was not aggressive. Killing it was a waste of time. Let's go. Immediately, Louis stood his ground. He snorted and said, "Why are you so afraid of a mere tusked pig? What a bunch of cowards! As a swordsman, you shouldn't be afraid of anything. If another comes, kill it. If many more come, kill them all. We'll be feasting on pork tonight." He cackled wildly. That arrogant laughter resounded in the emptiness of the valley. Suddenly, an incomparably mournful wail sounded. That sound was the same one the young tusked pig made. Heavy footsteps like a beating drum caused the entire valley to shake like the beginning of an earthquake. It was deafening. Go! Quickly! That sound is not something a 3-star demonic beast can make. The chief guard's expression changed drastically. He had seen many 3-star demonic beasts, so he knew that that terrifying might could only be possessed by a 4-star devil beast. Once it finds us, we would be dead meat. He worried. How can that really be a 4-star devil beast? Louis's voice wavered and his whole body stiffened. The hand that was gripping the sword trembled. Lin Chi took in all of this. If Louis really was a grand sword master, then he would definitely be able to fight a 4-star devil beast. Although now, based on his reaction, he seemed more like an ordinary swordsman. Was it because of fear, or was it because his strength was exaggerated? Lin Chi wondered. Suddenly, Lin Chi gazed up. He could not move due to the tremor, and that terrifying stomping sound was ringing in his ears. Yu Meng inadvertently saw Lin Chi raise his head. Had he found the direction the devil beast was coming from? She looked in the same direction as Lin Chi and said coldly, "It's too late to leave now." Boom! A humongous tusked pig broke through the layers of trees in the distance. Its huge tusks were 5 meters long, and its eyes were filled with bloodlust. It also had 2 tails. That was a twin-tailed, fully grown tusked pidgey, a 4-star devil beast. Instantly, everyone stood frozen in fear. Chapter 4. Humph, humph. The tusked pig's body was burly, and the air it was huffing out was sweltering, causing the entire area to heat up. Everyone looked up at the huge creature before them. It was 5 meters tall and its terrifying tusks were a full 5 meters long. It had solid muscles and its exterior was as hard as rocks. It also had 2 tails. That was enough to prove that it was indeed a 4-star devil beast. Don't provoke it. Hurry before it finds the carcass of the young tusked pig. Retreat immediately. Lin Chi forced himself to remain calm. His voice was low as he ordered the others to get moving. Instantly, everyone frantically came back to their senses and quickly began retreating. Fear gripped their hearts due to the beast's terrifying power, and their legs were trembling as they fled. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the tusked pig to not recognize the scent of its own child. It immediately discovered the corpse of the young tusked pig that had died miserably. It wailed in sorrow and used its huge tusk to gently lift the young tusked pig. It was as if it wanted to support the child to help it get back on its feet. However, it soon realized that its child would never respond. It let out a grievous howl that was deafening. The devil beast stomped on the ground in rage and suddenly charged towards the crowd. "Get into formation and protect all the heirs!" the chief guard shouted loudly. All the knights scrambled to get in place. Their mission was to protect the heirs of these great families. If all the heirs died, there would be an excruciating punishment awaiting them. However, with a great big charge from the tusked pig, the formation fell apart. The group of knights wailed in pain on the ground. "It's just a mere 4-star devil beast. How dare it act so barbarically in front of me? I'll teach it a lesson!" Louis roared while he wielded a longsword and spurred his horse to charge. The tusked pig's eyes were bloodshot. It caught a whiff of the scent of its child's blood on that longsword. Immediately, it shot furiously toward Louis. Boom! Louis and his horse were sent flying. He lied limp on the ground like a ragdoll, and no one knew if he was alive or dead. Even the Grand Sword Master, Louis, did not stand a chance against that 4-star devil beast. There was no way we could beat it. Are we all going to die? Everyone was in despair. That 4-star devil beast, the tusked pig, was too powerful. It was not something they could fight against. Lin Chi's legs were trembling, and his eyes were brimming with fear. At that point, it was clear that his calmness was just a facade. In the face of that dire situation, he felt like an ordinary person facing a life-or-death scenario. He was engulfed in fear and he felt as if he lost control of his entire body. The giant tusked pig head was huffing and puffing right in front of him. It was scorching hot and humid, like a deadly swamp. Lin Chi suddenly realized that that was not the peaceful country in his previous life, but a mythical world ruled by magic, and ordinary human lives were as worthless as grass. He might actually die. Ice magic, ice burst! A delicate voice shouted. Frost spread across the air. The magic staff in Yu Meng's hand flashed with a magnificent light, and the four limbs of the tusked pig were instantly frozen to the ground by the ice. It was stuck in place. Lin Chi, what are you standing there for? Pick up Louis's sword and kill that tusked pig. My ice magic won't last long. If you don't do something soon, all of us will die. Yu Meng's anxious shout startled Lin Chi into action. Still trembling, he picked up the sword on the ground. He had never even killed a chicken in his previous life. Now, he had to kill that terrifying demonic beast? He could not help but falter in his steps. When an ordinary person is faced with such a scene, their first reaction would not be to run away but to be so horrified that they could not even think. That was what happened to Lin Chi. Crack! Crack! The tusked pig roared fiercely, and the freezing spell on its limbs cracked inch by inch. Why are you still standing there? Yu Meng was so angry that her eyebrows furrowed deeply. She was anxious because the intensity of casting the spell caused her face to turn red in exertion and she was reaching her limit. Do you want to die? I can't hold on any longer. Crack! The tusked pig broke one of its hind legs free. Go to hell! Lin Chi gritted his teeth. I just transmigrated. The beautiful and luxurious life of a medieval aristocrat had not even begun yet. There's no way I'd die here. He wielded the longsword in his hand and slashed the huge, ferocious head. Bang! Lin Chi panicked as the longsword shattered before his eyes, and the tusked pig's thick skin was only left with a faint white mark. The tusked pig's strongest attribute is its defense. There's no way normal attacks can harm it at all. The chief guard's warning made everyone's heart sink to their stomachs. Lin Chi was devastated. If normal attacks were useless, what other methods could they use? Are we just waiting to die? Boom! Squeal! The tusked pig completely broke out of the ice, entrapping it. Its blood-red eyes stared at Yu Meng. It clearly remembered that she was the one who had cast the ice spell that immobilized it. It wanted revenge. It's over. Yu Meng's pretty face was pale. Overusing her magic had exhausted her. She did not have the strength to escape at all. It's not over yet. All of a sudden, Lin Chi thought of the item that he had obtained from the newbie gift bag in his system. The Sweet Dream Pig Food. Sweet Dream Pig Food, every swine's favorite feed. Are you bothered by how noisy your pigs are? Are you dissatisfied with how slowly your pigs are growing? Sweet Dream Pig Food can make your pigs eat more to fatten up and sleep more to quiet down. It's a wonderful feed for tending to your little pork chops. Could using that really work? Lin Chi was not sure. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead, but he had no other choice now. I already have my heart set on becoming the strongest mage. There's no way I'd let myself die here. Yu Meng was not willing to back down. She had already learned ice magic, which was the advancement of water magic. She had the talent and qualifications to become an exceptional mage, but now she was going to die at the hands of a demonic beast. Her fair hands clenched tightly. She was not going to give up. The tusked pig's terrifying figure barreled toward her, its looming build blotting out the sun. Just in time, a thin and weak frame blocked her from the beast's path. Although the figure was initially shaking, in the next moment, it stood as firm as the city walls. Her eyes widened. The wind was strong and blew through the youth's hair. Lin Chi's handsome and resolute face was revealed. His black eyes told a different story. Was terrified, but he remained steadfast in protecting Yu Meng. He threw the sweet dream pig food with all his might into the tusked pig's mouth. Squeal! The tusked pig roared in anger and charged madly. Suddenly, its footsteps became softer and softer, as if it was injected with a strong anesthetic. Its huge body fell to the ground with a hard thud. The tusked pig had fainted. Everyone stared at it in astonishment. They had just survived a disaster. Their rapidly pounding hearts gave them a strong sense of being alive. The petite figure that was standing in front of the tusked pig trying to catch his breath appeared extremely tall. Chapter 5. It's all thanks to our savior Linky. Linky, how did you do that? You're amazing! Everyone cheered and heaved Linky high into the air before catching him steadily. It took more than 10 minutes for everyone to finally calm down. Nearby, Yu Meng's lips curled into a bright smile. She felt relieved. She had not expected that she would be saved by the weakest heir, Linky. Everyone in New Moon City was under the impression that Linky was a good-for-nothing philanderer, but he was actually a brave and resourceful guy. That was really surprising. Her sapphire-like eyes sparkled as she looked curiously at Linky's handsome side profile. She could not help but mutter softly, "It seems that the rumors can't be trusted. You managed to stand firm in the face of danger. How were you able to do that?" Linky had not noticed Yu Meng's gaze upon him. He looked at his hands and tried to soothe his trembling body. He felt afraid during the battle earlier, but his emotions had already calmed down. Despite that, he was still trembling. His blood was surging. It was as if he was excited. Although I was afraid, I still had the desire to fight. Linky was keenly aware that he had the talent to fight, but he still required a lot more training and battle experience. Nevertheless, he looked at Louis, who had fainted close by. A Grand Swordmaster was just as strong as a 4-star devil beast, but under the charge of such a creature, Louis did not even have the strength to hold his own. It was obvious that he was just a fake. That so-called Grand Swordmaster was probably just a title he bought. What was the point of doing that? In the face of real danger, all titles were useless. Only true strength could have helped ensured his safety earlier. What a piece of trash! I thought that Louis could be relied on, but now it seems that his title of being a Grand Swordmaster was obviously bought. To think that I admired Louis so much before, I didn't expect him to be a fake. Humph. When we return to New Moon City, I'll expose that guy's hypocrisy to everyone. In reality, Linky is the real hero. Many of the young heirs looked at the unconscious Louis in anger. Several even kicked him a few times. The chief guard proceeded to turn a blind eye to their actions. Linky laughed as he watched. Those guys really hold grudges. He snickered. Thinking about it now, it made sense. They all assumed Louis would be their savior. Who would have thought that their savior was a liar that almost killed them? Now, many people were looking at Linky with respect instead. Linky did not mind. He knew the extent of his capabilities. He knew that he just happened to win with the aid of the system's delicious food. His eyes fell on Yu Meng, who was standing to the side. That girl's strength was nothing to sneeze at. The only problem was that she lacked combat experience. If she had not frozen the tusked pig's limbs but conjured ice to pierce through its head instead, that battle would have been much easier. Of course, all of this did not matter to him. After all, my goal is not to become the city lord, but to survive the trial and enjoy the extravagant life of a medieval noble. After 10 minutes had passed, Louis regained consciousness and sat up. He bared his teeth and said, "What's going on? I was hit by the tusked pig only once, but why do I feel sore all over?" Linky laughed. "Of course, you feel sore all over. Dozens of heirs had kicked you several times just now. I'm still alive?" The tusked pig was defeated. But how? His eyes widened, and he looked around in panic and shock. If he was not the one who defeated the tusked pig, then why did everyone else look so unscathed? That was a devil beast that even he could not handle. Who could have defeated it? Could it have been Yu Meng? She was a water mage, so she was the only possibility. It was Linky. He was the one who took down the tusked pig. No one was willing to spare a glance at Louis. The chief guard looked at him disdainfully and said calmly, "Because of Linky, we were able to survive." It was not an exaggeration to say that if it was not for Linky, everyone would have died at the hands of the tusked pig. That so-called Grand Sword Master, Louis, had been causing nothing but trouble for them from the beginning to the end. The chief guard looked down on people like that the most. They clearly did not have any special abilities, but they always liked to think that they were outstanding. All they ever did was make a fool of themselves because when the real problem appeared, they became cowards. In his eyes, even 10 Louis were inferior to 1 Linky. It seemed that the rumor of Linky being worthless was not credible. Impossible. Trash like him can't even hold a sword steadily. How could he have defeated the tusked pig? Louis snorted. He then looked at the broken sword beside him and screamed, "My sword! Why is it broken in two?" His heart was wounded. He had spent a lot of money to buy that long sword. Now, it was broken in two. He was devastated. Now, no one was giving him their time of day, and Linky was too lazy to explain. He had always believed in one truth: the secret to living long was to avoid arguing with stupid people. They continued walking until nightfall. The weather was cool, and the sky was full of beautiful stars. They chose a riverside to set up camp. Linky looked into his backpack only to discover that he had lost his supply of water while he was fighting the tusked pig. Louis came over and laughed, "Ha ha ha, you don't have any water? Tough luck. As for me, I've already prepared 2 servings of dry food. Don't worry, I won't share any of it with a loser like you." His face was smug as he taunted Linky. However, that sneer made him look like a mule in Linky's mind. Linky could not help but roll his eyes. He could not be bothered with such a fool. He had a whole gourmet system, and Louis was under the impression that Linky would be begging him for food. What a joke! "You Meng, I'll share it with you. Have some dry food and water." Louis's eyes were shining as he looked at Yu Meng. His guard had told him that Yu Meng was not only a water mage but also an ice mage. It was only a matter of time before he, himself, became a powerful mage. If he could marry Yu Meng, they would definitely be able to give birth to powerful heirs. He brushed back his golden hair and revealed his handsome face. His smile was bright and gentle, but Yu Meng took 2 steps back and said coldly, "There's no need. We're not even acquainted." Immediately, Louis's face stiffened. Whoosh! An icicle shot out. Under Yu Meng's control, it pierced through a fat fish in the river. She then looked at the raw fish that was still jumping about and was stumped. She did not have the equipment to make a fire. She did not even know how to start a fire. Even when she had managed to catch a big fish, there was no way for her to cook it. Her stomach rumbled. Powerful mage aside, she was still human and she needed sustenance. Ha ha ha! Louis laughed haughtily. He tilted his head and thought, that talented ice mage will fall into my hands sooner or later. No woman could ignore his handsome face. Even if they could, no one would be able to resist the temptation of food. All of a sudden, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. It was the scent of meat, but there was also another indescribable fragrance. Everyone's eyes widened. That smells so good! Chapter 6. Everyone turned toward the source of the smell only to see Linky and his guards eating steaming roast beef. That scene left them all stunned. Louis looked down at the unappetizing dry food in his hands and felt unsatisfied. On the other hand, Linky used the gourmet system to retrieve the Wagyu beef from the newbie gift bag. He was well aware that he would have to spend the night in the wilderness at some point during the trial, so he always carried fire-making tools with him. "Young master, I wasn't aware you had hidden such provisions with you this entire time." "That's right. Now it's your turn to take care of us guards." Linky rolled his eyes. He was now very different from before. Even so, he still was not sure whether he could safely pass the trial. After all, only a day had passed and there was still a long way to go. There is no telling what kind of dangers he would encounter in the future. Just like that, the Lin family had their fill and slept soundly in the tent. On Louis's side, he was the only one who had eaten the dry rations. His guards were left sleeping with empty stomachs and watched longingly as the Lin family guards received good treatment. The next day, they followed the path and arrived at the New Moon Forest. The chief guard halted at the entrance. "Pay attention everyone. This is the New Moon Forest. There are many ferocious demonic beasts here, so don't let your guard down." The guards of the three prominent families were standing at attention. How fierce could they possibly be? They won't be so fearsome under the blade of a grand sword master like me. Louis walked out with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked extremely confident. However, after yesterday's incident, no one believed Louis at all. Lin Chi could not help but quip, "All right, Grand Sword Master. You should fix your sword first." With that, everyone burst into laughter. Louis's face instantly turned red. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Chi. "Lin Chi, are you mocking me just because you did a meritorious deed yesterday? Just you wait, when I find an opportunity, you'll be dead for sure." The young heirs knew that they could not count on Louis. Therefore, they followed Lin Chi's lead. They walked into the New Moon Forest. As expected, there was an eerie aura saturating the air. Just as they walked in, they could feel a sense of despair. However, what puzzled them was that they had been walking in that forest for more than an hour, but they had not found anything out of the ordinary. They could not even hear the chirping of birds. "This is strange." The chief guard stopped walking and exhaled deeply. Something is wrong. The New Moon Forest was a place infested with demonic beasts. Although not many demonic beasts above 3-star are found here, a multitude of 1-star and 2-star demonic beasts should be roaming around. That's right. So why can't we see any of them now? Lin Chi did not understand what was going on, but he felt that fewer demonic beasts to face was a good thing. There aren't any demonic beasts here, so why don't we walk faster? Since Lin Chi was the one who suggested it, everyone agreed. They all quickened their pace. By the time it was evening, they still had not seen a single demonic beast. The sun was beginning to set, so Yu Meng proposed to start setting up the camp. There was a small river nearby which was convenient for them to access water from. Thus, they decided to camp in that area. When Louis left to get some water, he suddenly noticed something on the ground. "AHH!" His scream alerted everyone, and they all ran over. Louis's face was pale, and his legs were trembling. He pointed toward a huge footprint beside him. There must be a devil beast here." Yu Meng walked over calmly and observed carefully. She said, "This footprint is 3 meters long." "He's right, this belongs to a 4-star devil beast." As soon as she said that, everyone became nervous and looked around anxiously. However, Lin Chi exhaled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry." Louis sneered and said coldly, "Look at this footprint. There is a 4-star devil beast around." Lin Chi looked indifferent and stood before the large footprint. "Don't you see? There's a puddle in this footprint, and there's no water source around it. These puddles must have been formed by the rain." Louis was not convinced. "So what? Think about it, did it rain yesterday or the day before?" Everyone gave it some thought and shook their heads. "No, the last time it rained was last week." "Exactly." Lin Chi then pointed at a pile of bones that had been gnawed on, as well as some scattered bird feathers. "Look." Yu Meng frowned. "It is definitely an extremely strong opponent if it is capable of killing so many demonic beasts." Lin Chi nodded. "That's right. This devil beast is most probably the only real threat in this area. However, due to how long ago it passed by here, we won't be so unlucky to encounter it." Everyone's faces were ashen. After all, 101 or 2-star demonic beasts were many times better than even a single 4-star devil beast. Moreover, the sky was already dark. If they wanted to continue moving forward, it would be too dangerous. They had no choice but to continue to camp cautiously. There was still a large pile of Wagyu beef and delicious steak in Linky's system. After taking them out, they were cooked over the fire with some other ingredients. The fragrance assailed their nostrils. On the contrary, Louis had eaten up both portions of dry food last night because he needed to replenish his energy. Now, he could only press a hand against his stomach and starve. There was still no movement from Yu Meng's side. The same could not be said about her guards, who were staring at Linky's guards as they ate and drank. While Linky was eating happily, he suddenly felt an inexplicable gaze on him. He suddenly turned his head and looked around, but because the fire could not illuminate the darkness in the distance, he could not see who or what it was. Could it just have been my imagination? All of a sudden, a guard from the Yu family walked over and humbly asked Linky, "Young Master Lin, could you share some of your food with us?" To prevent Linky from misunderstanding, the guard added, "It is not for us guards to eat, but it's what our young mistress needs. She hasn't eaten anything for a day and a night." Linky blinked. He was not stingy at all and had plenty of food anyway, so he said casually, "That's all right, you can come and take some if you want." The guard had not expected him to be so generous with something as important as his food supply, especially in such a difficult environment. It seemed that he had misunderstood him in the past. "Thank you, young Master Lin. From now on, you have our respect. But not too much of it." Linky waved his hand in good nature and distributed the food to the guards of the Yu family. The guards were not greedy. They only took a small portion and handed most of it to Yu Meng. "Young mistress, this is young Master Lin's goodwill. Take it away." Her cold voice left the guards stunned. "Young mistress, you haven't eaten anything for a day. You can't go on like this. If you beg others for food like this, it would be a disgrace to our family. Go ahead and return this because I won't eat it even if I starve to death." Chapter 7. That night in the New Moon Forest was very lonely. Many guards felt that it was a very peculiar feeling. After all, they often heard that the demonic beasts in that area were particularly ferocious and that the nighttime was their hunting hours. However, at that moment, it was as if they were in New Moon City. It was almost too quiet in the middle of the night. Out of the blue, there was a series of snoring sounds that made everyone's sleepiness vanish. "Who's snoring so loudly?" Linky walked out of his tent angrily. Yu Meng looked at him helplessly and shook her head in exasperation. Who else could it be? Following the sound of the snoring, Linky realized that it was coming from Louis's tent. He was sleeping like a pig in the middle of a forest. How was he anything like a grand sword master? Once again, everyone thought that Louis was too carefree to be a grand sword master. Linky also looked particularly annoyed. He turned around and said to Yu Meng, "You can't sleep either. I can't sleep listening to this." Yu Meng rolled her eyes. Suddenly, the snoring seemed to have become louder. It was unbearable for everyone there. "Ah, I can't stand it anymore." Linky could not stand listening to that awful sound a second longer and headed toward Louis's tent. Just as he was about to wake him up, he was suddenly startled by Louis himself. Louis had suddenly emerged from his tent and shouted disdainfully, "Who snores this loudly?" As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone instantly froze. They looked at each other in surprise and confusion. "Huh? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Louis was stunned for a few seconds, and then a strange sound was heard. Everyone nearly jumped out of their own skins. That? If that sound isn't Louis's snoring, then what is making that sound? Linky looked around. To be honest, he was also feeling anxious. "Everyone, be on alert." Everyone's expressions became serious. The drowsiness that they had felt just disappeared. Louis finally reacted. He looked around and his voice began to tremble. "No. It can't be. Is that the sound of a demonic beast? I'm not sure. Anyway, this sound is certainly not something a human can make. Another thing. Could you let go of my leg? Louis was too nervous now and kept flailing around. He ended up hugging Lin Chi's thigh tightly in fear. This isn't what it looks like. That action made everyone laugh. It seemed to ease the heavy atmosphere. Lin Chi noticed that the sound was not getting any closer. It was probably some kind of demonic beast snoring, so he chose not to worry too much about it for the time being. After all, it was useless to think about it now. The surroundings were pitch black, and it was almost impossible to escape. In any case, they had strength in numbers. It was best for everyone to stay together rather than to get lost in the forest looking for some beast alone in the dark. The sound isn't getting closer. Stay calm, everyone. Lin Chi held back the panic bubbling in his heart and comforted everyone. The guards surrounded the entire premise. Young Master Lin, don't worry. We'll keep a watch out from the outside the tent. Why don't you lie down and sleep instead? We still have a lot of traveling to do tomorrow. But... Lin Chi waved his hand in dismissal. It doesn't matter. This thing has yet to show itself. With Lin Chi's permission, the guards dared to rest. On the other side, Louis said to his guards, "You must stay awake and be on the lookout. Don't sleep." To protect himself, Louis asked them to guard his tent. If there were any warnings from his guards, he could quickly find a way to escape before the creature got too close. However, his actions only succeeded in making him look like a timid mouse to outsiders. On the contrary, Yu Meng raised her magic staff and chanted, "Water magic, water barrier." At her command, the water of the stream nearby was drawn out. It surrounded her and her guards in a circular barrier. Although it was not a very strong defense, it could at least alert her if something breaches the barrier while she and her guards were asleep. As expected of the daughter of the Yu family, to be able to conjure a barrier using magic. That's right, we really want to go in too. Louis saw that Yu Meng's side of the camp was encapsulated by a water barrier, so he swallowed his pride and went over. "Yu Meng, won't you let me in? If anything were to happen, I could protect you." Yu Meng acted as if she had not heard him. She shook her head and slowly walked into her tent. Louis, who was completely ignored, was extremely embarrassed. He let out a disdainful breath and said, "Fine. Be that way." That night, that strange noise haunted everyone in their sleep. Although everyone had their eyes closed shut, almost no one dared to fall asleep. It was very difficult for them to pass the night. By the second day, the sky was gradually getting brighter. The strange noise from last night had also disappeared. After packing their luggage, they continued on their way through the forest. Eventually, they walked out of the New Moon Forest. What was truly unbelievable was the fact that no one was injured within the forest. The New Moon Forest was a relatively dangerous area. The guards thought that at least a few people would be injured. No one expected that they would be able to walk out safely. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally out." Louis took the first step out of the forest, and he was awfully excited. Was that the oh-so-scary New Moon Forest? It didn't seem like anything much. Hearing his voice, everyone rolled their eyes. The person they were most afraid of last night was him. They had no clue how thick-headed he was. During Louis's excitement, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the forest behind them, staring at them. Lin Chi felt a chill run down his spine and immediately turned to look behind him, but he did not find anything unusual. Could it be that I'm hallucinating again? After walking out of the forest, they came across a wide river. The river's current was very fast and its waters looked deep. Even an adept swimmer would not be able to cross it safely. On the map, there was a figure indicating that there should be a wooden bridge that could provide them with safe passage. However, just as they reached the designated area, they noticed something amiss. The wooden bridge was broken. It looked like it had been torn apart by something. Could it have been a demonic beast? What should we do? The bridge is broken. If we swim across, we would be swept away by the raging current, said the chief guard. Many of the heirs were scratching their heads in thought, trying to figure out a way to get to the forest on the opposite side of the river. Since this one is broken, we could just build another one. Louis took the lead and walked out. He elected himself as the leader and ordered, "Come, let's work together to build a new wooden bridge. We should be able to finish it before dark." Everyone shook their heads and the chief guard said, "No, it would take at least 2 days to build a wooden bridge." Chapter 8. No way. It would take that long. Louis was appalled. His arms fell to his sides and he felt completely embarrassed. We don't have enough materials and we had just left the forest. Do we have to go back to get wood now? If we go back and forth like this, not only will it be dangerous, but it will also waste a lot of time. Oh no, what should we do now? Yeah, do we have to go back into the new moon forest and change routes? I don't dare go back. I'd rather stay in a safe place. Everyone started chattering and it was starting to get hectic. Lin Chi sighed helplessly. Looking at the rushing river, he knew his system would be of no help here. Just when he lost all hope of finding an alternative solution, a fizzling sound could be heard. Hi! Everyone turned their gazes toward the noise and saw Yu Meng holding her magic staff as it was shooting out pale blue light. Ice magic, frost burst. In an instant, everyone was reminded that Yu Meng was an exceptional water and ice mage. Due to the presence of water, she could make use of her ice magic. Yu Meng used her magic to freeze the water surface so that it was solid enough for everyone to walk over. That was amazing, Yu Meng. I knew you could save us. Louis eagerly rushed over to her side. However, Lin Chi found that every time Yu Meng used a spell, her expression twisted slightly to reveal her discomfort. From the beginning until now, she had only cast 3 spells in a short period of time, but she was already panting. That was because using magic also consumed one's physical strength depending on the level of the spell cast. The higher the level of the spell, the more physical strength would be depleted. Young mages were not capable of storing magic energy in the early stages of their training. Therefore, the price for using magic was the deterioration of physical strength. When mages developed into archmages, they would have their very own magic energy storage. Obviously, the current Yu Meng did not have any magic energy storage, so she had been using up her own physical strength that whole time. Everyone was relying on her now. Therefore, if the magic spell is broken, everyone would fall into the river, so she had to persevere no matter what. She thought that her current mana consumption would allow her body to withstand it until she had crossed the river. Everyone, hurry up, don't blame us when the ice starts to melt. Louis stood behind Yu Meng and commanded the people behind her like a leader. Hehe, Yu Meng, thanks to you, we can cross the river. Louis smiled cheekily and wanted to please Yu Meng, but at that moment, Yu Meng did not have the luxury to waste energy on him. She had already begun to feel weaker. Lin Chi walked behind her. He soon discovered that step by step the ice was getting thinner and thinner. It seemed that Yu Meng's magic was about to be used up. Looking ahead, she still had more than 50 meters to go. Judging from the situation, she would not be able to keep going. AHH. Sure enough, Yu Meng gripped her magic staff and knelt on the ice. Seeing her pale-faced and panting, everyone was beginning to worry. No. No way. Did she use up all her magic energy? Yu Meng had not expected to run out of magic energy so quickly. It seems that she had overestimated her own strength. Everyone could only stand on the ice as the river started to flow beneath their feet. Suddenly, the ice on the other side had started to melt. Everyone panicked. If they really fell into the rapids, they would surely die. Yu Meng, you're okay, right? Louis saw that Yu Meng could no longer use magic, and his eyes showed a trace of despair. My magic energy has been used up. F***ck. Louis shouted loudly, you. What good are you without your magic? I thought you were strong. What do you think we should do now? You're going to get us all killed. Yu Meng lowered her head. She had always thought that she was a very outstanding mage, but at that moment, she finally realized how weak her magic truly was. She could not even overcome a river. Yu Meng. I'm telling you, you can ignore the others, but you have to get me ashore. I'm sorry. I can't. Louis was starting to freak out after hearing Yu Meng's apology. To save himself a few more seconds, he even said to the guards, "Jump down." "Excuse me. With so many of you gathered together, the temperature will increase, and the ice will melt faster. So you have to jump down to give Yu Meng time to recover, and also for me to get to the other side safely." The guards did not dare to disobey their master. Just as they thought all hope was lost, Lin Chi interrupted them from behind. "You don't need to jump. I can help everyone." That one sentence instantly had everyone's eyes on him. "You can help us?" Upon hearing this, Louis sneered, "Kid, if I recall correctly, you don't even know how to use magic. You're nothing more than a piece of trash in New Moon City. What right do you have to say that you can save anyone here? Oh? Do you have a better idea? Or do you only know how to sacrifice your own guards?" Lin Chi's retort instantly made Louis flush red in embarrassment and he gritted his teeth. "All right. Lin Chi, what do you have planned?" Lin Chi had just found a purple sweet potato from within his Gourmet System storage. It was not a normal sweet potato, but a magic sweet potato that was shimmering with purple light. After consuming a magic sweet potato, one could recover a part of their mana, which could be considered a kind of magic medicine. "Take this." Lin Chi retrieved the sweet potato from the system storage and handed it to Yu Meng, who was panting in exhaustion. He smiled and said, "Don't panic. Eat this sweet potato to fill your stomach." As they watched Lin Chi hold out the sweet potato, everyone's expression changed from full of hope to near despair. They slowly lowered their heads. "Lin Chi, do you think this is funny?" Yu Meng looked at Lin Chi with anger in her eyes. Louis, who was watching from the side, wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. "Lin Chi, can you stop playing a fool? Hurry up and tell your guards to jump down. That way, we still have a chance to survive." Lin Chi's face was calm. He continued to hold out the sweet potato to Yu Meng. "You have to believe me. This sweet potato can really save everyone. A piece of sweet potato could really save so many people." Was this a joke? Yu Meng refused to believe it. However, when she raised her head, she found that Lin Chi's eyes were unwavering and serious. He did not seem to be joking. "Really? Are you sure?" Yu Meng slowly took the sweet potato, half believing, and half doubting. "Believe me, I wouldn't lie to you." The ice in front of them began to melt, getting closer and closer toward them. "Hurry!" Yu Meng decided to trust Lin Chi and gently took a few bites of the sweet potato. All of a sudden, she could feel that the sweet potato she ate was vastly different from ordinary sweet potatoes. In all honesty, she never liked sweet potatoes, but that sweet potato gave her an unusually good feeling. She found that there seemed to be a surge of energy in her body. This feeling. Chapter 9. Yu Meng was astonished, but before she could finish her sentence, her wand emitted a dazzling light. It was a light that only emitted when her magic staff received the maximum amount of magic energy. Then, Yu Meng stood up with a determined expression on her face. She raised her magic staff and shouted, "Freezing light!" With the sound of her voice, her magic staff shot out a pale blue light that instantly froze the water in front of her. Yu Meng was surprised and looked down at her hands. She felt that the magic energy in her body was still surging. Such strong magic energy, have I recovered all of it? Everyone was speechless, and the panicking Louis was also left dumbfounded. Lin Chi had never used that magic sweet potato before. He had not expected that Yu Meng would recover most of her magic energy after just a few bites. Sure enough, the Gourmet System was certainly useful. Although on the surface, it was completely different from the other great systems, it was still quite reliable during critical moments. Lin Chi, what is this thing? Yu Meng quickly turned around and asked. Naturally, Lin Chi would not tell her that the magic sweet potato was taken from his system. Instead, he calmly replied, "It's a sweet potato." "Impossible, how can sweet potatoes have this kind of magic energy recovery effect?" After listening, Louis immediately asked, "What? You have mana-restoring artifacts?" Mana-restoring artifacts were very important to mages no matter where they were, especially for some high-level mages. That was because they often used high-level magic, which meant that they had to pay special attention to their supply of magic energy. They had to constantly replenish their mana, which was another term for magic energy, causing them to carry a lot of mana-restoring artifacts with them. Those artifacts could not be bought casually. Instead, they had to be obtained in the Mystic Forest's spring. However, only a few could be taken at a time. Moreover, the Mystic Forest was an incredibly dangerous place, so only certain high-level mages could enter. If that is true, then how did a person like Lin Chi, who was not even a mage, obtain these sweet potatoes that are capable of restoring mana? Everyone was puzzled. As for Lin Chi, he simply shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "All right, don't look at me like that. Hurry up and get moving, or else the ice will melt again." With that, everyone safely crossed the river. Yu Meng was indebted to Lin Chi again, which made her very unhappy. However, ever since she ate the sweet potato, her heart had been yearning to eat another. Even so, she was too embarrassed to tell Lin Chi. Louis was even more conflicted. He wanted to make fun of Lin Chi a few more times, but he was also rescued by him twice, which ruined his image. After walking for more than an hour, everyone seemed to be a little tired, so they sat down and rested for a while. Lin Chi also began resting until he suddenly a voice inside his head. "Ding! You have gained the maximum amount of experience in the Super Gourmet System. The host can choose to level up." Ding! After leveling up, the Super Gourmet System's special recipes will be unlocked: magic stir-fried bullfrog, flaming swirl roasted chicken, refreshing drink. Hearing that the system could level up excited Lin Chi. He was reminded that the system was a gastronomic system, which meant leveling up gives him access to valuable dishes that could benefit him. Lin Chi selected the upgrade option, but it suddenly displayed a text box informing him that the upgrade was unsuccessful. He did not understand what went wrong. He then noticed that he required a large number of gold coins to upgrade his system. With that, he understood. Lin Chi looked at the gold coins in his pocket, and his heart dropped. He had nowhere near enough. If he wanted to upgrade, he had to find a way to get some money fast. When everyone was well rested, the young heirs continued on their journey. After passing through the forest on the opposite side of the river, they arrived at a small city. Qizhong City. It was a small city, and it was also the place where the young heirs of the three families could replenish their supplies. The guards went to get some provisions, while Lin Chi was thinking of how he would get that much money in such a short amount of time. He walked to the supplies booth and realized that the number of gold coins that the Lin family had provided for him was insufficient. It was not even enough to pay half the cost to upgrade the system. That made him feel troubled, and his brows furrowed as he thought about how he could earn money. Just then, a delicious scent wafted through the air, and he took a deep breath. It's the smell of pork. He looked in the direction of the smell and saw that there was a food street. There were not many decent restaurants in the city, but there were quite a few food stalls. Many guards were spending their money to buy food there, especially Louis's guards. They were going to buy some grilled meat. Lin Chi walked over and looked around. These small businesses were offering simple food, such as roasted chicken, roasted suckling pig, fresh vegetables. Those were the easiest dishes to cook. All they did was roast the meat and cook the vegetables for people to eat. Is this all you people eat? Lin Chi could not help but criticize. Louis came over and said coldly, "It's already enough that we even have food to eat, but you're still out here complaining." Lin Chi bought a roasted drumstick. After taking a bite, he found that the drumstick did not have any seasoning at all, and it was hard to swallow. Moreover, the price of the drumstick was even more outrageous. It was sold for 10 silver coins. In the midst of his grumbling, he suddenly had an idea. Looking at the drumstick that he took a bite of, his eyebrows furrowed. Wait! If such an unappetizing drumstick is sold for 10 silver coins, then if I sell the delicacies in the gourmet system, won't I make a fortune? Lin Chi was not all that interested in making profits from his system, but he wanted to level up the system as soon as possible. After all, he could unlock better ingredients and recipes in the future. Okay. Let's do it. Lin Chi checked his super gourmet system and found that he was only level 1, so he could only choose to make relatively simple dishes. For example, grilled steak, magic beef brisket with radish, baked magic sweet potatoes, dark night beef tendons. Those were all dishes that could be completed in one process. Although it was very simple, he had his own seasoning, which was much better than those tasteless drumsticks. Soon, Lin Chi found a place to set up a stall and began to prepare it. The dishes could be directly taken out of the system, but he had to be put on a show so that no one would grow suspicious of his actions. He currently had 10 gold coins, and he wanted to use these gold coins to buy a stall. "Sir, will you sell this stall to me?" Lin Chi asked the owner of the roasted drumstick stall. "Oh? Are you interested in taking over this stall?" "Yes." "Name your price." The owner of that stall had not made any money since he started his business there because of his illness. He felt relieved by just hearing that someone was willing to take over his stall. After all, there were too many competitors in the food street. His culinary skills alone were not enough to attract customers. Chapter 10. Are you really willing to take over this stall? Lin Chi's expression was very determined as he kept nodding his head. "That's right, I have 10 gold coins here. Do you think you can sell this stall to me?" 10 gold coins. When the owner heard this, his face immediately broke into a smile as he hurriedly nodded his head. "All right, I can give you everything here." After the two of them established a contract, Lin Chi immediately became one of the vendors in the food street. "Oh? Isn't that young Master Lin?" Before Lin Chi could open his business, Louis had already brought a few other young heirs over. All of them were stunned that Lin Chi now owns a stall. "It can't be. Lin Chi, why are you setting up a stall here?" Louis observed his stall in an exaggerated manner. Lin Chi had really bought the stall. There were even leftover roasted drumsticks. "Hey, everybody! Come and take a look." Louis wanted to let everyone know. Yu Meng also heard the commotion and followed the crowd to surround the stall. Facing the crowd, Lin Chi leaned against the wall of the stall as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened inside. These people had no sense of propriety. Lin Chi thought to himself exasperatedly. "Lin Chi, did your family go bankrupt, or did someone steal from you? Why are you suddenly setting up a stall to sell roasted drumsticks? Is it really that strange?" Lin Chi replied indifferently, "I'm not like you who only knows how to spend the money given by his family. I'm truly self-sufficient." Those words struck a nerve with all the heirs as they were all pampered by their families. Everything they had was handed to them on a silver platter. "If you don't want to buy anything, then leave. Just don't block my business," chided Lin Chi. "Humph, it's obvious why the young master of the Lin family is setting up a stall. You're broke. How embarrassing." After Louis spat out those words, he turned around and left abruptly. The other heirs followed behind him and left as well. The crowd slowly dispersed. Only Yu Meng was still looking at Lin Chi with a puzzled expression. As a fairly knowledgeable person, she knew that as the young master of the Lin family, Lin Chi would not lack money unless he was urgently in need of a lot of it. However, they were in the middle of the trial. Why would he still need money? "Hey! What would you like to eat?" Suddenly, Lin Chi's voice pulled her back into reality. "Hi!" she subconsciously responded. She thought for a moment before asking, "That? Do you still have that sweet potato? Oh! That magic sweet potato, yes, I do. Lin Chi deliberately turned around and retrieved the magic sweet potato from the system. He then put it into the oven and heated it for a while. Here, take it. Yu Meng took the magic sweet potato. She was not sure if it could really restore magic energy, so she planned to test it again this time. She took a small bite. It was smooth and melted in her mouth. Then, she felt the magic energy in her body surging again. It was certain that it was a mana-restoring artifact. As for why it was a sweet potato, she had no clue. How much is this sweet potato? Lin Chi tapped his chin and realized that he had not set a price for his food yet. His stall was bought for 10 gold coins, and 100 silver coins equated to 1 gold coin, so the price of that sweet potato should be just a few silver coins. Let's say it's 3 silver coins for you. What? Yu Meng was dumbfounded. Normally, that kind of mana-restoring artifact was very rare, and the rarer the item, the more expensive it would be. Even in the hands of some orthodox merchants, those artifacts were sold for almost 10 to 20 gold coins. Some profiteers would even sell those artifacts for more than 50 gold coins. On the contrary, Lin Chi only wanted 3 silver coins? Was there something wrong with his brain? Was he trying to be a philanthropist? Lin Chi, are you sure this sweet potato is 3 silver coins? Yu Meng asked again. Hold on, Yu Meng, do you think it's too expensive? Lin Chi's words made Yu Meng dizzy. Forget it. I can't communicate with people like you. Give me 10 sweet potatoes. Lin Chi was stunned and smiled bitterly. This girl. 10 sweet potatoes were 30 silver coins. That was Lin Chi's first profit. However, sweet potatoes alone were not enough to set up a stall. He needed other dishes. Lin Chi acquired a wooden board and wrote down the menu with some chalk. Magic sweet potato, grilled steak, sweet chicken drumstick. Those were the dishes that his system could cook at the moment. The rest needed to be unlocked by upgrading the system. Just like that, he started to set up a stall to sell food. There were many nobles living in that small city. The Qizhong city was close to the central city, and because nobles liked to live among their fellow upper-class members, there were quite a few nobles appearing in the city from time to time. However, the nobles generally did not like the food sold in these stalls. For them, enjoying the food in high-class restaurants was the best choice. Most of the people who came to these stalls to eat were commoners. The commoners naturally would not care about the specialties of the food in Lin Chi's stall. To them, as long as it was delicious, that was enough. However, it had to be said that because Lin Chi's system had its own seasoning, it gave the food an aroma that drifted near and far, attracting many customers. Among the dishes sold, the most popular one was his grilled steak. It could be said that he received a multitude of praises due to his mouth-watering steak. People's eyes widened after eating it as if they were savoring a rare delicacy. Even so, the speed at which he was earning money was still too slow. At that rate, it was likely that he would have to operate the stall for 8 to 10 more days while feeling unsure whether he could collect enough money to level up his system by then. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Chi's stall was under the shade of a big tree. Although there were a few passing breezes, it was still very hot. His gaze swept across the empty street and he leaned against the big tree. He helplessly said in a soft voice, "Sigh, running a business is hard work." Even though his food was delicious, it was quite annoying that not many customers took the initiative to try his food. Just as he sighed once more, a slender figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Not far in front of him, a woman in a red dress was talking to a few heirs with a seductive smile. Her voluptuous body, wrapped in a red dress, was faintly discernible from the distance. Lin Chi could not help but swallow his saliva. That was the first time Lin Chi had seen such a beautiful woman. Immediately, his heart started to beat faster. At that moment, he secretly muttered to himself, "What a fine woman!" Just as Lin Chi's gaze was hooked on the woman, a voice hollered at him, "Hey young man, are you still selling those sweet potatoes? Ah! Lin Chi immediately reacted. He blinked and reluctantly looked away. He turned to look at the man who was about to buy sweet potatoes from him. Chapter 11. Yes. How much would you like? Give me 2. Lin Chi's glanced at the woman in the red dress while he was preparing the sweet potatoes. The man noticed Lin Chi's gaze and smiled. During the process of giving money, he said slowly, "Young man, you're just wasting your time. That woman is far out of your reach." That instantly piqued Lin Chi's interest and he asked, "Sir, do you know her? Who doesn't know her in this city? Can you tell me about her?" Lin Chi asked curiously. "Her name is Fei, the eldest daughter of the Meister family and also the vice president of the Meister Chamber of Commerce. That woman's social skills can be said to be one of the best in the Mill continent. Many young bachelors of noble families spend a lot of money on her because of her beauty, but in the end, they can't even lay a finger on her." The man sighed and shook his head. "Young man, if young masters of the aristocrats have failed, then we commoners don't even need to think about it." Hearing that, Lin Chi smiled awkwardly and said helplessly, "I don't have those kinds of intentions. I was just asking." After the old man had left, Lin Chi tapped his chin and thought, "If I can get that woman to help me with publicity, those aristocratic young masters would definitely come to my stall. But, how can I get her to help me?" Just as Lin Chi was thinking, his gaze started to wander and he noticed a girl walking over to Fei's side. That girl seemed to be around the same age as him. She was wearing a uniform from another academy. There was a long sword at her waist. She was very tall, and the most eye-catching part of her was her long and slender legs. Among all the people there, Louis wanted to stand out the most, especially in front of those 2 beautiful ladies. He even loudly proclaimed himself as a grand sword master. However, those surrounding him covered their mouths as they tried to hold back their laughter. "Young Master Louis." Fei interrupted Louis's words and asked simply, "I heard that the 3 prominent families of New Moon City are here. I've already met you, the Leonard family heir, and I've seen the Yu family heir, but if I recall correctly, there's also the heir of the Lin family, right? I've yet to meet him." "Oh! You mean that loser?" Louis did not hide the disdain in his eyes. He turned his head to look at the food street in the distance. He pointed at Lin Chi, and said, "Look, that's the young master of the Lin family." Fei was the representative of the nobles in that small city. She was tasked to greet the latest batch of young heirs taking part in the trial on behalf of the nobles. Among all these people, the one that piqued her interest was the Lin family's heir. She had long since heard of the young master of the Lin family who was a loafer that neither had a foundation in magic nor practiced martial arts. What a waste of a noble title! Initially, she had believed it, but what she saw today had broadened her horizons. The young master of the largest family in New Moon City was actually setting up a stall here? Fei said to her sister, Eula beside her, "Eula, let's go and greet him." "Huh? Where are we going? That place is filthy. Plus I had not known that the young master of the Lin family was actually like this." Fei tried to convince her sister. "But we have to go and greet him. This is the basic etiquette of nobles." Louis suddenly had an idea to embarrass Lin Chi and immediately said, "Why don't I take the both of you there?" "Thank you." Louis was secretly delighted. In addition, he called over a group of people to witness Lin Chi make a fool of himself. As for Lin Chi, he had just put the sweet potatoes into the oven to bake when he suddenly saw a group of people walking toward him. From the looks of it, are they going to tear down my stall? Before he could react, the first person to come over was Fei, the woman in the red dress. She walked over gracefully and bowed politely. "Excuse me, you are the young master of the Lin family, right?" Lin Chi was stunned. "That's right, what's the matter?" "Nothing important." Louis walked over again, and a smile appeared on his face. "Come on Lin Chi, let me introduce you. These 2 are the eldest daughters of the Meister family, Fei and Eula." Lin Chi nodded. "Fei and Eula, you both have beautiful names." "Thank you." Fei responded politely, but Eula snorted coldly. They are here to greet us, young heirs, on behalf of the local nobles, but I do not think it is necessary for you to greet them. Linky rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. It would be rude of me not to greet them when they had already come all the way over here just to greet me. Louis walked over slowly and whispered into his ear, "Kid, be careful with your words. Have you seen Eula's sword? She's like me, a grand sword master. She's not as easygoing as I am." Linky glanced at Eula, who was emitting a strong aura. He indeed felt that she had the aura of a grand sword master, and it was obvious that she was much stronger than Louis. It seemed that she was truly a grand sword master. Nevertheless, what did that have to do with him? Linky looked back at Fei and nodded slightly. "I understand. You may proceed with the greetings." "Good, since everyone is here, why don't we, the Meister family, do our best to treat everyone to a simple meal?" Everyone became excited when they heard that. It was an honor to be able to accept the invitation of the Meister family. However, Linky waved his hand dismissively. "I won't be attending. I still have to set up my stall to earn money." As soon as he said this, the surrounding became silent. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and their heads were full of question marks. Is that guy's brain fried? For goodness sake! Linky, are you addicted to setting up stalls? Louis sneered. Fei was also quite embarrassed. Out of courtesy, she asked, "May I ask, is there something wrong with the Lin family's economy?" "There's no problem at all. I just want to earn some money to buy some things. You won't understand even if I tell you." In an instant, Linky's words caused a burst of laughter. "Sister, don't bother with a guy like him. Hurry up and go eat. I just came back from the dark forest, so if I don't eat something soon, my energy will be completely depleted," Eula said nonchalantly. When Linky noticed that business opportunity, he immediately took out a grilled steak and asked, "You're Miss Eula, right? My grilled steak can replenish energy. Do you want to try one to fill your stomach?" Similar to that of a mage, a grand sword master like Eula often ran out of energy quickly. Moreover, a swordsman's recovery time was much longer than a mage's, so naturally, the stamina recovering artifacts in the market were even more expensive than the mana recovering ones. Linky's grilled steak could recover all the stamina of a swordsman below the rank of a high-leveled one. Simply put, as long as one ate the steak, one's stamina would instantly recover. "Try your steak?" Eula asked incredulously. "Yeah, I guarantee you won't regret eating it." Chapter 12. Eula had been pampered ever since she was born. She was treated like a precious pearl in the family. Her parents doted on her and her sister cared for her tremendously. All that while, she had never eaten food that was sold by the roadside. "I feel disgusted when I see junk food like that, especially from a person like you." After Fei heard this, she took into account the relationship between the Meister family and the Lin family, then immediately berated, "Eula, how can you talk like that? Isn't that right? I thought all that talk about the young master of the Lin family being a disgrace was nothing but a rumor. After seeing him today, I can discern for myself that he truly is trash. He was clearly born in a prominent family, yet he doesn't even look like a noble." Those few words instantly caused Linky's expression to change. He took a deep breath and said indifferently, "Then as a noble, shouldn't you know how to hold your tongue? The way you speak is quite vulgar, don't you think? May I also add that you look nothing like a noble yourself." Clang! After Eula heard that, she immediately pulled out the longsword at her waist and pointed it at Linky. "If you dare say another word, I'll cut your tongue out." Looking at the gleaming steel sword in front of him, Linky did not even flinch. He sighed softly and said, "Your hands are still trembling." Eula had used up all her strength, so her arms trembled when she raised the sword. "Ah, you guys," Fei was also in a difficult position. Louis hoped that things would escalate so that he could witness Linky being beaten to the ground. However, in the next second, Linky heated up the steak. He took it out and raised it up. He said to Eula, "Why don't you see for yourself the extent of the stamina recovering properties of my grilled steak?" "Nonsense, do you think that I have never used an artifact to restore my strength before?" "No, but this is different. This is a real dish that is capable of restoring your strength." No one believed what he had said. Lin Chi continued, "How about this? I see that you're itching to give me a beating, so I'll give you a chance." "What chance?" "Let's make a bet. Try my steak. If it really works, you owe me a favor. If it doesn't work, I'll kneel down and you can hit me all you want." His voice was not loud, but it could be heard by everyone in the crowd. Everyone refused to believe that Lin Chi would actually place such a big bet. That bet would cost the image of the Lin family. If he really knelt down and was beaten up by a girl from the Meister family, the Lin family would lose face if the word got out. Of course, without the absolute confidence in winning, Lin Chi would never have placed such a bet. "What? You're not doubting yourself, are you?" Lin Chi deliberately provoked. As expected, the hot-tempered Eula bit her red lips. "Not one bit. Then it's a deal." "It's a deal." Then, Eula immediately took Lin Chi's steak. However, the moment she took it, the steamy steak emitted a mouth-watering smell, which was much more appetizing than the steak in the fancy restaurant her family frequented. Without hesitation, she took a bite and tasted it carefully. The meat was tender and juicy in her mouth, and she noticed that honey was added to the steak. It tasted divine, and she could feel a surge of energy in her stomach once she swallowed it. After she took the first bite, she immediately wanted to take another one. Everyone watched as she took one bite after another until she finished the whole steak, and her mouth was full of honey. Lin Chi could not help but laugh. How could a noble act so carefree like that? He took a deep breath and then asked her, "What do you think? Now, try pulling out your sword." Eula admitted that the steak tasted very good, but was it really effective in restoring her physical strength? She narrowed her eyes and pulled out her sword in an instant. At that moment, the steel sword was pointed straight at Lin Chi. Her arm did not tremble, her whole body was filled with power instead. This is amazing. Eula could not believe it. It was just a piece of meat, but she had really recovered all her strength. "What kind of steak is this?" Lin Chi raised his hand and shook his head. "This is my secret recipe. I won't disclose it to anyone." "Anyway, you believe me now, right?" Eula quickly nodded. From her eyes, anyone could tell that she wanted to eat more. "Since you believe it, then it proves that you've lost." Everyone was in disbelief. What kind of food did Lin Chi sell that could even restore one's physical strength? Only now did it dawn upon Eula that she had actually lost. That simple steak actually contained such powerful properties. Fei, who watched from the side, was also in disbelief. Her gaze fell on Lin Chi, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a wide smile. The young master of the Lin family seemed to be quite interesting. "You agreed that if you lose, you would have to help me." Eula immediately took a step back and said, "First off, let me make it clear. I won't kill anyone or start any fires, and also, I won't betray." "Okay, enough. There's no need for that." Lin Chi sighed helplessly. "I just want you to help me promote my stall. All you have to do is attract customers. Do you understand?" "Attract customers?" Fei asked skeptically. "Yes, Miss Fei. If you have nothing else to do, can you help me advertise as well? I know there are many nobles in this city that are very generous." No one knew why Lin Chi was so determined to make money. In any case, the two sisters of the Meister family were now in Lin Chi's hands. Although Eula had a bad temper and was arrogant, since she had lost, she could not go back on her word. "Okay. But I'll only help you promote it for one day." Lin Chi was secretly delighted. "With your beautiful legs standing here, wouldn't I be able to seduce those noble young masters?" Just like that, Eula became the spokesperson of Lin Chi's stall. Just by standing there, many noble young masters came to visit. In just one afternoon, almost everyone in the city had eaten Lin Chi's steak and sweet potatoes. Lin Chi saw the fruits of his labor today. In just one day, he had already reached 1/3 of the requirements for upgrading the system. In 2 or 3 days, he would be able to raise enough money to level up. In the evening, Eula panted. "All right, I've already garnered enough people for you. Can I go back now?" Lin Chi waved his hand and said, "All right, you may leave." Wait. Eula did not know what Lin Chi was doing. She saw Lin Chi give her a delicately prepared steak along with a knife and fork. "Thank you for your hard work this afternoon. I'll give you this plate of food with a knife and fork. Is it elegant enough for a noble?" Although Eula did not acknowledge it, she had recognized Lin Chi as a good person in her heart. As for Lin Chi, he still thinks she is a little annoying, but she had improved a little compared to earlier. "Your name is Lin Chi, right?" Eula asked. Lin Chi nodded. He could see that her eyes seemed to be filled with a bright light. Although he did not know what it meant, it probably was not hostility. "I'll remember you." Eula did not eat the steak. Instead, she turned around coldly and left. Chapter 13. In order to earn enough gold coins, Lin Chi was quite hard-working. He set up his stall early in the morning to sell breakfast. As expected, his stall was very popular. There was almost no need to beckon others to come, as a large number of people would visit his stall. That was because the price of his magic sweet potato was unbelievably cheap. Those magic artifact shops demanded at least 10 gold coins to purchase a mana-recovering artifact, which could be bought in his stall for only 3 silver coins. For as long as Lin Chi's stall was up and running, the nearby magic shops were akin to ghost towns. Some of the magic shop owners had come out to see what was going on. According to their inquiries, they found out that Lin Chi had opened a stall in the nearby area. That stall was said to specialize in selling some magic sweet potatoes that could replenish mana. At first, those merchants refused to believe it. They thought that mana-recovering artifacts could only be obtained by archmages and that the magic sweet potatoes were just a hoax. Mort was the president of the magic trading firm. After he learned of that matter, he decided to settle it personally in the interest of the trading firm. Then, he hired a few mages to go over and expose Lin Chi's deception to the public. As for Lin Chi, he was living a good life. Seeing as the money continued to fill his pockets, he felt very happy. Just as he was excitedly selling his food, he suddenly heard a voice. "Hey, you need to stop." Lin Chi was stunned. He realized that there were a few people who dressed differently compared to commoners in front of him, and the one directly before him was dressed in a dignified manner, while the 2 behind him were dressed in mage attires. From the looks of it, they were here to attack him. Lin Chi was on alert as he asked, "You people are here to buy food from me, right? In your dreams. Don't you know that it's illegal to cheat people of their money?" "What? When have I ever deceived people? I'm a legitimate merchant," Lin Chi retorted. However, Mort sneered and said, "Kid, you have to know that there's a specialized trading company here. If you want to register as a merchant, you have to get my approval." Lin Chi felt lost and scratched his head. Even so, he replied very conspicuously. "Wait, you're punishing me for being a peddler, but how many peddlers do you see around you? Instead of targeting them, you're targeting me. They are only selling trivial items, but your case is different. You're selling those so-called magic sweet potatoes, aren't you? It's complete and utter nonsense." Mort said sarcastically with his teeth bared, "Who do you think you are? Even a high-quality mana-recovering artifact made by an archmage takes an hour to refine, but you can bake it within a few minutes." Lin Chi sighed in relief. He thought that he had seriously done something wrong, but it turned out to be just another skeptic. "Okay, I get it now. You're worried that I'm fake, right?" Lin Chi immediately grabbed a sweet potato and handed it to Mort. "Then try it. See if I'm lying." Mort looked at the sweet potato suspiciously and sneered, this is just an ordinary sweet potato. Who are you trying to fool? You'll understand after you try it. Mort shook his head in annoyance and ordered the mage behind him to come over and have a taste. Although the mage was reluctant to eat that kind of junk food, he was hired by Mort so he had no choice but to try it. Hi! After taking a small bite, the mage's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? What is this? It's so delicious, and it's full of magic energy. What? Mort was stunned. He looked at the sweet potato in Lin Chi's hand with eyes full of doubt. Look! Lin Chi immediately said, I told you I wasn't lying, right? Look at him, his mana is almost overflowing. The mage's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked Lin Chi, how much is a sweet potato? 3 silver coins. The 3 of them froze on the spot. The mage knew very well that a mana-recovering artifact cost at least 10 gold coins. Now, he could buy it for 3 silver coins. If he bought all of it, he would make a fortune. Mort had already thought of that idea. He immediately smiled at Lin Chi and stole the chance before the mage could. Haha, I'm really sorry to have misunderstood you earlier. It's good that you understand now. Lin Chi said good-naturedly. Mort gently put his hand on Lin Chi's shoulder and said in a soft voice, Young man, your sweet potatoes seem to be very delicious. I would like to try some too. Seeing as that man was the president of the trading firm, Lin Chi picked up a sweet potato for him. Since this is our first time meeting, I'll treat it as a gift for you. Thank you. Mort took the sweet potato and tasted it. As the mage mentioned, the sweet potato indeed had a mana-recovering property. In an instant, he had a plan that could make him a fortune. Young man, you won't be able to fill my stomach with just one sweet potato. Ah, really? Then I'll give you another one. No, I can't eat it for free. How about this? I notice that you have quite a lot of sweet potatoes. How about I buy all of them from you? After hearing Mort's words, Lin Chi immediately understood his intention and smirked. President Mort, I have a rule in my stall. What rule? I can only sell 5 sweet potatoes per person per day. You can't buy more than 5 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Mort was petrified on the spot. He asked, Aren't you being foolish? Don't you want to earn money? Lin Chi was actually quite desperate to gain money, but he knew that if he sold all the sweet potatoes to a man like him, he would definitely raise the price for his own profit. If that occurred, then the common people would not be able to even taste the sweet potatoes. Although that deal would have been beneficial to him, he still rejected Mort. It's not that I don't want to earn a lot of money, but it's because this is the rule I've set. I can't break my own rule, right? Then, Lin Chi continued to sell sweet potatoes as if nothing had happened. Mort was so furious that he almost flew into a rage. Since his plan failed, he could not let Lin Chi hinder the trading firm's business here. With him around, the trading firm's mana-recovering artifacts would not be sold. Mort's eyes became dark. He slammed one hand on the table, his face arrogant and domineering. He said coldly, Kid, if you don't want to sell me the goods, then shut up and get out of the city. His words were laced with malicious intent, which was detected by Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi had been scared before and that situation was way worse. Moreover, he knew he was in the right, so he naturally refused to give in. He said, President Mort, right? You're worried that my sweet potatoes will steal your trading firm's business, correct? Humph, it's about time you figured it out. It can't be helped. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strongest survive. My product is better than yours. This is the harsh truth. You have to learn to accept it, or you can always lower the price a little. Hearing that, Mort became even more enraged. Chapter 14. Kid, don't you know? Although the magic trading firm doesn't have control of everything in this city, it's easy for us to kill a commoner. His words were full of threats, which made Lin Chi's haughty expression drop. He frowned and said, That's incredible. I've never been threatened before. Mort sneered, "You're just a nobody who set up a stall. Do you think anyone would come to help you? Get him!" The two mages instantly teleported in front of Lin Chi and were about to use force. "Kid, I'll give you another chance. Either sell those sweet potatoes to me or get out of the city." Mort gave his final warning, but Lin Chi still ignored it. Even though the two mages were already too close, he remained calm and composed. "Destroy his stall." At Mort's command, those two mages began to make their move. However, before the two of them could use their magic, a large number of guards suddenly surrounded them. "Eh? What? What's going on?" Mort saw a large number of armored guards appear, and he was instantly confused. He saw the chief guard slowly walk over. "Ah, you are the guards of the Lin family." "The Lin family? You mean the Lin family of New Moon City?" A flattering smile appeared on Mort's face. The chief guard raised his head. "That's right. The majority of the shares of most the trading firms in New Moon City belonged to the Lin family, so the president of the magic trading firm, Mort, was extremely respectful towards the Lin family. Even if the person in front of him was only the chief guard of the Lin family, he still spoke humbly. "Oh right, I heard that young Master Lin is involved in the trial this time, right? Why don't I see him?" The chief guard was somewhat puzzled. Tilting his head, he asked, "You don't know our young master? I've long heard of your family's great name, but I've never seen the heir with my own eyes." The chief guard frowned and snapped. "You have definitely seen him before." I don't recall ever meeting him." Mort was stunned. The expression on his face became more and more confused. He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "Listen, with all due respect, I believe I should know best whether or not I've seen him before, right? No, you don't even know it yourself." At that point, Lin Chi slowly walked over while chewing on a piece of sweet potato and stood in front of Mort. "You brat, what are you doing here? Get lost." Mort's attitude towards Lin Chi was extremely vile. After all, to him, all commoners were lowly people. You dare treat him that way? When the guard saw his young master being yelled at, he was instantly enraged and was about to draw his great sword. "Hold your horses, don't be angry. I'll teach this brat a lesson." Mort still tried to get on the chief guard's good side like a fool. However, in the next second, the chief guard grabbed his neck and said fiercely, "Look closely and make good use of that brain of yours. This is the young master of the Lin family." "What?" His words were like a bolt from the blue and Mort felt as if he was slapped by them. He is the young master of the Lin family." Lin Chi shook his head in amusement. I really had no idea." Mort's terrified expression was mixed with disbelief. A young master of the Lin family actually set up a stall here to sell sweet potatoes? No one would ever believe that. However, the truth was right in front of him. The guards were all very respectful towards Lin Chi, and that caused his body to stiffen. "Please forgive me. It was completely my fault." What Mort was most afraid of now was that the Lin family would cut ties with the trading company. That would have a great impact on them in the future. However, Lin Chi did not care about his family's business. Right now, he only wanted to earn money to upgrade his system. However, that guy overstepped his boundaries, so Lin Chi had to teach him a lesson. "How about this, from now on, you help me sell these sweet potatoes, and I'll forgive you." "Hi. Well then. Come here quickly." Lin Chi was leisurely lying on the base of the tree, and Mort, who was the president of the magic trading firm, was actually selling sweet potatoes at his stall. Passerbys could not help but laugh at him. "Well, young Master Lin, at the end of the day, I'm still the president of the trading firm, so doing this." "Oh? Then do you want me to go back and discuss what had happened with my father?" Mort immediately changed his tune. His service attitude changed 180 degrees, and he bowed politely to everyone who came to buy sweet potatoes. As the afternoon passed by, Mort had gained experience living like a peddler. After he nearly died of exhaustion, Lin Chi reluctantly relieved him of his duties and let him go back. However, he still had not earned enough money today. He had to set up a stall for another 2 days to reach his goal. The next morning, the Yu family and the Leonard family were about to set off. They decided to hurriedly leave as soon as they recovered. However, Lin Chi had not planned to depart. While everyone was getting ready to leave, he was quietly tidying up his stall. He planned to set up his stall again today. Louis and Yu Meng were dumbfounded. What was going on with Lin Chi? Was he addicted to his business? He knew that he was in the middle of the trial, and yet he was still in the mood to set up his stall today. Although Yu Meng saw Lin Chi as an opponent, she still advised him kindly, "Lin Chi, if you don't want to follow us, you'll have to face the trial yourself. We won't stay and wait for you." Lin Chi knew what she was trying to say. She was offering her help should he choose to leave with them now. However, Lin Chi only had one thing on his mind, and that was to upgrade his system. Everything else was secondary. "Then you guys can go on first. I'll catch up with you soon." Louis walked over and said to Yu Meng, "Yu Meng, don't waste your time on him. It's useless even if you try. It's better for the two of us to work together to pass the trial." Yu Meng sighed helplessly as if she was a little disappointed in Lin Chi. She clearly saw him as her opponent, but he was only perfunctory in dealing with the trial. That only made her even more disappointed. Yu Meng turned around decisively and did not say a word to Lin Chi. Louis also showed a contemptuous smile to him. However, that meant nothing to Lin Chi. Compared to the trial, the system was his #1 priority. After seeing the Yu family and the Leonard family leave, the Lin family's chief guard asked, "Young master, why don't you go with them? Do you really need money? After the trial, there will be plenty back at the Lin family's residence. By then, it will be too late." Lin Chi replied curtly, but it only left the chief guard even more confused. "Just be patient. Anyway, according to this speed, all will be settled in 2 days." Chapter 15. Lin Chi's stall was becoming more and more popular. Back then, he had the 2 daughters of the Meister family to help him advertise. In addition to that, after the nobles who were lured in by the sisters ate once, they wanted to come back again. After that, Lin Chi's money was slowly increasing and he was getting closer to his goal. On the 3rd day, Lin Chi's grilled steak was already famous throughout the entire city. Everyone had tasted it at least once. It was indeed a renowned delicacy. By then, Lin Chi had earned enough money to upgrade the system, so he decisively entered the system and chose to upgrade. Ding! The system is upgrading. Ding! The system has successfully been upgraded. Level 2 has been unlocked, magic stir-fried bullfrog, flaming swirl roasted chicken, refreshing drink. Ding! You have been rewarded the upgrade gift bag. Upgrade gift bag, enhancement candy, explosive beef meatballs, chicken fillet, x100, bullfrog, x100. The system had finally been upgraded, and Lin Chi felt relieved. Then, he officially left the city to continue on his journey to pass the trial. At that moment, without the Leonard family, the Yu family, and the other small families, it was much quieter. Lin Chi was not used to the silence. While following the route on the map, Lin Chi was in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and walked carefreely. However, he soon found the site of an accident. He walked into the area at the foot of a mountain and found that the muddy road was littered with footprints as if many people had fought fiercely there. Then, Lin Chi found a pile of armor left behind. The chief guard carefully observed the armor, and his face immediately fell. This is the armor of the Yu family's guards. As soon as he said that, the other guards turned pale with fright and became vigilant. Lin Chi tapped his chin and looked around. The Yu family's armor was here, but where were the people? Lin Chi grew worried. He took a deep breath and said, "It seems that something must have happened here. But since we weren't there when it occurred, we can't jump to conclusions." At that moment, a guard who was scouting ahead ran back and yelled, "There are bandits up this mountain." "What? Bandits?" The chief guard was conflicted. He said to Lin Chi, "Young master, if there are bandits on this mountain, what should we do? I suggest we find another way. Look around, these are the armors of the Yu family's guards. This proves that they have been killed." Lin Chi nodded. "Indeed. I have long since heard that the guards of the Yu family are carefully selected, elite warriors. If even they fell to the hands of those bandits, I'm afraid those bandits are a group of very strong warriors. Therefore, based on what you have said, it is clear that we should change routes, right?" Lin Chi was a little hesitant and slowly said, "If we change routes, does that mean that no one will come to their aid?" The chief guard was stunned. He held back a laugh and said, "Young master, one less participant means one less opponent." Lin Chi was still a little indecisive, but after careful consideration, he asked, "Are there other people taking part in the trial?" "There are representatives sent from other cities, and there are even experts sent by the Empire's king." Lin Chi rolled his eyes. He did not think much about it and said, "Then there should be more people on our side to contend against those people. Let's go save them." "Young master, have you really thought it through? Stop talking nonsense and let's go up the mountain." The guards followed Lin Chi's order. They were just a group of guards. If they were really in danger, they were not sure if they could protect the young master. However, Lin Chi trusted them very much, even though he was only really relying on himself. After going up the mountain, they found many traces of people being dragged. Lin Chi observed. "These should be the traces of the guards being dragged up the mountain. Oh, don't tell me the bandits captured them to make them slaves." Lin Chi nodded. "That's possible, so everyone must be on high alert." The group continued to search the mountain, but they still could not find any clues. Lin Chi asked the guard who had just explored the path ahead of them, "Didn't you say that there were bandits? Why is it that we are almost at the top of the mountain now, and not a single shadow is seen?" The guard shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure either, because these mountain roads branch into all directions. I forgot which peak the bandits were located. There were a total of 8 mountain peaks connected to that road. How was Lin Chi going to find them? Moreover, he was still in the middle of the trial. Sigh, how troublesome." Lin Chi stopped to rest for a moment and gave the guards a piece of grilled steak to help recover their strength. Then, they went up the mountain to search again, but that time, they had found something. "Young master, look! There are footprints here." Lin Chi went over to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened. "You're telling me someone wears a shoe this big? According to the boot prints, that person was probably a humongous guy. I'm sure the members from the 2 prominent families can handle this, young master. Why don't we just stop interfering and continue the trial?" "No, it's not the style of the Lin family to abandon those in trouble." Lin Chi continued to follow the trail left by the big boot prints and found that there were gradually spots of blood on the ground. "This blood hasn't dried yet, it means that we are not far away." Lin Chi continued to move forward. All of a sudden, on the peak of Sunset Mountain, stood a stronghold built by bandits, and there were sounds of cheering that can be heard coming from within. "Brother Luther is really powerful. He single-handedly captured all these reckless trespassers. Yeah, I told you that Brother Luther is invincible." Hearing those people praise their chief, made Lin Chi assume that he was the man who captured Yu Meng and Louis. Luther. He was the chief of the bandits and a real grand sword master. When he fought against Louis, he defeated him with a single move. When he fought with Yu Meng, he had not held back either. In the blink of an eye, he had captured those 2 heirs. At that moment, Yu Meng and Louis were locked in a cage in the mountain stronghold. Louis was on the verge of despair and he started to beg for mercy. "Good men, please don't kill me. I'll join you." "No, I'll be your subordinate. If I can't do that, then you can treat me like a dog, as long as you don't kill me." Yu Meng rolled her eyes at him. She was completely disappointed in Louis. The bandits did not care about them at all. Only their big brother, Luther, could dictate their fates. Luther was in a great mood, especially since he captured such a beautiful woman. "Haha, brothers, kill that man tonight as entertainment. Then as for the lady, she will be my wife from now on." Chapter 16. At that moment, the mountain stronghold was filled with all kinds of lively noises. The guards of the Yu family and the Leonard family had all been kept captive. On the tigerskin throne in front of them, Luther was drinking hard liquor one mouthful at a time. He seemed to be in a good mood. That was because he had captured the young heirs of the Leonard family and the Yu family. He would become famous. After all, those two were the heirs of the most prominent families of New Moon City. "Sir Mountain Bandit." Then, a humble voice came from the cage. That voice belonged to Louis. His face was full of tears and he begged, "Sir Mountain Bandit, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have provoked you. You are magnanimous, so please let me go. My family is rich. I will give you as much as you want." In reality, that entire situation snowballed from the actions of the troublemaker, Louis. Earlier, while they were on their way to Blackwind Castle, a group of mountain bandits came across Louis and the others by chance. However, it seemed that the mountain bandits had not intended to capture them. Instead, they asked them to drop their food, armor, and weapons with the intention of letting them go if they complied. However, Louis assumed that they were just ordinary mountain bandits. He immediately wanted to show off his grandeur in front of Yu Meng and mocked Luther. Luther was a prideful person, so naturally, he was unhappy when he heard Louis's taunt. With his skill as a grand sword master, he easily defeated Louis. Yu Meng wanted to use magic to counterattack, but her opponent was a fully formed grand sword master. She was only a beginner in magic, so she was defeated in a few moves. The entire team was instantly defeated by a group of mountain bandits, and they were dragged up to the mountain stronghold one by one. "Please, sir, don't kill me. I haven't even gotten married yet," Louis cried out loudly. He saw a few big guys approaching him with axes in their hands. He was so scared that a wet stain appeared on his pants. Although the other young heirs who were caught were also very nervous and desperate, they were not as overdramatic as Louis. When they saw Louis's pathetic state, all of them had looks of disdain. However, Luther did not care at all. To him, Louis deserved to die. If it was not for the Leonard family's petty tricks to frame him back then, he would not have fallen into such a state. Now that the tables have turned, the young master of the Leonard family had finally fallen into his hands. Naturally, he would not let him return alive. As for that lady from the Yu family, Luther carefully observed Yu Meng. He noticed her slender figure, fair skin, and pretty face. He immediately said, "Bring that girl here." A few mountain bandits pulled Yu Meng out of the handcuffs. At that moment, Yu Meng's face was full of unwillingness, but she was still forced to kneel down. Luther slowly walked over, lifted her chin with his hand, and inspected her face. She was indeed beautiful, and she was the daughter of the Yu Meng family. "Your name is Yu Meng, right?" Yu Meng did not respond. She turned her head away and remained stubborn. "Hehe, I can spare your life, and I can let the guards of the Yu family go, but you have to promise to stay here and be my wife. In your dreams." Yu Meng replied decisively, which made Luther even more interested. He laughed and said, "Good. You have a strong personality. I like it. But, you have to think carefully. If you don't agree, I will kill them all. By then, they won't be blaming me, but you instead." Yu Meng raised her head and glared at Luther. However, Luther did not care at all. Ever since he became the chief of the bandits, he had become stronger. He was not afraid of anyone, especially not the captured girl before him. "So what will it be? As long as you agree, I will let them go." Hearing that, a glimmer of hope lit up in Louis, who had just been trying to survive. He shouted at Luther, "Sir Bandit, please let me help you persuade her." After hearing that, Luther waved his arms and signaled the two men to put down their axes. "I'll give you a chance." Louis was finally freed from the chains. He quickly pulled Yu Meng aside and tried to persuade her. "Yu Meng, this is a good opportunity to save everyone." "What good opportunity? Are you crazy?" Yu Meng turned her head away. She did not want to see Louis act so pathetically. "For goodness sake, it's not like I'm asking you to die. As long as you agree, then we can all live." After Yu Meng heard that, her heart wavered. She turned to look at the group of guards and young heirs. She sighed helplessly. Louis continued to persuade her, "Also, look at the chief bandit. He's a talented person with incredible strength. After you become the wife of the chief bandit, you would have money, power, and freedom. Isn't this better than being in charge of the Yu family?" Hearing Louis's words, Yu Meng's stubbornness slowly waned. However, she did not really believe his words. She just wanted to stall for time and then slowly think of a way to escape. "Ah, Yu Meng, listen to me." Before Louis could finish, Yu Meng turned around with a determined look in her eyes and said to Luther, "I will accept." Louis was overjoyed, while Luther smiled and shouted to the bandits, "Hurry up and prepare for the wedding. I'm going to have it tonight." "Hold on." Suddenly, Yu Meng added, "The rule of the Yu family is that you can only marry under the new moon. It's only sunset, and the new moon hasn't come out yet." Luther frowned and said, "I don't care about your rules." However, since she had agreed, he would not mind waiting a little longer. As for Louis, he said in a low and humble voice, "Well, Sir Bandit, since she has agreed, can we?" Luther pointed at the bandits behind him and said loudly, "Disarm those people of their weapons and armor, then let them go." Hearing that, Louis was overjoyed and said, "Okay." However, when Louis turned around, a sharp sword suddenly stopped him. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He slowly turned and said, "That. Sir Bandit, didn't you agree to let us go?" Luther smiled and said, "They can leave, but you can't. Today is my wedding day. I have to kill someone to cheer me up." That sentence made Louis fall into despair again. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Sir Bandit, please don't kill me. There are so many guards in my family. Just pick one and kill him." Chapter 17. At that moment, when the guards of the Leonard family heard Louis say such words, they instantly lost confidence in their master. Other young heirs like Yu Meng were even willing to be the wife of the chief bandit for the sake of her guards. However, that Louis actually sold out his guards for his own life. He was truly scum. However, Luther wanted to kill Louis, so he did not agree. He ordered his subordinates to lock Louis in the cage again and kill him on the night of the wedding. Louis kept begging for mercy, but it was in vain. Yu Meng could not be bothered to care about him. She was thinking about how to use tonight's opportunity to leave the mountain. Her mana had been used up. It would be great if Lin Chi was here. She then realized that it was the first time Yu Meng had such a thought. She was suddenly hoping that Lin Chi would come to her aid. On the other side, the young heirs and guards were running down the mountain naked. Having their lives spared, they did not care about anything else and descending the mountain. Just as they reached a safe distance, a flame suddenly lit up in front of them. "Who is it?" The guards subconsciously looked over. It was Lin Chi who was holding a torch. "Young Master Lin." Lin Chi could not help but laugh when he saw that group of shirtless guards and young heirs. "You? What happened to you guys?" Then, they told Lin Chi about their experience. After Lin Chi heard about what had happened, he knew that both Yu Meng and Louis were in danger. Louis probably deserved it, but he did not deserve to die. Yu Meng was still so young, so she could not be that guy's wife. Lin Chi tapped his chin. He heard that Luther was a grand sword master. He knew that they could not defeat him with pure strength. The only way was to sneak in and free them. Although Lin Chi knew that it was a dangerous mission, he did not shirk from it. After all, he had full confidence in himself now. You guys set up camp at the foot of the mountain first. Be ready at any time. I'll go up the mountain and sneak into their stronghold to save them." When everyone heard that, they could not believe their ears. Was that person really Linky? They had never seen such a courageous person. They knew that the other party was stronger than them, but Linky was not afraid at all. He even wanted to save them alone. That kind of courage made many people admire Linky. "Young master, you mustn't. You have a chance at passing the trial. You are the hope of the Lin family." The chief guard suddenly pulled Linky back. However, Linky smiled. "Don't worry. If I can't even settle this small matter, how will I manage the Lin family in the future?" His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it loud and clear. At that moment, the chief guard had tears brimming in his eyes and he sighed deeply. Young master has finally grown up and can take on such a big responsibility. If you can return safely from the trial, you must tell master about this. Alright, you guys stay here and be ready at any time. I will go up the mountain now. At Linky's command, the guards stationed themselves one after another. They even set up some traps. If they were chased down later, they would be able to defend themselves. Linky used the bright moonlight to illuminate the mountain road. He slowly approached the mountain stronghold on the peak. He looked around and found that the mountain stronghold was brightly lit. The bandits were all eating and drinking happily. Linky did not enter directly. Instead, he found a watchtower with only a few people guarding it and climbed up. While he was sneaking in, he suddenly smelled the scent of urine. It caught his attention and he immediately looked in the direction of the source. Hi! Linky found that there was a cage in front of him, and in it was Louis, whose face was full of despair. As for the smell of urine, that guy! Could it be that he had peed his pants out of fear? How pathetic! Linky sighed. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he quietly called out to Louis in the dark. "Louis!" Louis heard a sound and lifted his head. "Eh? Linky? How did you? Shh!" Linky gestured for him to stay silent and whispered to him, "Where's Yu Meng?" Although Louis knew that Linky had not come just to save him, he was still desperate enough to try begging. "Linky, quickly save me! I'm asking you, where's Yu Meng?" Louis took a deep breath and pointed toward the direction of the stronghold. "Inside." Linky nodded. "Wait here. I'll go save Yu Meng first, then I'll come back to save you later." Then, Linky sneaked toward the stronghold. The bandits had drunk a few glasses of wine, so their vigilance was relaxed. None of them realized that Linky was an intruder. Linky took that opportunity to sneak into the stronghold quietly. However, when he tried to enter a room, he found Luther coming out. He immediately reacted and hid against the wall, holding his breath. Luther did not expect that someone would sneak in. Therefore, he had not taken any precautions and he did not find Linky. Linky took advantage of the moment he turned his back and immediately sneaked into the room. Then, he found that Yu Meng, who was sitting on the bed, was dressed up like a bride. However, her sad face caused Linky to bite his tongue and keep his comments to himself. Before Yu Meng realized it, Linky walked in. She was too distracted thinking about how she could escape later. "Oh, you're already dressed like this. It seems to me that you really want to stay here and be the wife of a bandit." As soon as Linky's voice reached her, Yu Meng looked up and saw that Linky was looking at her strangely. She instantly blushed. "What? What did you say?" "I'm just kidding." Linky chuckled. "Why are you here? Were you captured too?" Linky laughed again. "Do I look like I've been captured? I'm here to save you." Hearing that Linky was here to save her, Yu Meng's hope was immediately ignited, but she did not feel good about it. She had always regarded Linky as her opponent, but why was she always saved by him? I don't need you to save me." Yu Meng snorted coldly. After hearing that, Linky turned around and said deliberately, "Oh, Alright then. I'm leaving. Hey! Wait! Yu Meng's face became even redder. Of course, Lin Chi knew what she was thinking. Come on, I'm already here. Let's think of a way to get out first. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Yu Meng's opinion of him changed slightly. Then, Yu Meng quietly followed Lin Chi out. There were bandits guarding the door, so naturally, they could not get out through there. They climbed out of the room through the window, but if they wanted to leave the stronghold, they had to go out through the main door. What do we do now? If we pass through the main door, we will definitely attract the attention of the bandits. Chapter 18. Lin Chi and Yu Meng quietly escaped from the back, and the two of them stuck to the walls until they reached the cage that Louis was in. However, the cage still needed to be unlocked with a key, and that very key was hanging on the waist of the chief bandit. What should we do? Lin Chi took a deep breath and suddenly remembered that he still had the system's delicacies. All of a sudden, he thought of an idea. He boldly walked toward the fireplace the bandits were resting by and then pretended to be the bandits' chef by cooking in the big pot before him. In actuality, he was in the system, taking out the chicken fillets and preparing the flaming swirl roasted chicken. That dish was actually really spicy, and after eating it, all the power in one's body would burst out. Of course, it was useless for someone to use it now. After all, there was no opponent attacking, so it would only end up depleting the power of those who ate it. Immediately, a delectable aroma entered the noses of the bandits. They came over and asked Lin Chi, "Hey, chef, what is this dish?" "Chili roasted chicken." Lin Chi handed out plates of the roasted chicken. It was piping hot and the aroma assailed their nostrils. Immediately, the bandits began to drool. "Give it to me." "Hey, that was mine. I was the one who got it first." The bandits had not realized that there was something fishy going on, so they all scrambled to eat the roasted chicken. However, when they took a bite, their eyes instantly widened. So spicy! It's so spicy but so satisfying. Almost all the bandits were sweating profusely from the spicy food, but they still could not stop. They were wolfing down the roasted chicken. Seeing that, a smile appeared on Lin Chi's face. It seemed that his plan had succeeded. After eating the roasted chicken, the energy in each of the bandits' bodies increased. After a while, they felt tired, and with the help of the alcohol, they were all lying on the ground too drunk to speak. When Luther came out and saw that the bandits were all exhausted, he immediately knew that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Lin Chi, who was beside the cooking pot. "Hey, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Lin Chi turned to him and took out the flaming swirl roasted chicken. He placed it in front of him and said, "Do you want to try it?" "No." Luther slapped away the roasted chicken because he knew that there was something wrong with it. However, Lin Chi did not mind because all the bandits were exhausted and would not pose a threat to him. Lin Chi calmly turned around. He had secretly taken the key from the chief bandit while he was distracted, and threw it to Yu Meng. "What? You let my wife escape?" Luther's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he was full of rage. Yu Meng opened the door of the cage for Louis, and Louis was finally freed. He said, "Oh, thank you, Yu Meng. Don't thank me, thank Lin Chi." Then, Yu Meng slowly walked forward and stood beside Lin Chi to fight alongside him. "Humph, it seems that you think you can escape after defeating all my men." After saying that, he took out his great sword. The great sword glinted under the bright moonlight. Yu Meng narrowed her eyes. In all honesty, she had only recovered half of her magic energy by then. On the other hand, Louis was only a swordsman, and he did not even have a sword. He would be of no help to them. Needless to say, Lin Chi was neither a swordsman nor a mage. He also had no fighting abilities. In other words, in his current state, he was at a clear disadvantage against a grand sword master. At that moment, Luther knew that Louis and Lin Chi had no fighting strength, while Yu Meng was only a beginner-level mage, so he was not afraid. "Lin Chi, do you still have the magic sweet potato?" Yu Meng asked Lin Chi. Lin Chi was confident as he smiled and said, I don't have the magic sweet potato, but I can give you candy. Don't you know what situation you're in? You are still in the mood to joke around. Yu Meng scolded Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi's expression was calm, and there was a hint of a smile on his lips. I'm not joking around. In short, if you eat this candy, we'll all be saved. As Lin Chi's calm voice resounded, Yu Meng and Louis felt very curious. Lin Chi, are you joking? Louis said in disbelief. You are truly unreliable. Yu Meng was also disappointed, and her eyes were full of shame for being so reliant on Lin Chi. She started to think of ways she could defeat Luther. Trust me. Lin Chi shoved the candy toward Yu Meng's mouth. At that, Yu Meng wanted to push it away subconsciously, but she saw that the candy was emitting a purple luster, and it tempted her with its sweet fragrance. Without her realizing it, she had already stuffed the candy into her mouth. Suddenly, a distinct sweetness flowed down her throat. So sweet! Yu Meng blurted out. Then, she felt that the magic energy in her body was gradually increasing. She had not realized that she had eaten the enhancement candy. That was a candy that could greatly increase the magic energy of a beginner mage like Yu Meng. When eaten, the mana of a beginner-level mage could be greatly increased to the amount of mana possessed by an intermediate-level mage for a certain period of time. I can feel the mana in my body surging. Yu Meng said in disbelief. Luther, on the other hand, did not want to wait any longer. He picked up his greatsword and lunged toward them. Be careful! As she heard Lin Chi's voice, Yu Meng's eyes instantly lit up, and her magic staff flew back into her hand. Ice magic, ice seal. In actuality, Yu Meng had never used that spell before, but at that moment, she unconsciously cast it. Boom! A gust of wind blew from her magic staff and instantly engulfed the surrounding aura. What? The wind was mixed with ice and snow, making it difficult for Luther's greatsword to slash through. Ah! Yu Meng had never thought that she could have such powerful magic energy to fully use that spell. Luther was only a grand sword master. He was not strong enough to deal with an intermediate-level spell. Soon, he could not withstand it. His whole body was blown away, and then his hands and feet were frozen by the ice and snow. Yu Meng had used up all her mana and her body went limp. Fortunately, she was supported by Lin Chi. Are you okay? At that moment, Lin Chi held her and he could not help but blush. That was the first time he had ever hugged a girl. On the other side, Luther's eyes were fierce. He gritted his teeth and broke the ice and snow walking toward them step by step. However, Lin Chi knew that he had no strength left. He was not afraid even if he stood face to face with Luther. What's your name? Chapter 19. After being defeated, Luther stared at Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi did not panic at all. After all, he knew his opponent did not have any strength to fight back. Lin Chi. Lin. Luther was stunned and took a few steps back. Lin Chi's guards also surrounded them and immobilized all the bandits. Young master. The chief guard rushed over nervously. He looked up and down to inspect Lin Chi and asked, Young master, are you hurt? Not at all. Lin Chi smiled bitterly. Young master? You are the young master of the Lin family? Luther asked again. Lin Chi felt that something was wrong from the tone of his voice. Was he related to the Lin family? The chief guard seemed to recognize Luther and immediately asked, You? Are you Luther? Luther nodded. Yes, I am. Do you still recognize me? It really is you. The chief guard instantly became excited and patted Luther's shoulder. Luther. You really are Luther. Young master, he was a former subordinate of the Lin family. If he was an acquaintance, then it should be easy to talk to him. Lin Chi followed up and asked, Since you were a subordinate of the Lin family, why have you become a mountain bandit? Sigh, it's a long story. Luther sighed bitterly and sat on the ground to explain. We didn't want to be mountain bandits either. Originally, we were all subordinates of the Lin family, but because the previous young master failed the trial all those years ago, we were too ashamed to go home. Failed the trial? Does that mean I am destined to fail too? Lin Chi said jokingly. Luther raised his head and immediately teared up. He asked, "Young master, are you also taking part in the trial now?" "Yes, we were heading to Blackwind Castle to complete the trial, but you captured all those trial participants up in the mountain, so I came to save them." Hearing that, Luther lowered his head and took a deep breath. "I'm really sorry, young master. As a former subordinate of the Lin family, I feel regretful for treating you that way." Seeing that he had realized his mistake, Lin Chi forgave him. Nevertheless, he was still a little wary of him. "Forget it. We have nothing to lose anyway." However, a former subordinate of the Lin family became a bandit in the mountains. "You have really ruined the image of the Lin family." "I know." Luther gritted his teeth and placed his great sword on his neck. He narrowed his eyes and said desperately, "I'm sorry, young master. I've embarrassed the Lin family. It is time to pay the consequences of my actions." "No, no." Lin Chi hurried over and stopped him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry at that ridiculous situation. "You don't have to go that far. I just want you to report back to the Lin family. But we have already brought disgrace. It's all right. I'm not someone who holds grudges. Furthermore, you are so strong. If you die, it will be a loss to the Lin family. How about this, join me in the trial?" "Young master." Luther's eyes were filled with tears. He looked at Lin Chi as if he was a golden star. He hugged him tightly in gratitude and burst into tears. The young heirs who were rescued, as well as Yu Meng and Louis, witnessed that scene, and their impression of Lin Chi changed. It was unbelievable that a true Grand Sword Master would instantly submit to Lin Chi. "Enough, enough. It's too embarrassing for a man like you to cry. Tell your men to stop being bandits and put on their armor to become the guards of the Lin family." "Yes, young master." Luther ordered his men to return all the items they had stolen. After organizing them for a while, they put on the armor of the Lin family and joined the rest of Lin Chi's guards. Luther also became Lin Chi's personal guard. He was responsible for protecting Lin Chi with his life and helping him complete the trial. The group set off from the mountain stronghold. Their destination was the Blackwind Castle. Based on a rough calculation, they would need another 3 days to reach there. After the battle at the mountain stronghold, almost all the young heirs had developed an admiration for Lin Chi. The one who had changed their opinion of him the most was Yu Meng. Although she was the one who defeated Luther, she knew very well that it was due to the candy that Lin Chi had given her. Without it, she would have stood no chance against Luther. Why did he have so many strange artifacts on him? Could it be a special technique of the Lin family? That could not be the case. That was because before they set off from Hope Valley, the participants were not allowed to bring any spare items, unless they were created by him on the way. With that on her mind, Yu Meng could not hold back her curiosity. She slowly walked over to ask Lin Chi. "Lin Chi, what's the matter?" That was the first time Yu Meng took the initiative to talk to him, which surprised Lin Chi. "What kind of candy did you give me last time?" Sure enough, it was related to the system. Lin Chi had expected her to ask that, but he could not tell her about the system, so he could only pretend to be mysterious. "That is a secret." Yu Meng pursed her lips and said coldly, "What secret?" "Haha, take your time to guess." "In any case, that was the only one I had." Their conversation was overheard by Louis. "Humph! Only one he had? Who would believe that? This guy should still have a lot more on him." After seeing the enhancement property of the candy, Louis wanted to try and see if he could become a real Grand Sword Master after consuming it. That kind of enhancement artifact was not common in the world of magic, and it was even rarer for it to directly increase mana or strength by one whole rank. At that moment, Louis wanted to get the candy from Lin Chi. However, he did not know that Lin Chi was not lying to Yu Meng. He really did not have that candy on him, because it was a gift from the system after successfully upgrading it. He could not make it himself, so there was really only one of it. On the way, they encountered many obstacles, but they were all one-star demonic beasts. With Luther's help, those demonic beasts were nothing to be afraid of. After walking for a day, it was finally night. They had all set up tents, lit the fire, and ate dry food to replenish their energy while resting. Lin Chi prepared steaks and sweet potatoes for the guards. Afterward, he left to try making a new recipe. After entering the system, he had completed the stir-fried bullfrog recipe. It was said that the dish could make a person's mana increase to the maximum amount in a second, but it would quickly weaken later on. However, he was not a mage, so it did not matter if he ate it. Just as he wanted to enjoy it, the guards exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chi walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The chief guard scratched his head, and asked, "Well, young master, didn't you prepare steak and sweet potatoes for us? Why? Is it gone?" "Gone?" Lin Chi was confused. He had just taken a lot of steak and sweet potatoes from the system. Why was it suddenly gone? Chapter 20. That's not possible. Lin Chi was thinking of what could have possibly happened. Could it be that the food had grown legs and run away? Moreover, there was an entire group of people here, but not one person saw what had happened, which made everything even more suspicious. "Look!" As a voice alerted them, everyone ran over and saw a piece of leftover sweet potato on the ground. Lin Chi squatted down and picked it up to take a look. It was indeed his magic sweet potato, but who had eaten it? Following the direction where the sweet potato was found, they found a series of strange footprints. "There are footprints?" Yu Meng and Louis followed them and guessed that the footprints were left by a demonic beast. Even so, what kind of demonic beast was it? It seemed to be a large bird-type demonic beast or perhaps a dog-type demon beast. What was going on? Back at the camp, everyone wore serious expressions. Lin Chi felt that there was something following him, but it did not dare to come out and remained hidden in the dark. Luther advised everyone to be vigilant. The footprints were definitely not coincidental. That night, no one dared to wander around. They only dared to move around in the safe area. The next morning, no one noticed anything unusual. They were just worried for nothing. Then, they finished packing and set off in the direction of the Black Wind Castle. According to their calculations, they would arrive at the Black Wind Castle in another hour. It was no paradise, but there was only one rule there that no one could break, that stated that no one was allowed to hurt anyone in the city, regardless of gender and age. It sounded like a good place, but the truth was that the rule was only effective for the people in the city. The rule was not enforced outside the city borders, and no one cared whether someone was beaten or killed on the other side of the walls. Therefore, as long as they were outside of the Black Wind Castle, they could fight and kill as they pleased. They did not need to fear any repercussions. As they were approaching the Black Wind Castle, they suddenly came across a few mages. It seemed that their outfits had a unique design. Although they saw all the guards, they did not care and acted as they pleased. "Hey, look, there's a beautiful girl here. A magic staff? Looks like she's a mage like us. She's just a beginner-level mage." These mages were like little hooligans, walking toward Yu Meng without a care in the world. "Little girl, do you want to learn magic? Do you want me to teach you?" Yu Meng turned her head away and said coldly, "Go away. Oh look, she has a temper." Just as the mages were getting closer and closer, the guards of the Yu family suddenly stopped them and said, "Our mistress is participating in the trial. Please do not disturb us." Wind magic, drifting hurricane. As the leader of the mages chanted, a hurricane suddenly appeared under the feet of the guard in front of him and blew him into the sky. Yu Meng felt the hostility from the mages. She immediately took out her magic staff and was about to fight them. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. A situation that no one expected had occurred. They thought that it would be Linky, but the person before them was Louis. "Gentlemen, you just came out from the Black Wind Castle, right?" Louis smiled and asked. "What does it have to do with you? Get lost, or I'll blow you away too." Louis did not panic at all. It was as if he was an entirely different person. He raised his head confidently and said, "If you live in the Black Wind Castle, you should know Charles Leonard, right?" The mages were stunned. They looked at each other and sized up Louis. "He's the guard of the Lord of the Black Wind Castle, who doesn't know him? It's good that you know him. Then, do you know who I am?" Louis revealed his identity. "I am the young master of the Leonard family of New Moon City. Charles Leonard is my uncle. If you dare to provoke me, I will make sure he hears of it." Everyone finally understood. No wonder Louis was so brave. It turned out that there was someone protecting him in the Black Wind Castle. At first, those mages did not believe it. However, when they saw such a huge formation created by the guards of the Leonard family and the Yu family, they hesitated. "Forget it, don't provoke them just for a little bit of fun. If what he said is true, I heard that the city lord's guards are a bunch of hot-tempered guys, it's better not to mess with them." The mages did not dare to act rashly, so they could only lower their heads and apologize obediently. We apologize. Get lost." Louis let out a long sigh and released all the anger that he had suppressed in his heart. The mages lowered their heads and left in disappointment. Louis turned his head to look at Yu Meng and smiled. "Yu Meng, did you hear that? Coming to Blackwind Castle means coming to my territory. As long as you mention my name, no one will dare to bother you." All of a sudden, many people surrounded Louis. However, everyone was still aware that Louis himself was nothing to boast about. He was only acting smug because he could count on his uncle, the city lord's guard. Just like that, they entered the city within the castle. Blackwind Castle was peaceful, and the lively streets were filled with noise. Linky also noticed that there were participants from other cities, and they had all arrived at the Blackwind Castle. It seemed that the other participants of the trial were all very strong. "Let's find a hotel to rest in for a while," Luther said. There were more people on the guard's side, so they simply found some group suites to stay in while Linky and the other participants went to the central hotel in the central city. They walked into the hotel and found that the hall was full of people. Looking over, they were all participants from other cities. As his uncle was the guard of the city lord, Louis did not pay much attention to those participants and swaggered in to get a room. Yu Meng did not think too much either and followed him to get a room. As for Linky, he was about to walk over when he was suddenly stopped by someone with a magic staff. "Wait!" Linky's expression was indifferent. He turned his head and saw a young man wearing a robe. His face was covered in a big smile. You are the young master of the Lin family from New Moon City, right?" "That's right, what do you want? Are you giving this magic staff to me?" Linky remained calm and laughed. "I didn't expect that you would be here." The young man's words caused the other participants in the hall to burst into laughter. "In fact, I didn't expect that the crippled young master of the Lin family could even reach the Blackwind Castle in the first place. That's amazing." A few people beside him laughed and said, "He might have followed the other trial participants to get here." Linky's reputation had already spread throughout the entire Mill continent. Almost everyone knew that the famous Lin family had produced a useless young master. Moreover, they even asked him to participate in the trial. There was no way that a guy like him would survive the trial. Chapter 21. Ha ha ha. As the mocking laughter echoed in the halls, Linky's expression did not change at all. To him, he did not care. He had no control over others, so they could laugh if they wanted to. "Are you done laughing? If you are, then get lost. I'm still waiting to get a room." Linky's calm and casual words caused the laughter of the group to gradually quieten down. The young man who provoked him was called Chen Lin, a fire mage from Storm City. With his talent and the guidance of a renowned teacher, he was an intermediate-level mage. He was way ahead of his peers. With such a gap, he looked down on everyone, especially those who had no foundation in magic. Along the way, he had defeated many opponents and constantly mocked people Linky. However, that was the first time he was refuted. What did you say? Linky was well aware of the rules in the Black Wind Castle. Chen Lin could not do anything to him, so he continued, I said, your magic staff is blocking my way. You. Chen Lin's temper flared up. He raised his magic staff and was about to teach Linky a lesson when he suddenly stopped. Luther, who was standing next to Linky, gave off a strong aura. That aura was only possessed by Grand Sword Masters. However, intermediate-level mages were not afraid of Grand Sword Masters at all. What made Chen Lin stop before attacking was actually the rules of Black Wind Castle. If there was a fight within the Black Wind Castle, those involved would be expelled from the city. He managed to restrain himself and said to Linky, kid, don't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, I don't dare to do anything to you in the Black Wind Castle, but you will have to leave sooner or later. Let's see what happens when the time comes then. Linky said indifferently and then walked past him. He said to the clerk, give me a single room. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They all knew of Chen Lin's strength, especially as he was a fire mage. Whether it was his magic or his lethality, he was extremely powerful. Therefore, the participants did not dare to offend him, some even took the initiative to suck up to him and let him lead them through the trial safely. However, Linky's arrogance toward Chen Lin was something they never imagined. They all knew that Linky was the weakest among the participants, while Chen Lin was the strongest. There was clearly a huge gap between their levels, but if that is so, why would Linky speak to him like that? The situation was puzzling, and only Linky himself understood it. Chen Lin stood rooted to the ground, staring at Linky. At that moment, he was extremely furious. He just wanted to ridicule that loser, but he had not expected that piece of trash would turn around and ignore him. If it was not for the rules of the Black Wind Castle, he would have long burned his clothes and made a fool out of him in public. Linky walked away slowly, not even bothering to look at Chen Lin. Linky, looks like you're in trouble. The next moment, Yu Meng said that to him. What trouble? Do you know who that guy was? I don't, but what I do know is that he's an uneducated pest. Yu Meng sighed helplessly, lamenting Linky's ignorance. Sigh, he's the young master of the Chen family of Storm City. He's the future supreme mage that millions of people have high hopes for. Oh? That sounds awesome. Linky said casually as if he did not take it seriously at all. Louis also walked over and said, the Chen family of Storm City has some grudges against the Lin family. That's why Chen Lin took the initiative to make things difficult for you. He doesn't dare to touch you in the Black Wind Castle, but will have to leave sooner or later. When that time comes, he'll definitely bother you once more. Let me make it clear. Although you saved us last time, we really can't handle someone like him, so don't provoke him. Although Linky had no talent in magic, he had the system, so he was not very concerned about that matter. After all, Chen Lin was only an intermediate-level mage. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Linky's words made Yu Meng and Louis suspicious again. After the previous incidents, they understood that Linky was not bluffing. If he said that it was not a big problem, then he was confident in his words. Nevertheless, he was not even a mage, how could he deal with it? Even if he had Luther, the Grand Sword Master, to help him, he could not be a match for an intermediate-level mage. Could it be? Louis narrowed his eyes and quickly thought that it was very likely that Linky still had a lot of enhancement candies in his collection. Yu Meng thought the same. She regarded Linky as her opponent, but he had saved her time and time again. She was feeling extremely conflicted. Yu Meng had actually hoped that something would happen to Linky so she could repay the favor she owed him last time. After that, they went back to their rooms to rest. The first thing that Linky did when he returned to his room was to open the system and look at the experience points that he had accumulated over the past few days. The method to upgrade the gourmet system was actually very simple. It was to continuously use the ingredients to cook dishes, and after it was done, he would gain experience points. Based on the cooking he did for the past few days, the gourmet system was about to level up to level 3. After level 3, the food that would be unlocked would have the capabilities to aid him in battle. That was the greatest improvement for him, who was unarmed. Lin Chi laid on the bed and fell asleep while checking the system. When he opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. After he got up and washed, he took out the magic sweet potato from the system and ate it as he headed downstairs. When he came to the hall, he saw that Yu Meng, Louis, and Luther had already gathered there a long time ago. That was because today was the day that all the trial participants would be arriving at the Black Wind Castle. Among them, the first ones to arrive were naturally the participants from Storm City. They relied on Chen Lin, a destructive mage, to breeze through the trial. On the other hand, New Moon City, which was represented by Lin Chi, arrived on the second to last day. They arrived 3 days later and it could be seen that the difference in strength was huge. Meanwhile, the rest of the participants from other areas also gathered at the central hotel. They looked at each other as if they were enemies. Lin Chi was puzzled and asked with a bitter smile, "Why do they look at us as if we're enemies? Shouldn't they just focus on the trial?" "Hehe, you don't understand. No one wants others to be better than them, and it's the same for the trial. Everyone wants to lower the score of the other party so that they can appear to be better than others. Moreover, these candidates are all arrogant nobles who value rankings more than anyone else." Listening to the analysis of Louis and Yu Meng, Lin Chi felt that it was very strange. Everyone had come to participate in the trial, so why should they make things difficult for each other? Wasn't this the same as being cheap? Just as he shook his head, a huge figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Whoa! So big! Chapter 22. The giant person in front of them was wearing steel armor. His body was large and he was at least 2 meters tall. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Chi was surprised. His eyes widened and said, "Isn't this guy too huge?" At that moment, Yu Meng began to explain, "He is the young master of the 7-day city's Ming family, Ming Shen. Don't look at him like that. He is a grand sword master." Lin Chi observed carefully and found that there was a huge iron sword hanging on the back of that giant. Moreover, it was the kind with chains. He felt that it surely was not light. As a famous family of 7-day city, the Ming family naturally had a certain level of strength. It made sense that the giant was the participant representing the 7-day city. 7-day city was a fallen city with very few noble families. As a result, there were only 2 participants sent to the trial. They were the young master of the Ming family and the young master of the Xiao family. The appearance of those 2 people made everyone's gazes turn somewhat hostile. After all, everyone knew the strength of those 2, especially the young master of the Ming family, who was the giant that weighed a few hundred pounds. Don't look at him. If they were to really start a fight, there aren't many people here who could block his slashes. Is this guy really that powerful? At that moment, Luther was getting a little excited. He was thinking about the existence of another grand sword master. If they really fought, what would be the result? With that in mind, his great sword craved something to fight. However, due to the rules of Black Wind Castle, he did not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, he could only remind himself to fight him once they got out of the city. As for Louis, he laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. Although this fatty is at the level of a grand sword master, his strength far surpasses that of anyone in his rank. Last time, I heard that there was a grand sword master who wanted to challenge him. In the end, in just one move, this fatty crippled that person." Hearing that, everyone could not help but feel a sense of fear towards the large guy. His heavy footsteps produced a thumping sound as he walked towards the direction of the front desk. At that moment, no one dared to stop him. That kind of pressure really made people shiver. 2 single rooms. As his voice resounded, the clerk's expression became especially fearful. He hurriedly handed the keys over to him. On the contrary, Yu Meng was very relieved. That was because the Ming and Xiao families had very strict rules, as long as others did not provoke them, they would not provoke others. Those two belonged to the neutral faction. After the two of them walked up to their room, Luther asked curiously, "Why are the participants of the trial so strange? Is it very strange?" "You say it's strange, but it's more so that the participants are carefully selected elites." Louis agreed and giggled, "Exactly. We were selected by the city as elites as well. Of course, there are some exceptions." That sentence was obviously directed at Lin Qi. However, at that moment, Lin Qi did not say anything. His gaze was fixed on a girl standing at a window in the distance. That girl was filled with a mysterious aura. She was wearing a veil just like Yu Meng. However, from her figure and eyes, she seemed to be a beauty. "Hey! Lin Qi, what are you looking at?" Louis came over and asked. He looked toward the direction Lin Qi was staring and smiled. "Oh! You're looking at that beauty? Do you know who that is?" Lin Qi was interested and shook his head at Louis. "No, who is she?" "Hehe, she is also a participant like us. She is from the exquisite city." "Right." Lin Qi nodded. "She is a noble from the old city in the Midlands of the Mill continent. It is said that the old nobles there had once ruled this continent for a period of time. But because they ruled with tyranny, countless people were oppressed. Later on, her family was overthrown by others and their reign came to an end. Now, it's just an old noble family, and their descendants continue to carry the title of sinner from their ancestors. Her name was Dong Ling, and she was a beginner-level mage like Yu Meng. However, the old nobles of Exquisite City were confiscated of their magic tome. Even though their descendants had retrieved some pages, later on, they were still missing a part. It is said that the old nobles had hidden them to prevent them from being confiscated long ago. Those pages contained many powerful forbidden spells, so very few people would seek them out, but at the same time, Dong Ling also had to be wary of people who would approach her with the wrong intentions. Seeing that the entire central hotel was almost full of participants, Lin Qi felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. He even had to wait forever for breakfast because of the crowd. Then, he had an idea. He knew that the system would need to be upgraded in the future, so naturally, he would need gold coins to upgrade it. Now that he did not have many gold coins left, and his experience points were almost full, he should start earning money to prepare for the next upgrade. Since the service was so slow here, he could help the participants who were waiting endlessly by providing them with food. Lin Qi took out all kinds of food from the system. In order to avoid suspicion, he deliberately went to the room on the second floor and prepared the food. Then, he shouted to the people in the hall on the first floor, "Everyone, breakfast is also available up here. Those who want to eat can come." Right after Lin Qi said that, the people on the first floor who were almost starving all rushed up to the second floor. Lin Qi was ready to sell the grilled steak and magic sweet potatoes on the table that he had prepared. Although it was obvious that he was stealing someone else's business, the hotel did not dare to do anything to him. After all, they were all big shots. If the hotel management had offended any one of them, they would be in trouble. When everyone went up to the second floor, they were all stunned to see Lin Qi standing in front of them with so many delicacies in front of him. Isn't that the young master of the Lin family from New Moon City? What? Is his family bankrupt or something? Why is he suddenly selling breakfast? No. Could it be a trap? No one dared to go over to buy it. Lin Qi was also very embarrassed. He stood there helplessly while being stared at by the group of people who had gathered. At that moment, the giant person walked out from the crowd. He looked calm and did not seem hostile. He walked toward Lin Qi step by step. The huge pressure made Lin Qi sweat nervously. He could only smile crookedly. "What do you want?" The giant thought for a moment before he pointed at the magic sweet potato and said, "Give me 50 sweet potatoes." That number shocked everyone including Linky. Did he buy 50 sweet potatoes just like that? He had always heard that the young master of the Ming family was a very heavy eater. He had not expected that he would witness it right before his eyes. Chapter 23. Linky immediately prepared 50 sweet potatoes, and then the large man gave Linky a gold coin without saying a word. Great! After Linky received the money, his face lit up with joy. He had not expected that the first sale he made was worth a gold coin. Ming Shen carried the box of sweet potatoes and stuffed one into his mouth. He was very familiar with regular sweet potatoes. However, when that sweet potato melted in his mouth, it was sweet and fragrant. His eyes immediately widened, and he could not wait to put the second one into his mouth. He, who had been silent all that time, finally spat out a single word, delicious. Seeing that the giant was fine after eating, everyone walked over to Linky to buy breakfast. At once, the second floor was full of people. Everyone could enjoy a delicious breakfast, but at the same time, everyone recognized Linky. As the young master of the Lin family in New Moon City, he actually set up a stall here to sell breakfast. How embarrassing was that? Both Yu Meng and Louis from the prominent families of New Moon City were also embarrassed by this. Hey, Linky, are you obsessed with money? Why do you have to set up a stall everywhere? You would never understand. Linky refuted Louis with one sentence. However, Louis said indifferently, you're embarrassing the people of New Moon City, don't you know that? I'm just embarrassing the Lin family. This has nothing to do with the Leonard family, right? You. Louis found it hard to refute. After all, that matter had nothing to do with him. He turned around angrily and said to Yu Meng, see? This kid clearly has a problem. Yu Meng was actually displeased by Linky's behavior. After all, they were both nobles, so why had he just acted as he pleased? Linky did not care about the eyes of the world. He could do whatever he wanted. Of course, there was only one thing on Linky's mind: system upgrades. He thought that as long as he upgraded the system, he would be able to survive on that continent filled with wonder. For the sake of his goal, what did it matter if he was ridiculed a few times? Hey, you! Just when Linky was selling his delicacies like hotcakes, a sneering voice suddenly came from the side. Isn't this the young master of the Lin family? Why is he selling breakfast here? Looking at the direction of the voice, he saw Chen Lin from Storm City, who was also the most popular participant in the trial. As a rare fire mage, he naturally put himself on a pedestal. He raised his head and a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin, you must be having a hard time like this, right? Chen Lin held back his anger yesterday after being ignored by Linky, so he wanted to vent it out. However, he could not vent it out physically in that city. Therefore, he wanted to use that opportunity to mock Linky. Is your family bankrupt? Or are you too useless? Even your family can't bear to waste money on you. Isn't the Lin family the #1 family in New Moon City? Isn't it shameful to set up a stall here to sell things? Hearing his sarcasm, Linky did not even bat an eyelash. He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said with an indifferent expression, are you going to buy it or not? If you're not going to buy it, don't hinder my business, okay? After hearing Linky's deadpanned words, Chen Lin wanted to bother him even more. He put on a serious face and said casually, well, seeing that you're so pitiful, I'll come and buy from you. Give me a sweet potato. Okay, 10 gold coins. As Linky's words were spoken, Chen Lin's expression suddenly froze. He looked up and could not help but ask, you? What did you say? Linky took a deep breath and continued, a sweet potato costs 10 gold coins. You're robbing me, aren't you? A single sweet potato costs 10 gold coins? You just sold 50 sweet potatoes to that fatty for 1 gold coin. How come you're selling a sweet potato for 10 gold coins to me? The price has gone up. Lies. You raised the price just to push my buttons, right? Lin Chi did not say anything, but his eyes already told Chen Lin that he was right. Chen Lin snorted coldly, "Humph, do you think you're the only one who has breakfast to sell?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice shouted from the kitchen on the first floor below. "Breakfast has been sold out. You can no longer order." As he heard that, Chen Lin was immediately petrified. His eyes showed that he was embarrassed, and a wave of humiliation prevented him from saying anything. Lin Chi could not help but laugh, and then he asked, "Now what? Do you still want to buy it? It's so expensive. Only a fool would buy it." "Oh? Don't tell me the Chen family of Storm City can't even pay up 10 gold coins? Are you going to starve just to keep 10 gold coins? I suppose you won't, since you're a participant who's 100 times better than me." Meeting the gazes of so many people, Chen Lin gritted his teeth. However, before he could speak, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. Instantly, the surrounding became quiet. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Lin. The air was suffocating due to the heavy awkwardness. Chen Lin's face flushed red as he stared fiercely at Lin Chi. However, he still obediently took out 10 gold coins. From the looks of it, he was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Give me a sweet potato." Chen Lin suppressed his anger and handed 10 gold coins to Lin Chi. Lin Chi took the 10 gold coins and was overjoyed. He immediately shouted, "All right. Here is a sweet potato for you." The moment Chen Lin took the sweet potato, he had a monstrous hatred for Lin Chi. He swore that once Lin Chi dared to walk out of the Black Wind Castle, he would definitely teach him a lesson. At that moment, the mysterious girl that Lin Chi was staring at the day before slowly walked over. "How much is the sweet potato?" Lin Chi was stunned for a moment and subconsciously replied, 10. 10 silver coins. "Oh! Give me one." The girl handed Lin Chi 10 silver coins, and Lin Chi naturally picked up a large sweet potato for her. "What?" Suddenly, Chen Lin could not hold back his anger anymore. He immediately rushed over, pointed at Lin Chi, and shouted, "You be ****, how can you sell it to her for 10 silver coins and charge me for 10 gold coins? It's very simple." "Hi! Because the price has been lowered. You!" Chen Lin was so enraged that he almost exploded. He clenched his fist tightly, and his other hand was pointed at Lin Chi's face. His eyes were fierce. "Lin Chi, when you leave the Black Wind Castle, I'll make you kneel down and apologize to me." Oh! Lin Chi did not care at all. To him, Chen Lin was just a little kid in his eyes. He was the so-called king of the small mountain due to him being a fire mage. However, Lin Chi's goal was not that mountain, it was the entire continent. After a morning of hard work, Lin Chi had earned some money. However, it was still far from enough to upgrade the system. He had to think of other ways to get some money. "Young Master Lin." At that moment, Luther came from behind and said to Lin Chi, "Master, do you want money?" Chapter 24. What kind of question is that? Who doesn't want money? Well, young master, there are some people who don't like money but prefer magic artifacts instead. What? There are. Luther explained, of course, in the Mill continent, artifacts are the best way to constantly improve your strength. There are 2 associations in Blackwind Castle. The first is the Magic Association for Mages, and the second is the Swordsman Association for Swordsmen. Those associations are run by rich entrepreneurs who collect magic essence from mages and swordsmen in exchange for money. The so-called magic essence was an artifact that mages and swordsmen obtained by killing rare demonic beasts. The demonic beasts would drop different types of magic essence according to their level. Rare demonic beasts were part of a different set of levels. They could not be measured by 1 or 2 stars, so they were ranked using specific names. From low to high, the ranks were Rare, Chief, Domain Master, Legend, and Myth. Each rank drops valuable artifacts. Even the weakest rare demonic beast would require a few mages and swordsmen to fight it. As for the Domain Master level and above, archmages and above are required to defeat it. In regards to the legend level, no one in the entirety of the Mill continent would dare to fight such creatures. The leader of the fiery dragons in the Flying Dragon Valley was a legendary demonic beast that remains undefeated. No one dared to go against it. Lastly, the demonic beasts that were categorized in the myth level had never been seen before. However, it was rumored that there was a mythical demonic beast in the 9 elven springs called the heaven-swallowing giant python. However, it was rarely sighted, so there were very few rumors about it. On the Mill continent, the ultimate goal of the mages was to go to the Flying Dragon Valley to fight against the legendary dragon leader. It must be known that legendary artifacts can only be obtained by defeating legend-level demonic beasts that were almost impossible. Therefore, every mage yearns to be the first to obtain that legendary artifact. Of course, that was simply a dream for the current Linky. With his current strength, he could not even defeat a star-grade demonic beast, let alone those rare demonic beasts. Now, he had to think of a way to get some more money. With that in mind, Linky asked Luther, "Do you have any magic essence?" Luther spread out his hands and simply said, "When I occupied that mountain stronghold, I only came across low-star demonic beasts. I never dealt with demonic beasts above the rare level." Linky rolled his eyes and looked particularly helpless. "Then you're talking nonsense. How can I exchange magic essence for money?" Luther nodded solemnly. "I was sure you had some, young master." Well. After saying that, Linky looked at the group of mages and swordsmen. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "If it were those people, they would at least have 1 or 2 magic essences. However, he could not just steal them. He only had a gourmet system. No one would exchange something so precious for food, right? Unless, if they were in a dire situation, he could take advantage of that and they would have no choice but to exchange magic essence for his special dishes." Linky. At that moment, Yu Meng walked over and asked Linky, "Do you still have sweet potatoes?" "Yes." Linky subconsciously handed the sweet potatoes to Yu Meng. He did not ask her for money, but Yu Meng immediately handed him 10 silver coins. "We are companions. Do I really need to charge you?" Linky smiled and pushed the 10 silver coins back. However, Yu Meng did not want to accept Linky's kindness, so she insisted that Linky accepted the money. Seeing Yu Meng's stubborn expression, Linky reluctantly took her silver coins. He then asked, "Yu Meng, has the Yu family ever formed a team to fight against some rare demonic beasts?" "Why are you asking this?" Yu Meng asked curiously as she ate the sweet potato. "When has Linky ever been interested in those kinds of things?" "No reason." Yu Meng sighed. "The Yu family has always been an aristocratic family of mages. Since my grandfather's generation, we have been going to various places to fight demonic beasts. There were also rare demonic beasts found, but we stop at the chief-level demonic beasts. As for those above that, the Yu family has never challenged them." "What about the rare level?" "The rare level ones are easier to find. Last year, I followed my 2 elder brothers to fight against a demonic beast of that rank." Hearing that, Linky suddenly became excited and asked, "Well, after the fight, were there any rare level artifacts? Such as magic essence or something like that?" "Of course there was. The Yu family has many rare magic essences. With the essence, we can create some magic tools." Then, Yu Meng took out a pouch from her pocket and said, "This is the magic pouch that I created with magic essence. Although it doesn't have any fancy effects, it's very convenient." "How is it convenient?" "This pouch is a dimensional pouch. It can hold many spare items. It's just good for keeping things. It doesn't help in actual combat." Linky wanted to inspect the dimensional pouch, but Yu Meng suddenly retracted it and said, "This is my personal bag." Luther whispered to Linky, "If the dimensional pouch is sold at the Magic Association, it should be worth about 200 gold coins." "What? That is so expensive." Linky's eyes widened in surprise. He had sold the sweet potatoes for only dozens of gold coins that morning. He had not expected that the small pouch was worth 200 gold coins. If he could get that pouch, he would not have to worry about upgrading the system in the future. With that in mind, Lin Chi wanted to persuade Yu Meng. Of course, he would not steal it. Instead, he wanted to use his delicious food to make Yu Meng give up the pouch. However, the magic sweet potatoes were no longer unattainable to Yu Meng. Moreover, she had just bought them for 10 silver coins. She would not exchange the dimensional pouch for them. Then, Lin Chi immediately went back to his room and opened the system to see if he could find some dishes that would attract Yu Meng. While looking through his options, he accidentally found a dish that could be cooked in level 2. It could even increase the level of one's magic. However, there was a limit. A person could only eat it once, and it would lose its effect after that. Nevertheless, that dish could actually increase one's magic level by 1 rank. If he were to use it to exchange with Yu Meng, she would definitely consider it. However, the ingredients at the bottom of the recipe made Lin Chi stop in his tracks. This thing requires night-light grass. That kind of grass could only be seen at night in the New Moon Forest, and it was often surrounded by many demonic beasts. It was not an easy thing to get. However, wealth and honor came from danger. As long as he could obtain the night-light grass, Yu Meng's dimensional pouch would be as good as his. Chapter 25. In order to search for night-light grass outside the city, Lin Chi brought Luther along. After all, with a Grand Sword Master by his side, he was not worried about being attacked by demonic beasts. The two of them left the city in the middle of the night. The area around the Black Wind Castle was surrounded by forests, and Lin Chi came from the New Moon Forest along with the others. That forest was the lowest level forest among all 4 directions, and the other areas were all relatively more dangerous. Luther had the strength of a Grand Sword Master, so naturally, he was not afraid of any demonic beasts in that forest. However, there were still exceptions. When they arrived outside the city, Lin Chi led Luther into the forest. He did not know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the forest was exceptionally quiet, not even the hoot of an owl could be heard. Young master, the night-light grass that you are searching for is in the area ahead. With Luther's familiarity with the mountain, the two of them soon arrived at the area with the night-light grass. They saw a patch of grass that was emitting a weak light. Those were the ingredients that Lin Chi needed. Lin Chi did not care about anything else and went forward to pluck some. He had not wanted to stay in that place for a second longer than needed. These should be enough. Lin Chi put all the night-light grass into his backpack and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Chi heard a shout. It seemed as though someone was calling for help in the distance. The voice was very faint, which proved that the victim was very far away from his location. "What's wrong?" Luther turned around and asked when he saw that Lin Chi had stopped moving. Lin Chi froze and said to Luther, "Listen, do you hear someone shouting?" Luther was not paying attention to it and sighed. "Young master, this is the New Moon Forest. At night, many demonic beasts will come out to hunt. If that unlucky guy encounters some, then he is just considered unlucky." Luther did not care about those things. After all, it was common to find a few corpses in the New Moon Forest. However, Lin Chi did not agree with him. He turned around and said, "Since we heard it, we can't just leave them to die." Seeing that Lin Chi was walking in that direction, Luther could only sigh helplessly and follow him. However, at that moment, Luther found that the aura around Lin Chi had suddenly become strange. Wait! Lin Chi had not heard him since he was focused on heading toward the source of the voice. He completely ignored the fact that Luther had disappeared. "Luther, if you encounter a demonic beast later, you don't have to hold back." When Lin Chi turned, he suddenly found that Luther was nowhere to be seen. That scared him. Luther! In that forest, any demonic beast could come out and attack him. Without Luther's protection, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. No! It can't be that bad, right? Lin Chi was terrified. He shouted a few times, but Luther still did not return. He started to panic. He was calm under Luther's protection earlier, but now, he was so scared that his body was trembling. Help! Help! All of a sudden, he heard another cry for help. That time, the sound was even louder, as if someone was running toward him. Linky began to get nervous. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black figure running in his direction. He gritted his teeth and walked over. He then realized that a lone wolf was chasing after a girl. Linky wanted to save the girl, but he had no chance of beating it at the moment since Luther was not by his side. The first thought that entered his mind was to escape. He did not know who the lady was anyway, so it was reasonable for him not to save her. However, just as he turned around, he heard the fierce bark of the lone wolf, and the girl was clearly exhausted from being chased. If that went on, the girl would be eaten. Was he really going to walk away? While Linky juggled his conflicted feelings, the girl ran toward him. It seemed that he would not be able to escape that disaster, so he could only brace himself and move. Linky pulled out the longsword that Luther had given him for self-defense. To prevent fear from enveloping his brain, he subconsciously roared and decided to raise his morale. Ah! His voice was very loud, and the girl seemed to have noticed her savior as she ran over and hid behind him. Save me! Linky took a deep breath. He had never dealt with a demonic beast before, but that was not the first time he could not even hold his sword steadily. The wolf followed the girl. When it saw that Linky was holding a long sword, it did not rush over immediately. Instead, it stared at Linky, bracing itself to attack. At that moment, Linky felt a chill all over his body. Although that was only a 2-star lone wolf in front of him, to him, whether he could escape or not was the real problem. The lone wolf seemed to have noticed Linky's trembling hands and immediately pounced at Linky. Linky became nervous and frantically swung his longsword. Fortunately, it was a 2-star demonic beast. It stopped when it saw Linky waving his longsword. That gave Linky a chance to think. He knew that those low-star demonic beasts were afraid of fire. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Linky took out his lighter. Seeing that there was some dry wood under his feet, he simply threw the lighter onto the ground. The fire gradually grew and spread in all directions. The wolf saw the fire and immediately cried out, turning around and leaving. The two of them who watched the lone wolf leave were slightly relieved. Then, Linky turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl was wearing a mage's uniform. She should be a mage, but there was no reason for a mage to be chased by a 2-star lone wolf. The girl put on her cloak and said to Linky, "Thank you. It's okay. By the way, are you a mage?" The girl was stunned. She blinked and shook her head. "No, I'm not a mage. I'm a chef from the Central Hotel of the Black Wind Castle." "A chef from the Central Hotel? Then why are you here in the middle of the night?" It turned out that the girl was here to pick ingredients in the forest, just like Linky, except that the ingredients she wanted were wind mushrooms. Linky felt a little uneasy. The girl did not seem to be very bold. Why had she come here in the middle of the night to look for ingredients? Before he could think more about it, a voice suddenly came from behind, "Young master." It was Luther's voice, which made Linky turn his head and sigh. "Oh, where did you run off to?" Chapter 26. The three of them returned to the Black Wind Castle. They had not expected that the girl would return with them. On the way, they introduced themselves to each other. The girl was named Jin Lingling. She looked about the same age as Linky. She had a petite figure and a cute face. She looked like a girl in her teens. However, despite how young she appeared to be, she was the head chef of the Central Hotel. She was also the best cook in Black Wind Castle. "Thank you for saving me tonight. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to some delicious food when I get back." Delicious food. For a person like Linky who had a gourmet system, delicious food was only found in the system. "Huh? Do you doubt my culinary skills?" Linky shook his head, saying that he was looking forward to it out of politeness. Thus, Lin Chi and Luther went back to their rooms to rest for the night. Jin Lingling cooked delicious food for them the next day. Lin Chi was not interested in such things at all. He only wanted to cook a night lights below in the system. That was a special dish. Not only was it delicious, but it also had the ability to help a person advance by one level. However, that advancement could only be used once. The second time, it would lose its effect. If he offered that dish in exchange for the dimensional pouch from Yu Meng, perhaps she would agree. However, if he cooked it now, it would probably be cold by tomorrow. It was better to wait until tomorrow to give it to Yu Meng personally. After that tiring night, Lin Chi fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Lin Chi was woken up by a series of knocks on the door. Who is it? It's so early in the morning. Lin Chi scratched his head sleepily and slowly walked toward the door. Bang! Opening the door, a fragrant smell assailed his nostrils. Lin Chi, who was in a daze, was instantly energized. It smells so good. The words escaped his mouth, and Lin Chi immediately widened his eyes, realizing that it was Jin Lingling. She was holding a tray, and on top of it was a bowl of steaming pale yellow soup. That was the source of the aroma. Hee, I've come to bring you something delicious. Jin Lingling was a relatively cheerful and open person. She raised her head with confidence and walked into the room. After placing the bowl of soup on the table, she smiled and said, I only make one bowl of this soup every month. Many noble people in the Black Wind Castle would die for a chance to taste this soup. Hearing that, Lin Chi was very curious but smiled politely and asked, This? What is the effect of this soup? Can it increase mana? Or can it increase magical and physical strength? Jin Lingling rolled her eyes and sighed. Young Master Lin, I'm just a chef, not a magic alchemist. Moreover, even a magic alchemist might not be able to do what you spoke of. Lin Chi smiled to himself. A magic alchemist might not be able to do it, but he could. It seemed that the functions of the dishes from the gourmet system were still unheard of. This bowl of soup is called Taste of the Sea. The Black Wind Castle only receives one shipment of the rare barong every month, so we can only cook one bowl of this soup each time. Barong was a devil beast that lived in the sea. It was a 4-star demonic beast and was rarely ever seen. Therefore, there was only 1 or 2 of them spotted every month. After Jin Lingling studied cooking herself, she found that barong was even sweeter and more delicious when added to her secret seafood soup. It also had the effect of beautifying the face, and many noble princesses liked it very much. Wow, how much does this bowl of soup cost? Lin Chi asked curiously. If I tell you, I'm afraid I'd scare you. Jin Lingling smiled. Tell me. I've been scared a lot worse before. 1,000 gold coins for a bowl. Lin Chi was stunned, and the hand that was holding the bowl of soup instantly began to tremble. What? What did you say? 1,000 gold coins? For a single bowl? Jin Lingling nodded. Seeing that Lin Chi's hand was shaking, she warned, be careful. Lin Chi hurriedly put the bowl of soup back on the table and asked with widened eyes, Are you sure this is worth 1,000 gold coins? Jin Lingling blinked her eyes and frowned. Yes, it has always been this price, because the rarer something is, the more precious it is. That made Lin Chi even more excited. Then wouldn't I be rich? 1,000 gold coins. Upgrading would not be a problem with that kind of money. Quick, if you don't drink this soup now, it will lose its value. What? That sentence felt like a bucket of cold water just extinguished the fire in Lin Chi's heart. He forgot that the moment the food was made, it would have value. If it was cold, it would lose its flavor. Sigh, you might as well give me 1,000 gold coins directly. Lin Chi was exasperated. That made Jin Lingling feel a little suspicious. Aren't you the young master of the Lin family in New Moon City? Do you lack money? My family has all the riches of the world, but I'm participating in the trial right now, and I'm in need of some money. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." As he spoke, Lin Chi picked up the bowl of soup and took a small sip. Hi! The soup was indeed very delicious. Just as its name suggested, it tasted a little fishy when he drank it, but when he swallowed it, it was so fresh and sweet. It was as if he was in the middle of the ocean, and it was a very refreshing and comfortable feeling. "How is it?" Jin Lingling was very confident in her cooking skills, and she smiled when she saw Lin Chi enjoying it so much. Good soup." After Lin Chi finished the soup, he nodded to show his approval. However, it was still slightly inferior to the delicacies of his system. It was Lin Chi's final comment that surprised Jin Lingling. "That's it." "Huh? What else is there?" Jin Lingling took 2 steps back in horror and said, "Everyone who drank this soup for the first time had been so excited and praised it endlessly. How can you be so calm?" Lin Chi scratched his head and did not want to lie to the little girl. Actually, the soup tasted a little fishy in the beginning, so it's not exactly perfect. As the head chef of the Central Hotel, Jin Lingling had always been very self-assured with her culinary skills. Many famous mages and swordsmen were impressed by her food. However, the man in front of her was so indifferent toward her most outstanding dish, and that made her feel a little angry. "Impossible." Jin Lingling's expression suddenly changed, and her eyes showed that she was unhappy with Lin Chi. Lin Chi could only say helplessly, "Don't misunderstand. I'm also a person who cooks." In reality, Lin Chi was just a supplier of delicious food, not a chef. However, his system came with its own cooking feature, so naturally, he had no choice but to be called a chef. You're a chef too?" Jin Lingling was extremely confused. She put her hands on her waist and continued, "Aren't you the young master of the Lin family?" Chapter 27. "I am the young master of the Lin family, but that doesn't mean that I can't cook." As Lin Chi finished speaking, Jin Lingling stared at him in confusion. "How can you, the dignified young master of the Lin family, cook? You don't believe me?" Lin Chi tried to justify himself by saying, "The taste of the sea that you just made is only so precious because of the rare ingredients. If that special ingredient wasn't added, then this bowl of soup will be greatly discounted. A real chef needs to use the simplest ingredients to cook the most delicious dishes." In actuality, that was what the chef in Lin Chi's family had told him, and now he was using it as well. Then, Lin Chi took out a sweet potato from the system and handed it to Jin Lingling. "Have a taste of this." After seeing the sweet potato, Jin Lingling did not know whether to laugh or cry. After all, sweet potatoes were the lowest grade ingredient and were not liked by chefs, so she naturally held some contempt for that vegetable. Baked sweet potatoes? That is street food. They are not a good dish at all. You should try them first. Seeing Lin Chi's determined expression, Jin Lingling took a small bite. She originally thought that that kind of street food would not be delicious. However, when she swallowed it, she instantly found that the taste was simply excellent. Even so, Jin Lingling had tasted many dishes that were much better than that, so her evaluation of the sweet potatoes was not stellar. However, she had temporarily confirmed Lin Chi's culinary skills. "All right, I didn't expect to meet a colleague. It seems that the person who sold sweet potatoes in our hotel a few days ago was you, right?" Lin Chi smiled. "Oh right, since you participants have to wait for the city lord to return before you can be issued a mission, why don't you take this opportunity to compare your culinary skills with mine?" Lin Chi was not in the mood to compete in a culinary contest. Right now, he still wanted to obtain Yu Meng's dimensional pouch. "Wait." Lin Chi suddenly thought of an idea and asked Jin Lingling, "If I compete with you, would everyone in the hotel hear about it?" "Of course, our cooking competition will be witnessed by the public." Lin Chi had an idea and immediately revealed a smile. "That's great. I accept your challenge." Soon, the news spread throughout the hotel. At that moment, all the guests in the hotel were trial participants. They had nothing to do those next few days. They were thinking about how to pass the time, but they had not expected a show, so they were all looking forward to it. As for Lin Chi, he actually wanted to use that competition to spread the word about the dish, Night Lights Below. In that case, if Yu Meng would not like it, there would be others who would pay a high price for it. After all, that was a dish that could increase one's level of magic. If word got out, then there would be no need to worry about it not being bought. Following that, even though they held the cooking competition at the last minute, they still attracted the attention of the nobles in Blackwind Castle. That night, the entrance of the hotel was almost filled with people. When they heard that the competition involved Chef Jin Lingling, everyone was looking forward to it. Another group of people was looking forward to witnessing Lin Chi, the young master of the Lin family, participate in the cooking competition. That young master of the Lin family even came to compete in a cooking competition. If Master Lin finds out, he will definitely be furious. Exactly. The Lin family in New Moon City actually produced an inconspicuous chef. It's really hilarious. It's not that bad being a chef. Many great mages are respectful toward a genius chef like Jin Lingling. You mentioned that she's a genius. A good-for-nothing like the young master of the Lin family can only bake sweet potatoes at most, and he still wants to challenge her. He's delusional. More and more people gathered around, and the noise filled the entire hotel lobby. Young master, is it really a good idea for you to do this? Luther tried to persuade him out of it. You're the young master of the Lin family. How can you compete with a chef? Lin Chi did not care about winning or losing. What he wanted to do was to spread the word of the Night Lights Below and let more people know that there was a dish here that could raise one's level of magic. Once it spreads, there would be a steady stream of people coming to buy from him. With his calculation, earning more than 20 gold coins for each dish was enough for the system to level up. Don't worry. I'm not too bothered about her anyway. Soon, the competition would start. Many trial participants were gathered there to have fun. They wanted to see how the young master of the Lin family would make a fool of himself. Among them, there were many participants from New Moon City. They thought that Lin Chi was tarnishing the name of New Moon City, so they wanted to scold him. Louis even called Lin Chi a weirdo. Yu Meng questioned Lin Chi's behavior again. Of course, as Lin Chi's opponent, she did not think too much about some cooking competition. At that moment, a tall hotel manager slowly walked out. Everyone was shocked, especially the men. They had not expected the manager of the Central Hotel to be such a beauty. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure and personality were charming. Whoa! A beauty! Lin Chi was also surprised by her appearance. He thought that the manager of the Central Hotel, a high-class hotel in the city, would be an old man. He had not expected that it would be a young and beautiful lady. Jin Lingling had contempt for Lin Chi. Of course, that was just her hostility as his opponent. All right, the two of you, we will allow you two to use this big stage for your competition. Remember not to overdo it. Or there will be hell to pay. After hearing that, Lin Chi felt a chill go down his spine as if something was staring at him from the darkness. What a strong aura! The audience below the stage was completely captivated by that lady. No one really cared about the competition at that point. On the other hand, Jin Lingling was very determined. She said to Lin Chi, "Young Master Lin, I have never lost in a competition of the culinary arts since I was young. If you can beat me, then I will call you master." "Oh? You've joined competitions like this since you were young." After hearing that, Lin Chi admired that little girl. However, that was it. His goal was not centered around winning or losing, but how much benefit the competition could bring him instead. Lin Chi was aware that his system was only at level 2. The dishes he made might not be as delicious as hers, but when it came to functionality, his dishes were undisputed. Regardless of whether he won or lost, his plan was already set in motion. All right. Now, let's begin. As the manager finished her sentence, everyone cheered. The entire hotel was bustling with people. Lin Chi also took a deep breath and began to make the delicious dish, but then he realized. Wait! This is bad. Chapter 28. Lin Chi was stunned for a moment. Meeting the crowd's eyes, he could not help but lower his head and look at the kitchen utensils on the table. Oh no! He had to use the system to cook. There was no way he could do so without revealing himself in front of everyone. Before he could think about it, the audience below the stage began to clap enthusiastically. Following their gazes, he found that his opponent, Jin Lingling, had already begun cooking. However, at that moment, Lin Chi had not moved at all. There was a time limit for the competition. If he did not complete the dish within that time frame, it would be considered his loss. Although Lin Chi did not care about the outcome of the competition, he had to deceive the audience. Lin Chi took a deep breath. He decided not to stress out over it. He randomly picked up some ingredients on the table. The ingredients were haphazardly cut into pieces with his messy knife skills, and that made people lose their appetite just by witnessing it. On the contrary, the cooking on Jin Lingling's side was all smooth sailing. What was more shocking was that Jin Lingling was actually a mage, but her magic was only at the lowest level. She used magic to increase the intensity of the fire on the stove to speed up the cooking of the ingredients. That surprised many people. Is she actually a fire mage? Well, no wonder she controlled the fires so accurately. She's using magic. What a pity. Such good fire magic, but she's only a chef. The audience below the stage started to discuss. On the other hand, Lin Chi's side was messy and littered with random ingredients. It did not look like he was cooking at all. All of a sudden, the dish was complete and had already been plated in front of Lin Chi. In actuality, Lin Chi did it on purpose. He used that mess to confuse the audience so that he could take out the cooked dishes from the system. In the meantime, the system consumed the ingredients and completed the dish. Dish name: Night Lights Below, Level 2 dish, Rare level, Magic effect, can directly increase the user's magic level by 1, no effect during repeated use. Material consumption: Nightlight grass, x5, fish meat, x2, mushroom, x5, clear spring water, x1, sweet grass, x2. Cooking. Cooking completed. Ding! You have obtained Night Lights Below. While everyone was distracted by his flamboyant actions, Lin Chi took the opportunity to immediately take out a bowl of magic soup from the system. On the other side, Jin Lingling slowly put out the fire and then skillfully poured a bowl of clear cabbage soup into a porcelain bowl. She then used a sieve to separate the unwanted ingredients and poured the soup into the porcelain bowl once again. Success! As Jin Lingling smiled confidently, everyone in the audience was impressed by her magic and cooking skills. They all applauded enthusiastically. Of course, part of the reason the audience was so responsive was that Jin Lingling was very popular. Wherever she went, there would be countless applause. As for Lin Chi, although his Night Lights Below dish was ready, in the eyes of the audience, it was just ordinary soup. Okay, the time has run out. As soon as the manager finished her words, the match was over. Jin Lingling put a bowl of clear cabbage soup on the table, while Lin Chi placed Night Lights Below next to it. From the looks of it, the two bowls of soup were basically the same. One bowl was just clear cabbage soup, while the other was a clear soup without anything added to it. It was such a simple dish, yet it gave off an alluring smell. The judge was naturally the hotel manager. That was because she was famous for being the most meticulous person. Any delicacies could not be considered such without her approval. The people who supported Jin Lingling cheered below, but Lin Chi was not shown any support. It seemed that no one had any expectations of him. The participants of New Moon City were all stunned. They looked at Lin Chi as if they knew what would happen next. Yu Meng, does Lin Chi want to be a chef? Louis suddenly asked. However, Yu Meng snorted coldly and shook her head. How would I know? Truthfully, Yu Meng could not understand Lin Chi. Even though his current actions were ridiculous, she was aware of his potential. Lin Chi's actions have completely disgraced New Moon City. Right? I thought that as long as he doesn't cause trouble, we can forget about it after the trial. Who would have thought that he would still be embarrassing himself, causing New Moon City's people to get dragged along with him? That's right. Moreover, being a chef is so embarrassing. It's simply an insult to nobles. Even the participants of New Moon City were mocking Lin Chi. No one had ever rooted for him. However, Lin Chi had no need for any of that. What he needed now was for the manager to evaluate the efficacy of his night lights below. Hi. The manager looked at Jin Lingling and asked, Lingling, why is it so light? Are you going to make cabbage soup today? Jin Lingling smiled and looked straight at Lin Chi as she said, some people say that the best chef is the one who makes the best dishes using the simplest ingredients. That was what Lin Chi said, but he had just said it on a whim. He had not expected that she would be so diligent to have only used cabbage against him. The manager looked at the bowl of clear cabbage soup and seemed to have noticed Jin Lingling's method. She picked up her chopsticks and tried to stand the cabbage on the soup. Then, she gently pulled out a piece in the middle, and the cabbage bloomed like a lotus in the soup. Whoa, this is a test of knife skills. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. They had not expected that a piece of cabbage could bloom due to Jin Lingling's culinary skills. It was simply amazing. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded again. Jin Lingling scratched her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the manager started to taste the soup from her bowl. The manager's meticulousness toward vegetables was extremely high. She delicately raised the spoonful of soup to her red lips and gently took a sip. Hi! In an instant, the manager tasted a clear and sweet flavor. Cabbage dishes were usually light, but it was mixed with minced meat and chicken gravy, which made the soup even sweeter. Amazing! She can make clear soup to such a standard. She is indeed worthy of being our hotel's head chef. After getting the manager's approval, Jin Lingling also gave Lin Chi a confident look. Lin Chi could not care less, but he shook his head helplessly. This girl is really competitive. Chapter 29. There was praise, but there was also some criticism. Although the soup was made to be refreshing and sweet, in terms of taste, the impact of the flavor was slightly underwhelming. In other words, the first sip is very good, but after the second sip and the third sip, the taste will be diluted. Therefore, it is not a perfect product, but it is still considered a top-notch delicacy. Jin Lingling was indeed a little shocked by that comment, but nobody was perfect. She believed that her soup was definitely better than Lin Chi's. After the manager finished commenting on Jin Lingling, she turned around and went to Lin Chi's side. At that moment, the applause stopped, and the entire hotel lobby was silent. Everyone hushed their cheering, which also meant that they were looking down on Lin Chi. However, the manager still greeted Lin Chi politely. Young Master Lin, before I taste your soup, I want to ask you, why do you want to be a chef? Well, the Lin family of New Moon City is the most distinguished family in that city. Both the nobles and the commoners hold your family in high regard. Even if you don't learn magic or swordsmanship, you are still respected. However, why do you choose to be a chef? Many people knew that being a chef was a lowly profession. In the Mill continent, only those who were born without magic would choose such a profession. Of course, a normal chef and a top-tier chef were two different concepts. Just like Jin Lingling, although she was a chef, she was more popular than an archmage. However, how many Jin Linglings could there be in the world? With that in mind, Lin Chi hesitated for a moment. He slowly raised his head and said, rather than giving a logical reason, it's better to say what I want. People have different ambitions. Some yearn for magic and strength, while others yearn for money and power. As for me, I don't aspire to be anything but myself. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Although there were many retorts, no one had anything to say. After the manager heard that, she raised her brow slightly and revealed an interesting smile. Are you being ridiculous or are you just that pathetic? Lin Chi was calm. He knew that he did not know magic or swordsmanship, and he could not do anything grand. Of course, he had not wanted to do anything grand. You chose to cook because you don't know any magic and you don't want to practice swordsmanship. Am I right? The manager's words were laced with venom and she spoke as if she was provoking Lin Chi. However, no one knew that Lin Chi was calmer than anyone else at that moment. He pushed the bowl of night light's billow over to her. To talk about the good and the bad of others, you have to first understand who they really are. His words completely refuted the manager, and everyone present was amazed. The manager was also shocked by his words. She had not expected that the kid's mental endurance was so great. If those words were uttered to any noble young master or young mistress, they would instantly blow a fuse. However, Lin Chi acted extremely neutral and even laughed at himself. This child. The manager obviously could not understand him. She looked at the bowl of clear soup and took a deep breath. This soup. You call it night light's billow. Isn't that just ordinary night light soup? Yeah, but he calls it night light's billow. Does he think that the soup will taste better if the name is fancier? Many people began to make fun of him, and the manager laughed as well. You. Don't tell me that you only use one bowl of soup to do the talking for you. Oh? Your chef can use cabbage soup as her winning dish, but my bowl of clear soup can't. Very well. The manager was satisfied with Lin Chi's response, but that did not mean that she approved of Lin Chi. She just approved of his temperament. The only thing that could change her opinion was that bowl of soup. The manager picked up the spoon and scooped up some soup, then gently pursed her lips. She had very little expectations when she took the bowl, but the moment she swallowed the soup, her eyes suddenly widened. What? In an instant, there was complete silence. The manager stared at the bowl of clear soup in disbelief. This is completely different from the usual night light soup. What is this flavor? No. What texture is this? What? This. Everyone was stunned. The manager's brows furrowed and her expression was getting increasingly unsettled. She scooped another spoonful and stuffed it into her mouth. She was particularly rough that time and forgoed the elegance she had before. So good. What a unique taste. Is this really the clear soup of the night light grass? Seeing the manager so surprised, Jin Lingling was also in disbelief. She hurried over and took a sip. The taste was amazing. Jin Lingling had never tasted such a delicious clear soup before. It was as if her whole body had fallen into the clear water, and she felt comfortable all over. Seeing their enjoyment, Lin Chi smiled and said, "Actually, there is something special about the night light's billow." "What's special about it?" Lin Chi shouted to the hotel staff, "Turn off the lights." The fire was extinguished in an instant. In the pitch-black hall, the bowl of clear soup was emitting blue light in the darkness. This. Everyone was surprised. After all, if the night light grass was plucked, it would not have the night light effect. However, that bowl of soup seemed to have given the night light grass new life, allowing the bowl of soup to emit a faint light in the darkness. "It's so beautiful," Jin Lingling said in amazement, but she could not hide the disappointment she felt toward herself. Then, the fire lit up again, and the soup completely lost its light, leaving only a confident smile on Lin Chi's face. "What do you think? Madam Manager, what do you think of my night light's billow?" The manager was a particularly picky person. Although she wanted to find fault in it, her mind was filled with the memory of what had happened just now, and she could not think of anything to be dissatisfied about. After hesitating for a while, she looked troubled. "This? I can't comment on it." "Oh? What do you mean by you can't comment on it?" In the end, the manager shook her head helplessly and announced to the crowd, "I declare Lin Chi the winner of this competition." After the result of the competition was announced, no one could accept that result was beyond their imaginations. The applause that should have sounded was replaced by countless gasps of surprise. "How is this possible? Lingling would never lose. That's right. That soup must have been filled with magic potions to have tasted so good, right? Even though no one believed that result, Jin Lingling stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, don't argue. I lost this competition fair and square. I always thought that young Master Lin was just a newbie who had just learned to cook, but I didn't expect." Chapter 30. That's enough. Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively and slowly walked to the front of the crowd, raising his head and puffing out his chest. Don't tell me that everyone thinks that this bowl of night lights below is just an ordinary clear soup. If it's not clear soup, could there be treasure inside? That's right. Lin Chi took the opportunity to say, there really is treasure inside. Then, he turned to Jin Lingling and said, if I'm correct, you should be a fire mage, right? Jin Lingling nodded. Yes, I am a fire mage, but I have a limited understanding of magic, so I have been stuck at the lowest level. Now, try using your magic again. As Lin Chi's voice echoed throughout the stage, Jin Lingling was a little curious. She immediately drew her magic from within her body, and in an instant, she found something unbelievable. What do you feel? His voice was not loud, but it could be heard loud and clear by everyone on the stage and in the audience. My night lights below is not only delicious, but it's also a soup that can increase one's magic level. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed and they felt bewildered. One by one, they scrambled to ask, Is this true? Of course, Just as Lin Chi was about to create a second bowl of soup from the system, he suddenly realized that there was only one bowl of soup left. Hi! Lin Chi's face twisted. He scratched his head and thought to himself, oh no, I forgot that I only had a little bit of night light grass. Now, I don't even have the ingredients to make a second bowl. However, before Lin Chi could finish his sentence, the mages immediately asked Lin Chi to make them a bowl. Lin Chi was starting to feel awkward. He had forgotten that there were not enough ingredients. At that moment, he was left with a difficult choice. There was only one bowl of soup left. Who should he give it to? While he was hesitating, he noticed Yu Meng's expectant but silent expression. He immediately had an idea. All right. Everyone, this bowl of soup is very troublesome to make, and it requires a lot of ingredients. So, I can only make one bowl for today. If you want some, contact me in the future. Just based on his words, the participants instantly looked at him in a different light. Jin Lingling and the manager could not help but admire young Master Lin. After the competition had ended, Lin Chi naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. There were people who wanted to get close to him at all costs. After all, that dish that could increase one's magic level was extremely rare in their world. At that moment, even Chen Lin, who had been provoked by Lin Chi, was thinking of how to get his hands on a bowl of night lights below. After a while, Lin Chi finally returned to his room with a tired body. He had exhausted himself half to death today, but he had achieved his goal. Once he returned to the New Moon Forest to collect more night light grass, he would be able to mass-produce the night lights below. That way, the mages and swordsmen would keep coming to him to buy it. Even if the price was lower than its actual worth, he was still making money. It was better than selling sweet potatoes every day. Just as Lin Chi was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on his door. Who is it? It's so late. Lin Chi slowly walked over and opened the door. The person who was behind the door was Louis, who was smiling cheekily. Looking at him like that, there must be something fishy going on. You. What are you doing here? It's so late. Hehe, Lin Chi, no, young Master Linear. Louis walked in with a smile on his face. He said to Lin Chi, I made a lot of mistakes before. Please forgive me. After all, we are both participants from New Moon City. So what? Lin Chi said coldly as he was in a bad mood. Ha ha ha, you know, we are all people who want to pass the trial together. Why don't you make me a night lights below and make my level rise to that of a grand sword master? Oh? Didn't you mention that you were already a grand sword master? Louis instantly lowered his head and smiled bashfully. About that? Actually, I'm not a grand sword master. Those were all lies spread by my family. I'm only at the level of a swordsman. After training at home for more than half a year, I still can't break through to the level of a grand sword master. So, I want your help. My help. Lin Chi tapped his chin, and a cunning look appeared on his face. It's not impossible to help you. The night lights billow can indeed increase your rank. However, my night lights billow is not an ordinary dish, so I can't give it to you for free, right? Hearing that, Louis's expression changed, and he slowly took out his money bag. Young Master Lin, can you give me a good price? Lin Chi lowered his head and looked at Louis's money bag. He had some money, but it did not add up to 100 gold coins. However, he only had one bowl of soup left. It would be a waste to give it to Louis. Nope. Not interested. Lin Chi immediately rejected Louis and found an excuse. You don't have enough money. How about this? I heard that the Leonard family is a hunting family. Your ancestors must have gathered a lot of rare magic essence, right? That, Louis started to feel a little awkward. Lin Chi continued, if you can give me magic essence in exchange, I will consider it. What? Magic essence? You'd need to kill rare level demonic beasts for that. I don't care about that. The price is obvious. You. Louis was a little angry. He had a smile on his face earlier, but at that moment, he looked down and his eyes were full of frustration. Lin Chi, you are only a chef now. If it weren't for Yu Meng and me, you would have been killed by those demonic beasts. Louis became angrier and angrier. Let me tell you, without Yu Meng and I, you are nothing. But without you, Yu Meng and I can still pass the trial. Since Louis acted that way, it was obvious that he was going to part ways with Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi would not give in to his words. Naturally, he had confidence now. Confidence came from strength. As long as one had strength, they would have confidence. Even if he was looked down upon by others, he would not feel aggrieved. Both of you are going to leave me. Humph, of course. Have you considered Yu Meng's opinion? Louis smiled lightly. Do I even have to ask? After saying that, Louis slowly turned around. Suddenly, Lin Chi noticed a person standing behind him. It was Yu Meng. Yu Meng had obviously heard the conversation. Originally, she wanted to discuss the night lights billow with Lin Chi. She had not expected that Lin Chi was so greedy that he even wanted the magic essence of rare demonic beasts. That annoyed her. She took a deep breath and said, Lin Chi, since you have so much money now, you don't have to follow us anymore. Louis rolled his eyes at Lin Chi and said, see? I didn't even need to ask. Louis, let's go. The city lord will announce the mission when he comes back tomorrow. Chapter 31. After seeing Yu Meng and Louis leave, Lin Chi sighed helplessly. He shrugged and said to himself, I didn't expect to be so badly misunderstood. However, just when he thought that he could do nothing else but go back to bed, he heard another knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Chi opened the door impatiently. He was about to vent his dissatisfaction to the person knocking until he found that Yu Meng was back again, and she was fidgeting slightly. That. Yu Meng rarely asked others for help, so she sounded a little awkward when she spoke. What's wrong? Lin Chi was not nervous. Seeing Yu Meng like that made the corners of his mouth twitch into a bitter smile. Is the night lights billow really effective? It can really help someone advance to a higher level of magic. After hearing that, Lin Chi immediately understood her intention. He smiled and said, of course. Why? Do you want it too? Yu Meng did not say anything. Her face was red. She was embarrassed to say it, but she really wanted to advance past her current magic level. After all, she had practiced hard for a long time, but she had not improved at all. The Yu family's teacher had said that she had encountered an impasse. If she wanted to advance, she had to rely on her comprehension of magic. However, after practicing repeatedly for more than a year, she still could not advance, so Yu Meng was feeling quite anxious. "This night light's billow of yours, can you?" "Of course I can, but I can't eat and drink for free either. You have to pay a price." Yu Meng subconsciously took 2 steps back, her beautiful brows furrowed. "What do you want? Money? Or? No, I want the dimensional pouch that you showed me before. This." Yu Meng took it out from her pocket. That small pouch could hold many things, which was why it was called the dimensional pouch. "Yes, that's it. Can you give it to me?" Yu Meng was a little hesitant, but she was not sure if the dimensional pouch was worth giving up. It was her personal item, so she was reluctant to give it to others. However, the usage of the dimensional pouch was limited, so it was not impossible for her to exchange with Lin Qi. "You? What do you want my dimensional pouch for?" Yu Meng asked. Lin Qi could not say that he wanted to sell the dimensional pouch, so he lied, "Actually, I have a lot of things to bring and it's too troublesome to carry a backpack." "You don't have much use for it, so why don't you kill 2 birds with 1 stone?" Yu Meng took a deep breath and finally agreed. She nodded and said, "Okay, in exchange, you have to give me the night light's billow." "Okay, no problem." Lin Qi pretended to go to the kitchen downstairs and cooked the night light's billow in the system while no one was looking. "It's done?" Yu Meng asked in surprise. "It's done. Of course, hurry up and try it." Yu Meng still could not believe it. Could a bowl of soup really help her advance a level? She had practiced for more than a year and had not made any progress. If she could really alter it with a bowl of soup, she would be stunned. The fragrance of the night light's billow wafted through the surroundings and made Yu Meng's appetite rise. She took a small sip, and she felt as if she was in a cool stream. It was really refreshing and sweet. So delicious. Hearing Yu Meng's casual praise, Lin Qi smiled. "How is it?" "Delicious, right?" It was not just delicious. At that moment, Yu Meng could feel a surge of magic power in her body, making her feel as if her magic had advanced a level. Amazing! Yu Meng immediately used her magic staff to cast an intermediate level spell. She had not expected it to actually succeed. "I really advanced a level. This soup is too miraculous. Doesn't that mean that one can advance more levels after drinking a bowl of it?" No. How can there be such a thing in this world?" Lin Qi shook his head. "This soup can only be used once. It won't take effect again in the future. So, if you want to advance to the next level, you'd better train hard." At that moment, Yu Meng was very curious. How did Lin Qi have so many strange things? After advancing to the intermediate level, Yu Meng could not wait to go back to her room and check the magic tomes. Now, she was going to practice the magic of an intermediate level mage. She also had a goal for the future. When Lin Qi received the dimensional pouch, a smile appeared on his face. "Hee, the money is here." The next morning, Lin Qi got up very early. He walked out of the hotel and asked around for the location of the Magic Association. He had decided not to bring Luther along. After all, the fewer people who knew, the better. Not long after, Lin Qi found the small building of the Magic Association, which also sold all kinds of magic artifacts and magic scrolls. However, those items were not cheap. Just a recovery potion cost 10 gold coins, which was dozens of times more expensive than Lin Qi's magic sweet potato. Holy sh*t. This is a daylight robbery. Lin Qi could not help but complain. However, an old man in front of him had heard his words. He immediately looked in Lin Qi's direction. "What did you just say? Robbery? The price I offer is reasonable." Lin Qi smiled. "Reasonable? Don't think that I don't know that in the Magic Chamber of Commerce in New Moon City, these recovery potions are only sold for 3 gold coins a bottle. This is more than 3 times the price. Isn't it obvious that you're robbing me?" The old man sneered, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said to Lin Chi confidently, I'm the only one in the entire Black Wind Castle who has magic artifacts and magic scrolls to sell. I'm the one who decides how much to sell them for. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he had monopolized the business of the entire Black Wind Castle. However, Lin Chi felt that it was very strange. That kind of ordinary recovery medicine could be made by an alchemist, but why did no one make it? Brat, are you going to buy it or not? If not, then get out of here. Lin Chi ignored the old man and turned around to walk towards the Magic Association's main hall. There was only one deacon in the Magic Association. His name was Terry. He was about 40 to 50 years old and was an archmage. He was also the one who made the decisions in the Black Wind Castle's Magic Association. He was considered a famous person in that area. At that moment, he was discussing something with a subordinate. When Lin Chi walked toward the door, he suddenly heard a voice coming from inside. Lord Terry, there's an alchemist from the western city. He's selling all kinds of cheap recovery potions everywhere. Oh? There's such a person. That's right. Do you want me to handle it for you? Terry stroked his white beard and waved his hand. He smiled and said, Go and do it cleanly. Chase him out of the city. If he dares to disobey, you are allowed to do whatever you want to him. Chapter 32. Hearing that, Lin Chi roughly understood why there were so few merchants in Black Wind Castle. It turned out that all the business was monopolized by that man. No wonder even the recovery potions were sold at such an expensive price. Oh, right. Suddenly, Terry stopped the subordinate in front of him and specifically asked, Have you found the kid who sold the mono-recovering artifacts a few days ago? Yes, this kid is a participant from New Moon City who came to Black Wind Castle for the trial. His name is Lin Chi, the young master of the Lin family. Lin Chi instantly felt a chill run down his spine and continued to eavesdrop. Go, chase this kid away too. If this kid stays here for any longer, we will all suffer heavy losses. At that time, his subordinate seemed to be a little hesitant and said meekly, That. I'm afraid we can't do that, right? He's the young master of the Lin family in New Moon City. Who cares? Since they've come to Black Wind Castle, they're in my territory. I'm the boss here. That. Bam. Before the two of them could react, Lin Chi kicked the door open and entered. At that moment, his face was full of anger. He had not expected that the people in Black Wind Castle would be so insidious. There's no need to look. I'm here now. You, who are you? Terry looked at Lin Chi angrily and continued to curse, This is the Magic Association of Black Wind Castle. How can a commoner like you enter here? Lin Chi did not pay attention to his words. Instead, he strolled to a chair in front of him and sat down swaggeringly. He raised his head and said, I just heard your conversation. What you said was really interesting. Is it all right for me to say something about it? You. Terry's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Then, he signaled to his subordinate to go and close the door. Kid, you've heard something that you shouldn't have, but you can't do anything about it since nobody would take your word for it. No, no. Lin Chi shook his head. Oh wise archmage, my purpose of coming here is not to eavesdrop, but to sell something to you. Lin Chi did not care about the Black Wind Castle at all. He only wanted to sell his dimensional pouch for some money. What do you want to sell? Lin Chi took out the dimensional pouch and said, This is a dimensional pouch made from the magic essence of a rare demonic beast. Help me see how much it costs. Terry narrowed his eyes and slowly walked over. He carefully observed the dimensional pouch and immediately looked puzzled. Huh? This thing is really made from the magic essence of a rare demonic beast. Is this fake? Lin Chi crossed his legs and said, I won't say a word about your conversation earlier, but I'm here today to sell this dimensional pouch. I hope you can give me a good price. Terry was an archmage, but he was also a businessman. What he was best at was not magic, but business negotiations instead. The magic essence of this rare demonic beast is found everywhere, but I think the workmanship is quite commendable. How about this? I'll pay 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. Lin Chi's expression immediately became puzzled, and his eyes widened. He smiled and said, "Old man, don't think that I don't know the worth of the goods I'm offering. You've searched the entire New Moon Forest for rare demonic beasts, but there are none, not to mention the lack of magic essence anywhere. This dimensional pouch is also made with excellent craftsmanship. I think your 50 gold coins should be multiplied 10 times over." Hearing that number, Terry's eyebrows immediately rose up his forehead. He then replied indifferently, "It's up to you whether you want to sell it or not. Anyway, I'm only offering 50 gold coins. You can't sell it anywhere else." Lin Chi was stunned. He knew that the old man was trying to provoke him, so he pretended to be indifferent as well. Lin Chi took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I'll just try my luck at the western city." Lin Chi took back the dimensional pouch and was ready to leave. "Hey! Wait!" Terry was naturally a little nervous when he saw Lin Chi leaving. "How is it? Have you thought it through?" Terry gritted his teeth and chuckled, "Young man, I remember that you sold a lot of mana-recovering artifacts to people in the Central Hotel, right?" "That's right. Hehe, it seems that you don't understand the rules of the Black Wind Castle." Terry knew that Lin Chi was a participant who came from another city to take part in the trial, so he deliberately emphasized the rules here. "Let me tell you, there have always been rules in Black Wind Castle. If you want to start a business, you have to register with our magic association before you can be approved to sell merchandise. You can't just set up a stall casually." However, Lin Chi sneered. He knew that the man wanted to use something to pressure him, but unfortunately, he also knew the rules. "You said that I set up a stall? Did you catch me at the scene? Moreover, that was a few days ago. Do you have any evidence?" Lin Chi's few retorts instantly made Terry's expression droop. He glared at him angrily. "Kid, you don't seem to understand the rules of Black Wind Castle. How about this, I'll make a final bid of 100 gold coins. If you accept it, then take the money. If you don't accept it, then just wait and see." Lin Chi was not convinced at all. He snorted coldly, "Then we'll just wait and see. You." Terry did not expect that he, a deacon of the Magic Association, would actually be ridiculed by an outsider. One had to know that the nobles of Black Wind Castle had always shown him respect. "Good. Young Master Lin. Do you really think that the Black Wind Castle is like your New Moon City? Men." As he said this, a few of his subordinates slowly walked in and asked, "Guild leader, what are your orders?" "Go and ask the people of the Swordsmen's Association to follow this kid and teach him a lesson. Remember to snatch his dimensional pouch." "Yes, sir." The subordinates did not ask any more questions. It was obvious that it was not the first time they had done such a thing. Lin Chi walked out of the Magic Association in a bad mood. His eyes looked a little disappointed as he sighed helplessly. "Sigh, I didn't expect this old man to offer such a low price. It seems that this thing can only go to other mages to see if there are any higher bids." Clap. Before he could think clearly, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned his head abruptly and heaved a sigh of relief. "Luther, why are you here?" Luther smiled. "Oh, I came out to get some fresh air." "By the way, young master, what are you doing here?" Lin Chi shook his head slightly. "Stop talking. I'm burning with anger. Let's go eat something." The two of them walked to a stall on the street and sat down. They asked the stall owner for 2 bowls of noodles. Just as they sat down, someone suddenly shouted from the side, "You're Lin Chi, right?" Lin Chi turned his head impatiently and looked at the other party. He saw a group of guards with swords. They had serious expressions on their faces. They were all staring at him. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. "Yes, I am Lin Chi. Who are you?" Chapter 33. Hehe, who are we? A man at the back walked out and said, we are the city lord's guards. Oh? Are the city lord's guards looking for me for something? Linky asked indifferently. We heard that you set up a stall illegally a few days ago, so we came to arrest and interrogate you. What? Linky thought it was funny and shook his head. No way. I'm sitting here eating noodles now, and you're telling me about something that happened a few days ago. This is the truth, please cooperate with us. Linky shook his head. I won't cooperate. Besides, I'm not a local, and I'm also a participant in the trial, so you have no right to arrest me. One had to know that when Linky came to the Blackwind Castle, he had already understood the rules there. Although it was obvious that there could not be any fighting, it was also to consolidate the authority of those nobles and guards. In other words, they could only beat up ordinary people. They were simply bullying the commoners. Please don't put up unnecessary resistance and come with us. Where to? The Magic Association? Or should I just give you the dimensional pouch? Linky's words shocked that group of men. Why was this guy not afraid at all, and he even saw through their scheme? Linky stood up, took a deep breath, and said with an indifferent look, please, you have to at least try to act. Why are you talking about the guards of the city lord? You are obviously the swordsman of the Swordsman Association. That. The few people who were seen through by Linky were also very surprised. That was the first time they had encountered such a situation, so they were at a loss for how to react. If the guards of the city lord came to arrest me, would they send so few people? *CK, this kid can't be fooled. It's time to get serious. Those swordsmen were seen through, and some of them were desperate. They drew their swords and pointed them at Linky. Oh? Do you really dare to fight here? The leader of the swordsmen sneered, this area is the territory of the Swordsmen's Association. With the help of the Magic Association, we can kill the two of you and be safe. As the words fell out of his mouth, Linky called to Luther behind him, Luther. Okay, I haven't exercised my muscles in a long time. Luther stood in front of Linky and took out a huge sword from his back. The smile on his face gradually became ferocious. This guy is a grand sword master. *T, was there a grand sword master here? The group of swordsmen started to look at each other, not daring to rush forward. Luther was waiting for them and sneered, hey, don't tell me the Swordsmen's Association is afraid of me? Even the bandits in my village were braver than you. One of the swordsmen gritted his teeth and was about to rush over. However, in the next second, whoosh! After receiving Luther's hit, he flew a few meters away, and the air suddenly became quiet. Ah! Luther roared, and the rest of the swordsmen turned around and fled in panic. TCH, none of them can fight. They're really useless. Linky had not even batted an eyelash and he proceeded to eat his noodles. He shook his head and said, Sigh, sit down and eat something. However, before Luther could sit down, the swordsmen came back. That time, they brought a big guy with them. Oh, it seems that they brought some people here. Linky did not pay attention to them, but when he took a good look at the large man, he felt a little uneasy. Not only was there a big guy, but even that old man was here. When Terry heard that his men were beaten, he was instantly angry, so he called his best disciple over. Seeing the old man walk over with a scowl on his face, Linky sneered, Old man, you couldn't get my dimensional pouch, so you want to snatch it? Is there no law in Blackwind Castle? In fact, the old man wanted to deal with Linky himself, but he was no match for a grand sword master. Now, it seemed that he had to bring his disciple here. The big guy in front of them was gigantic, and he was also a grand sword master like Luther, but his physique was slightly larger than Luther's. Young man, in the Blackwind Castle, what I say is the law. As Terry's voice resounded throughout the area, the large man angrily rushed toward the two of them. All of a sudden, Luther immediately used his great sword to block the big guy's attack. However, he had not expected the big guy to be so powerful that he even sent Luther flying a few meters away. Bang! Luther hit the wall hard. He looked embarrassed and took a deep breath. D***mn it. Hehe, my best disciple is about to advance past the level of a grand sword master. If you know what's good for you, bring me your dimensional pouch. Linky asked Luther, are you okay? Luther clenched his teeth and picked up the great sword. His eyes became ferocious as he pounced at the big guy like a wild beast. However, the other party's strength was too overpowering. Not only was his swordsmanship superb, but Luther was also no match for him in hand-to-hand combat. In 2 or 3 moves, he was thrown back again. Seeing that the Grand Sword Master was useless, Terry smiled and said, "Hehe, what do you think? If you don't hand over the dimensional pouch, don't blame me for getting serious." "Hey, old man." Linky looked up indifferently and smiled. "To save 500 gold coins, you have to go through so much trouble. You really are stingy." After saying that, Linky took out sweet potatoes and steak from the system and threw them to Luther, saying, "Eat it." Luther understood the effects of those 2 foods, so he finished them in 2 or 3 bites. In an instant, the energy that he had just used up was restored. What? At that moment, Luther was almost regenerated to full health, and the big guy seemed to be unable to keep up because he had just used up most of his energy. Luther did not give the big guy a chance to recover. He knocked him to the ground, pressed the great sword against his neck, and shouted at Terry, "Stinky old man, tell your men to get lost, or I'll kill him." That was the first time Terry had been threatened by an outsider. Although his power was far more than meets the eye, he was helpless in today's situation. At that moment, a golden ray of light shot onto Luther's great sword, and the great sword was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. "Who is it?" Everyone looked in the direction where the golden ray of light came from. Then, everyone was so scared that their legs were trembling. "The city lord." Among them, the most panicked one was Old Man Terry. The city lord had gone out to do some business those past few days, so he dared to act lawlessly in Blackwind Castle. However, he had not known that the city lord had come back early today to issue a mission to the trial participants. Chapter 34. Linky raised his head and looked at the man in the blue cloak in front of him. He only used one finger to send Luther's huge sword flying. He could only imagine how powerful he really was. "Terry." The city lord began to question, "So this is how you carry out my rules when I'm not here?" "No, no, no. City lord, you've misunderstood. It's all because of this kid named Linky. He provoked us first." Linky sneered, "It was clearly you who wanted my dimensional pouch, so you came to snatch it." Hearing the 2 lines, the city lord's expression became more and more upset. However, he could recognize that the young man in front of him was Linky, the young master of the Lin family in New Moon City. "City lord, you have to believe me. It was this kid who waltzed into the Magic Association to stir up trouble, so we..." "Quiet." The city lord began to understand the situation. Then, his gaze fell on the dimensional pouch in Linky's hand, and his expression changed slightly. "Young man, were you planning to go to the Magic Association to exchange money for this dimensional pouch?" "That's right, but the Magic Association was very shady. They offered a price that was too low, so I didn't want to sell it. They even sent people to rob it from me. They completely ignored the rules you set." It was unexpected for Linky to speak to the city lord in such a tone. In Linky's eyes, it was reasonable that the city lord should be held accountable for the actions of his subordinates. He did not care about whether the city lord was a lord or not. "I'm really sorry. I apologize on behalf of the Magic Association." It seemed that the city lord was a reasonable person, so Linky did not care too much. After all, he had nothing to lose. "Well, how about this? Since you want to exchange the dimensional pouch for money, then sell it for twice as much as you want. Take it as an apology." Hearing that, Linky smiled. "Oh, that sounds good. But..." Terry wanted to argue, but the city lord said, "Stop dallying, give him the money. In fact, the city lord was being wary. If that matter had spread, the order of the entire Black Wind Castle would be in ruins. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about that matter, the better. Terry ordered his men to bring a bag of gold coins over and handed it to Lin Chi with heart-wrenching pain. "Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this?" The city lord raised his head confidently. "Yes, I'm satisfied." Lin Chi nodded with a smile. Then today's matter. Only then did Lin Chi realize that the city lord was quite adept at solving matters. He then looked at Terry, who looked like he had been wronged. "Forget it, but you really need to change the deacon of the Magic Association. People like him will only embarrass you." Lin Chi did not forget to mock him back. Then, he slowly left with Luther, holding the gold coins in his arms. Terry's heart was extremely troubled by those turn of events. When the city lord saw that Lin Chi and the others had left, his expression immediately turned cold and angry. "Terry!" Boom! He pointed his finger and a bolt of lightning struck right below Terry's crotch. Terry was so terrified that his face turned pale. "City Lord! City Lord, please spare me! I won't do it again!" Terry was so scared that he knelt on the ground. His face was full of panic. However, the city lord only snorted coldly. "If you do such things again in the future, then do it discreetly. Do you think that no one will notice in broad daylight?" Hearing the city lord's words, Terry gradually understood. He smiled slightly. I understand, city lord. In the future, these things will definitely be done more discreetly." The city lord let out a breath. "That's enough. Next time, even if you lose money, hire a professional to deal with the trial participants. It's not like you don't know that these guys are all nobles with a lot of face. Of course, they are not afraid of this small magic association. Then that means, in the future, just do as I say. Go back now." Terry quickly turned around and left. Lin Chi had just received the 1,000 gold coins, so he quickly used it to upgrade the system. Even so, the system still lacked a little experience, so it was better to wait for the experience to accumulate with time. Anyway, he did not have to worry about money anymore. Lin Chi returned to the hotel and saw that all the trial participants were present. They all had serious expressions on their faces. Looking in the direction they were facing, he saw that the city lord was already standing in front of them. "Oh, I didn't expect him to be faster than us." The city lord's expression fell slightly. He stared at the crowd and said to them, "All of you who are participating in the trial are now present. Now, I will announce the next mission." At the same time, the participants all had extremely nervous expressions. Lin Chi was the only one listening calmly as if the trial were just child's play to him. His only goal was to upgrade the system first. "Alright, I'll announce the mission. From tomorrow until a week later, I need each of you to get 5-star magic essence." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. "What?" Suddenly, Louis shouted, 5-star magic essence? Isn't this like sending us to our deaths?" At that moment, the voices of all the participants began to ring out. However, the city lord's expression was serious as he took a deep breath. "Everyone, calm down. Let me make it clear. This mission is to obtain 5-star magic essence. Remember, you cannot aid others. This is the trial you need to accomplish before you can graduate. If anyone is not satisfied, you can choose not to participate. I can unconditionally have someone escort you back." At that moment, many people had the thought of retreating. After all, the 5-star magic essence was not an ordinary artifact. That was something that can only be obtained by defeating 5-star demonic beasts and above. Moreover, it was extremely rare. They would not find it even if they searched the entire New Moon Forest. "This mission is too harsh," Yu Meng said helplessly. However, Lin Chi did not care. In reality, he had not heard a word the city lord had said because he had been looking at the new dishes in the gourmet system. At that moment, many people were thinking of retreating. Some who were obviously not strong enough had already begun to ask the city lord to send them back. As for Lewis and the participants of New Moon City, they all planned to return. It did not matter if they graduated or not, as long as they could return alive. However, Yu Meng said very firmly, "I'm not going back." "What? Yu Meng, are you crazy? This mission can't even be completed by a Grand Sword Master. What ability does a low-level mage like you have?" Yu Meng took a deep breath. "I don't care. If I choose to go back, my family will look down on me again." Seeing that Lewis and the others had chosen to return, Yu Meng turned her gaze to Lin Qi. Chapter 35. Seeing how unconcerned Lin Qi was, Yu Meng steeled herself. She slowly walked in Lin Qi's direction and asked tentatively, "Lin Qi, are you giving up too?" Lin Qi shrugged. "I didn't say I was giving up." "That's good. Let's form a team together." It was rare for Yu Meng to take the initiative to invite him to participate, so Lin Qi naturally agreed readily. Moreover, it just so happened that he needed a mage to accompany him. Only then would he be able to bring out the effects of his delicacies. Seeing that Lin Qi agreed so quickly, Yu Meng lowered her head and said, "Lin Qi, how many of those strange foods do you have?" Lin Qi chuckled. "Not much, but it can still save your life at a critical moment." With Lin Qi's words, Yu Meng slowly relaxed. That way, she would not have to worry about running out of mana. Most of the participants had chosen to withdraw. After all, only high-level mages could defeat a rare 5-star demonic beast. Ordinary people were simply no match for it. After registration, Lin Qi and Yu Meng formed a team, and Luther also joined in. Unexpectedly, Louis also volunteered to join. Yu Meng frowned. "Louis, didn't you choose to withdraw?" When Louis saw Yu Meng and Lin Qi discussing, he felt that Lin Qi must have had something good hidden, so he could certainly pass the trial by following them. With the mentality of what could possibly go wrong, in his mind, he came over to register. He nudged Lin Qi with his elbow. "I say, do you still have a lot of food?" "What food?" "Like sweet potatoes, steak, soup." It turned out that Louis had his eyes on the food. No wonder he was so brave to register. Although it was said that the more the merrier, that sentence was false when it came to Louis. That was why both Lin Qi and Yu Meng disliked him. If something really happened, he would not be able to help at all. He would even talk non-stop along the way, making people feel annoyed. Nevertheless, they were all from the same city. Lin Qi and Yu Meng had no reason to reject him. After signing up, Yu Meng, Louis, and the rest went back to their rooms to pack their luggage. On the other hand, Lin Qi was quite relaxed. He did not need to care about the bags and luggage. He had his own system, and all the ingredients were stored in the system storage. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Jin Lingling called out to him from behind. "Master!" Lin Qi had not noticed at first. When the voice called out to him 3 times, Lin Qi turned around curiously. He saw Jin Lingling staring at him with her sharp eyes. Her eyes were bright as if flames were burning inside of her body. "Master! Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Qi blinked and looked around in disbelief. Then, he pointed at his face and asked subconsciously, "You? Are you calling me?" "That's right. From today onward, you are my master." That sentence stunned Lin Qi. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Jin Lingling, how can I be your master? I don't even know magic." Jin Lingling pouted her cherry lips, and her puffed-up face was a little cute. She put her hands on her hips and said, "I don't care. I lost the last competition, so I decided to learn to cook from you." Learn to cook? Lin Qi knew nothing about cooking. The reason why he could make all kinds of delicious food was because of his system. He did not know anything about real cooking. Lin Qi said tactfully, "Well, you see, I'm not exactly a chef either. I'm just the young master of the Lin family. You've found the wrong person to take as your master. Moreover, I'm going to complete the trial now. I don't have the time to mess with you. I'll go to the trial with you. As she said that, Lin Chi was extremely surprised. Looking at that little girl, why did she not seem to be afraid of death? It was similar to when they were in the New Moon Forest. She actually dared to charge in the forest alone. Her courage was truly admirable. Naturally, that little girl still did not understand the evils of the world. Bringing her along to experience it was actually a good thing. Even if you follow me, I have nothing to teach you. If he taught her the system's recipes, then she would be able to personally cook the same delicious food as him. That would not do. Master, do you hate your disciple? Seeing how adamant Lin Chi was, Jin Lingling knew that if she could not use force, she would have to use a softer approach. Master! She called out to Lin Chi in a pitiful and sweet voice, which made him shiver. Oh no, she's trying to act cute to convince me. I didn't expect to meet such an adorable little girl. Without a doubt, if she was brought along, she would definitely be a burden. Oh, are you really sure you want to follow me? Really, really? As long as you're there, I would go anywhere. Lin Chi was a little helpless because of her. Since she wanted to go so much, he would let her follow him. Thus, he silently turned around and said, "Then you should pack up your luggage. We will set off soon." Where are we going? The southern grassland. In the southern grassland of Blackwind Castle, there was a barren field. There were many low-star demonic beasts there, and if they were lucky, they could even encounter a 4-star devil beast. As for Lin Chi and the others, they do not want to defeat a 4-star devil beast, but to pass through the grassland and head to the mountain peak instead. That was the most dangerous place in the area of the Blackwind Castle. The southern plateau's peak. There were actually 5-star and above demonic beasts there. Many mages chose that place to challenge them, but many have lost their lives there as well. Therefore, the Blackwind Castle's city lord had restricted that region. Only sword masters and archmages could enter that area. No one else was allowed to step foot there. Of course, the situation was special due to the trial. Hence, the city lord had given his permission to let them enter. Lin Chi's gaze returned to the hotel. He had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He could not help but feel a little worried when he saw the participants returning with their luggage. At that moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Oh, I didn't expect that a piece of trash like you would dare to stay and participate." Lin Chi did not turn his head. He waited for the person to rush up and shout at Lin Chi in anger, "I'm talking to you, can't you hear me?" Chapter 36. Hello, my name is Lin Chi. May I ask what you want? The fellow who was coming towards him was Chen Lin. At that moment, he revealed a trace of a smile. His hands were crossed in front of his chest as he said, "Lin Chi, I didn't think that you would be so foolish as to deliver yourself to my doorstep." Lin Chi was immediately puzzled. "I don't understand what you mean." Chen Lin was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. "Let me tell you, I'm still angry about last time. If you dare to walk out of Blackwind Castle, I'll teach you a lesson, unless you stay in here forever like a coward." "I'm sure you will." Lin Chi's expression was cold, not taking his words seriously at all. His reaction made Chen Lin's entire body burn with anger. He gritted his teeth and nodded his head. "All right. Then you better be careful." After saying that, he led his companions toward the South City Gate. Lin Chi's team also packed their things and rushed over. At the South City Gate, a large number of guards were lined up. The city lord was also in front of the gate, facing the few remaining participants. "Okay, I will confirm the name list now. Storm City's participants, Chen Lin, Huang Tian, Lin Menjao, and Mona. Exquisite City's participants, Dong Ling, Duan Aotian, Ziyan and Bai Feng. 7-Day City's participants, Ming Long, Mo Shuet and Tian Gao. New Moon City's participants, Lin Chi, Louis, and Yu Meng. Luther and Jin Lingling had followed them here, so they were not included in the list of participants. All the participants were gathered there. There were 14 of them, and they were divided into 4 groups. Each group had a different route, so the participants could not join forces. The city lord also announced another rule, remember. You only have 7 days. If you can't get the 5-star magic essence within 7 days, then you will have failed the trial. After saying that, he took out 2 scrolls from his pocket. He said to everyone, "Everyone, I have an additional reward here." Written on one scroll is an advanced magic spell. All mages can use it. There is also an advanced sword art technique written on the other. If you want to get these scrolls, you must be the first to hand over the 5-star magic essence to the designated mission point. After hearing that news, everyone seemed to have ignited the fighting spirit in their hearts. After all, that was a high-level magic spell and sword art technique. Anyone would want to get a hold of it. Yu Meng, did you hear that? If we can complete it, we get that high-level magic scrolls which are extremely valuable. Louis shouted excitedly. However, Yu Meng rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly, "You're thinking too much. We shouldn't be able to get those scrolls. Why? Why don't you take a look at what kind of people we're up against?" Lin Chi added with a smile. The lowest level participant in the other groups were all Grand Sword Masters. There was even an overlord like Chen Lin. To be the first to get those scrolls was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, they basically did not dare to think about the scrolls. They only hoped to pass the final trial. All right. Now that everything is clear, everyone, let's set off. Following the city lord's shout, the 14 people walked out of the city in different directions. After leaving the city, Chen Lin glared at Lin Chi fiercely. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he even revealed a sinister smile. Needless to say, he was going to cause trouble for Lin Chi later. Lin Chi exhaled, and without thinking much, he hurriedly walked forward. There were a total of 4 paths to enter the southern grasslands. Lin Chi and the others chose the 4th path, which was a slightly safer path. However, that path took the longest time. Meanwhile, Chen Lin from Storm City took the most difficult path, but it was also a shortcut. One had to know that they might encounter a 4-star devil beast on that path. Although they could deal with it according to their abilities, it would take some time to defeat it, so there was no quick and easy route. The rest of the participants walked into the roads with varying degrees of danger. Along the way, Louis was in an extremely nervous state. He looked around in fear and trepidation. However, for a swordsman, it was natural for him to be suppressed by an extreme sense of danger. "Lin Chi, why did you bring Jin Lingling here?" Yu Meng asked. Lin Chi was helpless. If Jin Lingling insisted on following him, there was nothing he could do. "There's nothing I can do. She insisted on taking me as her master and following me." "Master?" Yu Meng's face became more serious. She immediately used her magic staff to hit Lin Chi's neck. "You, don't tell me that you forced her. What are you talking about? She's the one who keeps pestering me." "Humph!" Yu Meng snorted coldly. They walked into a forest. They had to pass through that forest area to reach the grassland. Moreover, to pass through that area, they had to defeat some demonic beasts. However, Lin Chi and the others chose the safest path. Along the way, there were only some low-star demonic beasts. With just the 4 of them working together, they could defeat them one by one. "It's just some small demonic beasts so far, but we'd be in trouble if a 4-star devil beast came." Before Lin Chi could finish his words, there was an unusual movement in the distance. Then, a scream echoed throughout the entire forest. Everyone instantly turned pale. Louis said with a trembling voice, Did you hear that?" It was a scream. "If I remember correctly, the participants of the exquisite city are walking on the 3rd road. That was a female voice just now. Did they encounter some difficulties?" Lin Chi sighed and shook his head. "Don't worry about it. We are here to pass the trial, not to be heroes." Of course, Louis and Yu Meng did not even think about going over to take a look. Then, the three of them continued to walk on the small path in the forest. That area was relatively quiet, and there were not many demonic beasts around, which was indeed a good thing for them. However, what puzzled them was that although they had not encountered any demonic beasts along the way, the energy in their bodies had been decreasing. Lin Chi knew that place was relatively safe for the time being, so he suggested, "Let's rest here for a while and recover our strength." All of them sat on the ground, but they still remained a little vigilant. Among them, Jin Lingling was the most relaxed. That girl did not seem to know what fear was. She went anywhere she wanted to find the ingredients she needed. Even so, she rarely went out. She usually stayed in the kitchen of the Black Wind Castle Hotel. As long as she asked for the ingredients, someone would fetch them for her the next day. Today was the second time she went out on her own. Of course, she was very excited. Chapter 37. Boom! While everyone was resting, a strong explosion came from close by. "What's that sound?" Louis was scared and quickly got up. He looked in the direction of the explosion in horror and found that black smoke was rising. "Oh no, there was a battle over there." Yu Meng stood up and carefully observed the black smoke. She said indifferently, "It's an explosion spell, and it's an intermediate level 1. It seems that the participants of Exquisite City have engaged in a fierce battle." Luther suddenly had a strange sense of justice. Of course, he had some thoughts about the Oriental lady of the Exquisite City. He said to the others, "Why don't we go and help them? Have you forgotten what the city lord had said? It's against the rules to help them." "Help them with what? We haven't even passed the trial yet." Louis naturally did not want to do anything troublesome. However, Lin Chi saw through Luther's thoughts and smiled lightly. "How about this? Yu Meng, Louis, you guys rest here. Luther and I will go and see what's going on." "Are you crazy?" Yu Meng suddenly grabbed Lin Chi's arm, and her eyes revealed that she was worried. "Don't worry, we'll just take a look and come back." Lin Chi comforted her, then followed Luther and hurried in that direction. Jin Lingling wanted to follow them, but she was ordered by Lin Chi to stay where she was. Then, Lin Chi and Luther went through the dense forest and gradually heard the sound of metal blades colliding with something. When they came close, they stuck their heads out and their eyes instantly widened. This! Both of them seemed to be stunned. What they saw had shocked them. "Wow! It's huge!" They saw a huge stone giant in front of Dongling. It seemed that the stone giant was covered in rocks, and its body was extremely hard. "I've seen this kind of stone giant before," Luther said. "This is a special kind of demonic beast. Its core is in the middle of its body. We have to destroy all the rocks before we can cut its core. However, the most difficult part is that this stone giant has extremely high defense. Normally, spells below the intermediate level would not be able to cause any damage to it. Even a Grand Sword Master would find it difficult to cut it open. There was only one Grand Sword Master in the Exquisite City, and the rest were all mages, so it was very difficult to deal with that 4-star demonic beast. Dongling was the strongest among them. Even if she used her family's explosive magic, it would not have any effect on the stone giant. Damn it! Dongling was panting. It seemed that she had almost used up all her magic energy. Her teammates were all injured and had no strength left. However, the stone giant in front of them was unharmed. "Are we going to die at the hands of this guy before we even set foot on the grassland?" Dongling took a deep breath, raised her magic staff with both hands, and chanted, "Burst magic, break." The sound of an explosion was heard, and the whole area was swallowed by the explosion. "Wow! What a powerful spell!" Luther shook his head slightly. "No, this level of spell can't do any damage to the stone giant." Sure enough, in the next second, the stone giant broke through the magic and charged toward Dongling. This! Before Lin Chi could react, Luther rushed over and blocked the stone giant's charge with his great sword. As he was a Grand Sword Master, he was able to block the stone giant's attack with his strength, but it was very strenuous. D*mn it. D*mn it. What? Dongling had not expected that someone would come to help her. Lin Chi was in the bushes and had not rushed out. He knew that there were spies everywhere. If he helped that woman, he might be disqualified. However, Luther was different. He was not a trial participant, so he wasn't restricted by any rules. Who are you? Dongling asked curiously. Luther gritted his teeth and looked extremely embarrassed. After all, he was currently blocking the stone giant. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and take your companions away. Dongling was quick-witted. She used the power of her magic staff to sweep her team away. Luther used all the strength in his body and swung his sword, almost throwing the stone giant a few meters away. Luther had fought with a stone giant before, but last time, he had run away. Now, he fought against it as a grand sword master. What would the result be? Seeing that Luther had just used up almost all his strength, Lin Chi immediately cooked a grilled steak from the system and threw it in Luther's direction. Luther. Steak. Luther grabbed it with one hand and took a few bites to recover his strength. Whoosh! The stone giant continued to rush at him. Luther jumped up and slashed at the stone giant's shoulder with his great sword. Clang! The great sword only slightly chipped stones on the stone giant's shoulder. He did not pierce into it at all. Meanwhile, the stone giant suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Luther. Boom! Although Luther used the great sword to block the punch, he found that the sword could not withstand it. He rushed backward and was about to hit the tree. Suddenly, a blue ray of light shot out from the bushes. Swoosh! Although the light did not directly penetrate the stone giant's body, it condensed into a blue ice block on the spot where it hit. The ice block slowly expanded and completely encapsulated the stone giant. What? He could not believe that the stone giant was completely frozen. Lin Chi looked behind him and found that Yu Meng was casting a spell in the dark. It turned out that she had secretly followed them, but because she could not help openly, she chose to help from the darkness. Luther saw that the stone giant had been frozen into ice. He turned around and cut the ice into pieces. Clang! The ice pieces fell to the ground embedded with rocks. Soon, they found the core of the stone giant. Luther turned around and cut the core into pieces. The stone giant lost consciousness and turned back into a giant rock. Phew! Luther breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been injured and fainted on the ground due to exhaustion. Lin Chi was about to go over, but Yu Meng stopped him and said, "We can't go out. If we go out, it will be regarded as helping the other participants. We can't just ignore Luther like that. Look over there." Chapter 38. Yu Meng pointed ahead and saw Dongling as well as the others slowly walk over to save Luther. This. Lin Chi was a little conflicted. Luther is on our side. Do they want to save him and keep him for themselves? Yu Meng did not care. After all, in front of a 5-star demonic beast, a grand sword master was useless, so she could not care less if Luther was with them or not. However, she had to rely on Lin Chi's strength to have that confidence. Let's go. Yu Meng pulled Lin Chi away, and he could only watch as his guard was snatched away. On the other side, Dongling saved the tall and strong Luther, then brought him to a slightly safer place. The others said, "This guy is not a participant. Why don't we let him join us? I remember that he is the guard of the young master of the Lin family in New Moon City. Why don't we return him to them?" Seeing that Luther was still unconscious, Dongling said gently, "Let him recover first." The sun had started to set in the west. The participants knew very well that demonic beasts would come out to hunt at night. Therefore, it was not suitable for them to travel during that period of time. They had to find a safe area to rest. Lin Chi also sat down with Yu Meng and the rest. With Jin Lingling joining them, they did not have to worry about food. Even in the wild, Jin Lingling's love for cooking did not lessen. She put the ingredients she had collected into the cooking pot. Cooking in the wild also had a different flavor. Soon, a pot of delicious porridge was ready. Linky also gave them some sweet potatoes and steak. The dishes that night were very scrumptious. Just as Linky finished cooking the grilled steak, a notification appeared from the system. Ding! The experience points of the Super Gourmet system are full. Host, do you choose to level up? Linky was stunned. He had not expected to level up so soon. He immediately clicked confirm and spent all the gold coins he had earned in the Black Wind Castle. Ding! Congratulations, the Super Gourmet system has successfully leveled up to level 3. Delicacies unlocked: fresh magic mushrooms, rush candy, fatty beef with mushrooms, enchanted cilantro. Ding! You have received an upgrade package: enhancement candy, X1, fresh mushrooms, X100, beef, X100, berserk grass, X100, song god's flower, X100. After leveling up, Linky unlocked a lot of delicacies, but before he could look over all of them, he was attracted by one of them. Dish name: rush candy. Ingredients: sweet flour, mint, vanilla, caramel, milk. Effects: can increase the user's speed by up to 5 times. Linky had not expected to get that kind of escape artifact so quickly. He had to prepare that kind of candy in the future in case he needed it. Master! At that moment, Jin Lingling slowly handed a bowl of porridge to Linky and said, Master, how about you try my bowl of porridge? Linky knew that little girl wanted others to give her some advice, so he had not refused. After tasting it, he casually said, there are too many flavors, which affect the overall taste of the food. Ah! Alright. If that sentence was spoken by anyone else, Jin Lingling would definitely be furious. However, everything Linky said, she took it to heart and even wrote it down with a pen. When Yu Meng saw that Jin Lingling kept pestering Linky, she was too embarrassed to ask Linky for some of his special food. So, she stared at the two of them, unable to express her thoughts. Then, Louis came to strike up a conversation. Yu Meng, I still have a lot of dry food here. Do you want more? No. Get lost. Being yelled at by Yu Meng, Louis was so scared that he stepped back and had not dared to speak. Seeing Jin Lingling's expectant expression, Linky also understood and said, don't look at me like that. Master, what are you going to do tonight? Linky looked at the system. Currently, he only had ingredients to cook fatty beef with mushrooms, but he could not take it out openly. He could only add some fatty beef and mushrooms to the cooking pot. Taking advantage of the steam, he immediately retrieved the ingredients from the cooking system and poured them into the cooking pot. Jin Lingling did not even get a clear look at the seasoning before she smelled a fragrance. It smells so good. Yu Meng and Louis were also attracted by the aroma. Linky said happily, fatty beef with mushrooms, try it. Jin Lingling could not wait to fill her bowl and taste it carefully. It's so delicious. She blurted out the few words that Linky was used to hearing. He sighed slightly, it's delicious, right? Jin Lingling was very curious, Master, how can you cook such delicious food without using any techniques? How did you do it? Linky looked at the curious Jin Lingling and said without thinking, the ingredients themselves are delicious. Although techniques are very important, some ingredients can be cooked without any techniques. In fact, Linky's system had not unlocked the techniques yet. If he could unlock that function, Linky would be able to learn all kinds of cooking techniques. Now, he was just fooling around. On the other side, Luther woke up from his coma. In his days, he found that medicine had been applied to his injuries. Where am I? You're safe. You just suffered some critical injuries. Dongling answered from his side. That made Luther worried, and he hurriedly sat up. Don't be worried. Just lie down quickly, or the wounds will reopen. Consider this as a thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to get past the stone giant. Luther suddenly recalled what had happened and immediately blinked. Oh right, I have to go back and look for young Master Linear. You are a guard of the Lin family, right? Don't worry. Stay here for one night. We will send you back tomorrow. Hearing Dong Ling's gentle words, Luther's face flushed red. He scratched his head and said, This is too embarrassing. It's okay. You saved us. Thank you so much. Luther had not expected the people of Exquisite City to be so grateful. He even had a beautiful girl to accompany him for one night. If I do not return, the young master would be fine without me, right? Speaking of Lin Chi, he had already fallen asleep early. For safety reasons, they took turns to be on night watch every 3 hours. After all, that area was still very dangerous. Now, it was Jin Lingling who was keeping watch. Yu Meng and Louis were resting by the tree, while Lin Chi was leaning on Jin Lingling's shoulder. Master! Master, you're pulling on my hair! Lin Chi was woken up by the soft voice. He slowly raised his head and said, Sorry. I'm used to finding something to lean on when I'm asleep. Jin Lingling said indifferently, It's okay. It's much warmer when the two of us are together. At that moment, Lin Chi seemed to have heard a rustling sound. He immediately raised his eyebrows and looked around warily. SHH. Be silent. Something is approaching us. Chapter 39. Lin Chi started to be vigilant. After all, 4-star devil beasts could appear in the forest at any time. Master, be careful. Jin Lingling held Lin Chi's hand tightly and was feeling a little nervous. The grass rustled slightly. Lin Chi could feel an unprecedented silence. There was no wind around him, and the movement of the grass was particularly suspicious. Was it a human or a demonic beast? Lin Chi plucked up his courage and slowly pushed the grass aside. What entered his sight was only a low-star pig beast, and it was not the least bit aggressive. Phew! He let out a long sigh, turned his head, and said to Jin Lingling, It's okay, let's go back. At that point, the two of them were wide awake, and they had nothing to do. Jin Lingling teased, Master, why does Yu Meng wear a cloak all day? She even wears a veil to cover her face. She's wearing it right now as she sleeps. Lin Chi actually had no clue why. Since he first met Yu Meng, he had never seen her face. Even when she ate, she only lifted up the veil just high enough for food to enter her mouth. He had never seen her real face. Jin Lingling and Lin Chi looked at each other and nodded as if they were thinking the same thing. Then, the two of them slowly moved closer to remove the hood of Yu Meng's cloak. They tiptoed and did not dare to make a sound. Both of them knew of Yu Meng's temper. If she knew about it, she would definitely freeze them into ice cubes. After taking off the hood of her cloak, Lin Chi noticed that Yu Meng's beautiful black hair was actually emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Chi then took off her mysterious veil to see what she looked like. Wow! Even Jin Lingling could not help but mutter in a low voice. The scene in front of him made Lin Chi's eyes widen. Yu Meng's delicate cheeks were snow white and slightly flushed. One could tell that her dignified and beautiful face was the type to belong to a wealthy family. I didn't expect Yu Meng to be so beautiful. She praised. Jin Lingling's eyes were full of envy. Lin Chi also swallowed his saliva. He had not come back to his senses for a while. After Jin Lingling lightly nudged him, he slowly put the veil back on. Unexpectedly, when he touched Yu Meng's ear, he woke her up. It seemed that her ear was sensitive. Ah! Yu Meng woke up and stared at Lin Chi and Jin Lingling. Jin Lingling suddenly raised her head and pretended to look around, as if the situation had nothing to do with her. Surprisingly, she was alluding that Lin Chi had done everything by himself. Lin Chi looked at Yu Meng in a daze, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth began to twitch. What are you doing here? Yu Meng asked coldly. Lin Chi blinked. Well, I actually wanted to wake you up. It's almost dawn. Yu Meng looked up. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. How was it dawn? Immediately, Yu Meng reacted and found that her veil was only hanging on one side, and her cloak hood had been taken off. Lin Qi. You. Lin Qi quickly explained, I just wanted to see what you really look like. I didn't mean any harm, and I didn't do anything bad to you. B** starred. As soon as her voice sounded, she immediately picked up the magic staff beside her and roared, "Go away!" The magic staff generated a freezing spell and froze Lin Qi's hands and feet, locking them to the trunk of the big tree. Ah! I was wrong. I'm sorry, Yu Meng. Lin Qi began to beg for mercy, but for some reason, when Yu Meng was seen by others, her temper suddenly became worse. On the other side, Jin Lingling did not dare to make a sound at all. She only whispered to Lin Qi, "Master, just bear with it." Seeing Yu Meng walking toward him menacingly, Lin Qi was regretful of his actions, but he was not afraid. Yu Meng had already picked up her magic staff to punish him when Lin Qi had an idea. He shouted at Yu Meng, "Wait! I'll make you something delicious, okay?" After hearing that, Yu Meng quieted down a little as if she was recalling the delicacies that Lin Qi had made. "What are you going to make this time?" Lin Qi smiled awkwardly. "Put me down first." Yu Meng frowned. With a gentle wave of her hand, the ice on Lin Qi's body was instantly removed. Lin Qi took a deep breath and entered the system to see what was suitable for Yu Meng. "I got it! Enchanted cilantro." Enchanted cilantro could increase the efficiency of mana regeneration. Lin Qi immediately walked to the front of the cooking pot and pretended to be making delicious food. In actuality, he had already finished making it from the system. Yu Meng and Jin Lingling both wanted to go over and take a look, but Lin Qi finished cooking the delicious food at lightning speed. All of a sudden, a fragrance assailed their nostrils, and both Yu Meng and Jin Lingling were stunned. Lin Qi held the plate of enchanted cilantro and said with a smile, "This is a method of making cilantro that I invented at the last minute." Looking over, it was just ordinary cilantro, but the fragrance was so tempting that both Yu Meng and Jin Lingling went over to have a taste. This taste is... Jin Lingling became skeptical after eating the cilantro. "Don't tell me there are drunken flowers." Lin Qi blinked and entered the system to check the recipe. There really were ingredients like drunken flowers in the dish. The sweet taste of the drunken flowers had been completely absorbed by the cilantro, but its effects could still be brought out. It could definitely stimulate the taste buds. Only on Manula's tree could there be drunken flowers. Those drunken flowers could make one feel light and dizzy just by smelling them, let alone eating them. If one ate them, it was equivalent to drinking a large glass of alcohol. Fortunately, Jin Lingling had a good tolerance for alcohol. After eating the enchanted cilantro, she began to feel dizzy, and her face was slightly red. "Master!" Before Lin Qi could react, Jin Lingling laid down, and so did Yu Meng on the other side. However, Yu Meng was different from Jin Lingling. She could not handle alcohol and started to act funny. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Qi was shocked. He had not expected Yu Meng to laugh like that. He quickly went over to help Yu Meng up. "Yu Meng, are you okay?" Yu Meng's eyes were blurry and her cheeks were red. She looked at Lin Qi with a faint smile. "Lin Qi, hee. Lin Qi, you be starred." Lin Qi thought that she would tear him apart in anger, but he had not expected that Yu Meng was actually relaxed when she was drunk. Her hands were only hammering Lin Qi's chest weakly. It did not hurt at all. B** starred. Lin Qi helped her up, but she grabbed Lin Qi's clothes tightly. Oh no! Lin Qi realized that Yu Meng had already wrapped herself around him. The touch of her skin made Lin Qi's heart palpitate. Chapter 40. The crowing of a rooster sounded as the sun rose. A ray of light from the horizon shone on the earth, and the warmth spread across Lin Qi's body. Not only was there the warmth of the sun, but there was also a warmness on his body that felt like a hug. Lin Qi did not sleep well last night, so even the bright sunlight had not woken him up. On the contrary, the lightest feeling of sunshine gradually woke Yu Meng up. When she opened her eyes, she found that Lin Chi was next to her. Her face instantly flushed red, and she scooted backward. I didn't fall asleep on him last night, did I? With that in mind, Yu Meng became nervous. She immediately put on her veil and cloak while she pretended that nothing had happened. At that moment, the sunlight was getting more and more dazzling. Lin Chi, Jin Lingling, and Louis had also woken up. After they ate some breakfast, they packed their luggage and continued their journey. During that time, Lin Chi found that Yu Meng had not said a word to him, as if last night's incident had made her feel very awkward. Lin Chi also pretended that he did not know anything. Well, he learned not to provoke her anymore. Louis slept like a pig last night. He had no idea what had happened. Jin Lingling did not even need to be mentioned. She was knocked out by the intoxicating cilantro and did not know of anything that took place after she slept. Therefore, she only knew about what they had done to Yu Meng last night. Of course, Yu Meng was not aware of what had happened after she had eaten the enchanted cilantro, so she did not dare to bring it up again. After the four of them finished organizing, they successfully passed through the forest and arrived at the vast grassland in the south. There were many passive low-level demonic beasts in that grassland, so their journey was very smooth. If they wanted to meet 5-star demonic beasts, they had to pass through that grassland and enter the southern plateau's peak, which was the terrifying mountain near the stormy bay. There were more 5-star demonic beasts there, but the mission still had a certain degree of luck. That was because, among the 5-star demonic beasts, there were also many levels. If they were lucky and only encounter an ore giant, then according to their strength, they should be able to get the magic essence from them. On the other hand, if they were unlucky and encounter a fledgling dragon, then it would be difficult to deal with. Those were the prime 5-star demonic beast, almost equivalent to a 6-star demonic beast. Moreover, they also roamed in the terrifying mountain. After encountering one, it would lock onto its prey with its red eyes, so the possibility of escaping was almost zero. They walked for more than half a day and finally arrived at the terrifying mountain near Stormy Bay. As they looked up, they noticed the mountain peak was shrouded with dark clouds and rolling with thunder. Next to it was the coastline, which was also the edge of the Cloud Beast Sea. That was the habitat of the giant beasts of the sea. Journeying through those waters was equivalent to sending one to their death. They did not think too much of it. They had to go up the mountain first. After finding the ore giant, they had to kill it quickly to prevent it from being snatched by other participants. Boom! Before Lin Chi and the others could react, they heard the sounds of fighting coming from the top of the terrifying mountain. It seems that the other participants have also gone up the mountain to fight. We can't lose to them, said Yu Meng. However, Lin Chi heard something strange from the sound of the fight. Wait! What's wrong? If it's SN or giant, it can't possibly be making those low-pitched noises. Think about it. The huge body of the ore giant is capable of producing powerful attacks, but this sound doesn't seem like it belongs to the heavy strikes of an ore giant at all. Are you saying that the other participants didn't encounter an ore giant? Lin Chi nodded. That's right. If my guess is right, they must be in a tough battle. Louis took a deep breath and said, this mountain is full of demonic beasts above the 5-star rank. Can we really go up? Don't say that. If others can do it, so can we. Yu Meng encouraged the group. However, she was a little scared. She looked at Lin Chi and asked, what do you think we should do? Follow the sound of fighting. What? Aren't you obviously trying to get involved? Louis ridiculed. Lin Chi shook his head. No, 5-star demonic beasts are very vigilant. Now that there is fighting, they will definitely attract more. We just have to follow their path. This way, we can guarantee that we won't encounter any demonic beasts. We are here to kill demonic beasts, but you want to avoid them. You don't understand, do you? Lin Chi smiled and pointed to the top of the mountain. The higher up the terrifying mountain, the lower the level of 5-star demonic beasts. I think it's easy to meet fledgling dragons as we go up the mountain, but when we get closer to the top, there will be many ore giants waiting for us. Jin Lingling praised, Master, you're so smart. In fact, Lin Chi had done his homework. Although he did not have any combat ability, he was very knowledgeable about the habits of demonic beasts. Then, everyone walked in the direction of the fighting noises. They did not dare to get too close, nor did they dare to get too far. The key was to maintain a distance. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Chi looked into the distance and realized that it was the participants of 7-Day City who were fighting. As expected, Lin Chi guessed correctly. At that moment, those participants were dealing with the most troublesome demonic beast, the fledgling dragon. The fledgling dragon was a low-level dragon. It had the skills of a regular dragon. Although it had not fully become a dragon and could not control itself in the air, it had the reverse scales of a dragon, which is a high-level defense. One could even be poisoned if one came into contact with it. It was a demonic beast that had both offense and defense. Even though the young master of the Ming family in 7-Day City had the strength that even a grand sword master could not surpass, he had no chance of winning against the fledgling dragon. It seems that the battle over there is very intense. Jin Lingling looked at the fledgling dragon. A few of the reverse scales on its body had already fallen off. It seemed that it had been injured. Among all the participants in the trial, 7-Day City's team composition was relatively well coordinated. However, they had also fallen into a bitter battle. It can be imagined just how terrifying that fledgling dragon truly is. Lin Chi did not meddle in other people's business. He continued to ascend the mountain. Let's go. Don't worry about it. The fledgling dragon's attack range is very large. It won't be good if we get stuck in the crossfire. The group continued to climb the mountain. Halfway up, they heard the sounds of fighting from one side. It seemed that there was another battle on that side as well. The noise was very loud, but it did not seem like it was from an ore giant. Boom! A fireball was shot toward them. Fortunately, Lin Chi reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Who is it? The moment they turned their heads, they saw Chen Lin's group. They had already obtained the 5-star magic essence. They slowly walked over and smiled at Lin Chi. Hey, what's wrong? Haven't you obtained the essence yet? Lin Chi did not say anything. However, Chen Lin would never forget how arrogant Lin Chi was toward him back then. Therefore, he had been waiting there for him for a long time. Young Master Lin, when I went up the mountain just now, my shoes became a little dirty. Could you please kneel down and help lick them clean? I can let you off on account of how obedient you are. Have you forgotten that there are rules in the trial? We can't interfere with each other. Humph. Who cares? We're at the terrifying mountain. Only those with true strength are the rulers here. Chapter 41, Nocturnal Demonic Beasts. Lin Chi ignored Chen Lin's smug expression. The most important thing now was to hurry up the mountain and search for the ore giant. The sky had already turned dark, so many demonic beasts would come out soon to hunt in the terrifying mountains. The nocturnal demonic beasts were usually more ferocious than the ones that hunt in the day. Therefore, he did not want to waste time on Chen Lin. He turned around and merely said, I don't have time for you. If you don't want to die, you'd better do as I do. This place is very dangerous at night. After Chen Lin heard that, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He took a deep breath and said, Humph, I think you're just afraid. But, whether you fight or not, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Chen Lin raised the magic staff in his hand. His eyes were burning with flames like red lotuses as he shouted, Elementary flame! A wave of flames instantly flowed from the magic staff. Although the power was not overwhelming, if it was cast on a person, it would leave a fatal injury. It seemed that Chen Lin had the intention to kill. When Lin Chi saw the flames shooting towards him, he did not panic. Instead, he calmly looked for a way to avoid it. Then, a burst of water blocked the flames. Following that, steam rose up, causing Lin Chi's brows to furrow. Hi! Everyone's eyes fell on Yu Meng. At that moment, Yu Meng's face was filled with anger. She said to Chen Lin, "Lin Qi is from our city. If you want to hurt him, you have to get past me first." Lin Qi was a little surprised and said in a low voice, "Oh, thank you." Yu Meng glared at him and said coldly, "If something happens to you, who will cook for us?" Lin Qi sighed. It turned out that in her heart, he was just a chef who cooked good food. How was he any different from Jin Lingling in that case? That being said, Yu Meng actually had no intention of saving Lin Qi earlier, but her body began to move subconsciously. Even when she had moved, she had felt something inexplicable in her heart. Humph, is that so? New Moon City's Yu Meng of the Yu family. I heard that your family has been a family of first-class mages for generations. I want to see if you really are that strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Lin continued to use his magic staff to generate flames and proceeded to shoot them at Lin Qi. Yu Meng used water spells one after another to help Lin Qi block the attacks. As water magic consumed a lot of energy, she began to feel a little tired. At that moment, Lin Qi seemed to hear some strange sounds that were slowly approaching. That startled him, and he immediately grabbed Yu Meng's hand and said, "Don't worry about him, follow me." Before Yu Meng could react, she was pulled to the top of the mountain, followed closely by Jin Lingling and Louis. When Chen Lin saw them run away, he laughed even more arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, running away when you can't win? You really are a loser." His teammates next to him asked Chen Lin, "Aren't you going to chase them?" Chen Lin was very calm, and he shouted at Lin Qi, who was running away, "Run faster, that way it'll be more fun for me. Anyway, the terrifying mountains are only so-so. Mages of our level aren't afraid of any 4-star or 5-star demonic beasts at all." Chen Lin's ridicule made Yu Meng even angrier. She pushed Lin Qi aside and frowned at him. "Why are you running? It's fine if you are looked down upon by others, but I don't want that." Yu Meng's expression was very firm. She bit her lips as if she was unwilling to accept that situation. Louis, who was beside her, sneered, "If you run away, then you're just a loser like what Chen Lin said." Lin Qi was unhappy when he heard that. He took a deep breath and said, "Then if you're so awesome, why don't I see you do anything?" Louis kept silent, but it seemed that he was full of disdain for Lin Qi. Jin Lingling pulled on Lin Qi's sleeve and said, "Master, you ran away the second trouble arose. You do seem a little timid." Lin Qi felt exasperated and said to them, "Why don't you guys take a look at the sky first?" The three of them looked up at the sky. The sun had already set, and a crescent moon hung amongst the clouds. The bright moonlight shone on the terrifying mountains, making it look eerie. The terrifying mountains were formed by the waves from the stormy bay. You should know that the monstrous waves of the bay make it an extremely dangerous area. If you are not an archmage or above, you are simply going to die there. What does that have to do with anything? Louis retorted. He thought that Lin Qi was just looking for an excuse for his cowardice. However, what Lin Qi said next made them speechless. The gigantic waves from the stormy bay allowed the demonic beasts that originally lived in the ocean to come ashore. After several years of sedimentation, the demonic beasts that originally lived in the water gradually evolved into amphibious demonic beasts that can live on land and water. The stormy bay is pitch black within the depths of its water, so most of those amphibious demonic beasts only appear at night. When Chen Lin and Yu Meng were fighting just now, the collision of fire and water produced a large amount of steam. Wasn't that clearly exposing our position? You have to know that most of the demonic beasts that will appear now are not the average kind. After listening to Lin Qi's explanation, the three of them fell silent. Yu Meng was very curious. "Lin Qi, where did you learn about these things? I don't even remember any books that were written in such detail." Lin Qi chuckled and poked his own head with his finger. He said, "Use your brain to think and you'll know. According to what you said, a large number of nocturnal demonic beasts will appear here at night. Then, we have no chance of hiding from them, right?" Louis asked. Lin Chi turned around and strolled toward the mountain peak. Let's continue walking. According to Chen Lin's personality, his group will probably continue attacking other participants or demonic beasts. As long as Chen Lin and the others were fighting, those nocturnal demonic beasts would be attracted to them instead. That way, as long as we keep walking up the mountain, we would be able to get rid of those unnecessary troubles. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of explosions came from behind. One could tell that it was Chen Lin's flaming hurricane spell. That spell has a very wide range. If Chen Lin was using it, then it would mean that he had encountered a difficult opponent. Did you hear that? If we were still fighting with Chen Lin just now, I reckon that we would have been stuck in a worse battle by now. Yu Meng and Louis took a deep breath. They could not help but admire Lin Chi's calm judgment. Let's go, don't stop. Maybe, when Chen Lin and the others come up, we might end up involved in that battle too. After Lin Chi said that, they continued to go to the top of the terrifying mountains. The higher they went, the safer it was. It is said that as long as they reached a certain height, there would not be a single demonic beast in sight. Chapter 42, The Situation on All Sides. Just like that, Lin Chi and the others walked for nearly an hour, and the sounds of fighting behind them had already died down. Lin Chi looked around and listened carefully for a while. Then, he stopped and finally relaxed. Let's rest here tonight. The other three sat down in exhaustion. Then, they asked, is it safe here? Lin Chi nodded. We should be at the top now. If we go any higher, I'm afraid it will be extremely cold. The temperature here is reasonable. There shouldn't be any demonic beasts around. It's best for us to rest and replenish our strength. Tomorrow morning, we'll trek a little down the mountain to look for the ore giant. They set up a bonfire and surrounded it to keep warm. Lin Chi took out all kinds of delicious food to replenish their energy. I wonder how the other teams are doing? Louis asked curiously. Yu Meng narrowed her eyes and gently rubbed her arms. From what we saw today, the participants from 7-Day City had encountered a fledgling dragon. Although it's quite difficult to deal with, based on their team's strength, I don't think they will be in too much trouble. Storm City already showed us that they have already obtained their magic essence. But now that they are in danger, even if they managed to escape, they will probably be injured. As for Exquisite City, if they didn't encounter any accidents, they should have gotten their magic essence by now. Jin Lingling said with disappointment, then. In other words, we are the only ones who haven't gotten our magic essence. At that point, the expressions on the three of them slightly darkened. Lin Chi, on the other hand, calmly ate his sweet potato and said, calm down. Getting our magic essence is only the first step. Whether or not we can successfully leave this mountain range is the most important thing. I have already said it. The deeper we go down the terrifying mountains, the greater the danger. The reason why we can go up the mountain so easily is that the other teams helped attract the demonic beasts toward them instead with their fire power. That is why we were able to successfully reach here. However, now that we have to go down the mountain, I'm afraid the other teams are already aware of this tactic. Yu Meng suddenly understood and said, in other words, they are all watching and waiting. That's right. Lin Chi smiled and said, although they have their magic essence now, their members should be injured to different degrees, so their combat power will be greatly reduced. It will also be quite dangerous for them once they head down the mountain. Yu Meng seemed to understand. No wonder the city lord gave us 7 days. We only needed 3 days to complete the challenge, but it turns out that the city lord even took this into account as well. Getting that magic essence is only the first step. The real test is who can withstand what happens next. Indeed, whoever goes down the mountain first will become the focus of the demonic beasts. Then, the other 3 teams will take the opportunity to go down the mountain while the demonic beasts are occupied. The trial was not only about strength, but also the ability to analyze and adapt. Although Lin Chi's strength was indeed not as good as many of the other participants, his analysis was very meticulous. Therefore, he had become the core of the entire team. It's only the second day. The other teams are all injured to varying degrees. We need to recuperate on the third and fourth days. The real test is on the fifth and sixth days. Lin Chi was not afraid because he had a lot of stored food in his system, so he did not need to worry about that. As long as he could get the magic essence in the next few days, the other teams would not be able to wait any longer and will head down the mountain. That was the best time to descend. Tomorrow morning, we will go down the mountain to look for the ore giant. After we defeat it, we will get our magic essence. Then, our goal will be achieved. With Lin Chi's words, Yu Meng and Louis gradually became more confident. The team from Storm City had just experienced a huge blow to their team. Even Chen Lin was injured, and his teammates were also wounded. As for the Exquisite City team, although they had successfully obtained the magic essence, they were attacked by the nocturnal demonic beasts. Luther's injuries were the most serious, and their overall situation was the same as the Storm City team. As for 7-Day City, that was a team that even the City Lord acknowledged. After defeating the fledgling dragon with great difficulty, they encountered the nocturnal demonic beasts, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Right now, they were recuperating in a cave. The one with the heaviest injuries was Ming Long. His entire body was covered in scars, and he seemed to show signs of being poisoned. If they did not go back for treatment immediately, they might not make it. It was not hard to see now that even though those three teams had obtained their magic essence, they were all seriously injured. On the contrary, Lin Chi and the others have yet to get their magic essence, but the three of them were in excellent condition. The night passed quietly. As the dawn gradually arrived, the nocturnal demonic beasts slowly returned to the darkness they came from. Lin Chi got up and prepared breakfast for everyone. He wanted to use the system's cooking function to try and make some dishes that he invented himself. However, although it tasted good, it did not have any special effect. It was only used to fill their stomachs. It seemed that only food cooked according to the system's recipe would have special buffs. After breakfast, Lin Chi and the others prepared to look for the ore giant. They took advantage of the time when fledgling dragons have not woken up yet to get their magic essence. On the way, they found another path down the mountain. That path was full of trees and was not a rocky area, so the possibility of encountering the ore giant was very slim. However, after passing through the forest, there was rocky terrain. There would definitely be ore giants there. Louis was the vanguard, Yu Meng was responsible for the rear, while Jin Lingling and Lin Chi were responsible for the supplies. They began to charge through the forest. After walking for about 15 minutes, they had not seen even a single low-star demonic beast, and they even discovered quite a number of relics. In an area in the middle of the forest, they stumbled upon a large amount of broken armor and broken longswords. It was obvious that a great battle had occurred there. As they continued walking, they discovered that there were many strange seals engraved on the rocks and trees. These should be the seals left behind by the Varan tribe. Yu Meng suddenly said, I once heard from my father that the terrifying mountains was once the Varan tribe's territory. Those people were bloodthirsty folk. At that time, because the nocturnal demonic beasts had yet to appear, they had already occupied the entire mountain range. Any trial participants who came here would be captured by them and killed in an extremely cruel manner. The Varans are a combination of humans and demonic beasts. They are extremely terrifying and extremely powerful. At that time, the king sent 3 groups of holy knights to conquer this mountain range. However, almost all 3 groups of holy knights were wiped out. And the Varan tribe suffered countless casualties. Later on, the king sent a final group of holy knights to wipe out the Varans. Up until now, the terrifying mountains have become a part of our country's territories. It's also specially provided for us trial participants to use. Everyone was left stunned. Chapter 43, The Little Varan Girl. Ever since that time, the Varans were targeted by the Empire. Later on, it was also rumored that many Varans still existed, but they could only live in secrecy and did not dare to appear before others. That was because the king had given an order that anyone who colluded with them would be killed without mercy. Yu Meng squatted down and carefully observed for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "It's all right. These are all left over from the battle between the Holy Knights and the Varens in the past. There shouldn't be any danger." With her words, the three of them felt relieved and continued to walk forward. However, after walking for a few steps, Lin Chi suddenly stopped. His sharp ears seemed to have heard something strange. "What's wrong, master?" Jin Lingling walked over and asked. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes and looked behind him. He seemed to have noticed that there was movement in the grass. "Shh! Don't make a sound." Lin Chi made a gesture of silence and then slowly approached the grass. The other three seemed to have sensed something was wrong and began to be on guard. Lin Chi slowly pushed the grass aside. Everyone held their breath, afraid that some evil entity would jump out from the grass. However, when he pushed the grass aside, he found that there was a little girl in rags, which surprised Lin Chi and the others. How could such a little girl appear in the terrifying mountains? This. Lin Chi was confused and scratched his head. Jin Lingling, who was beside him, took a good look at the little girl. She slowly reached out and asked, "Little girl, why are you here?" Although the little girl's face and body were very dirty, she had big clear eyes. She barely reacted. She kept blinking as if she could not understand Jin Lingling's words. "Is she a mute?" Louis asked. Jin Lingling smiled again and said to her, "Little cutie, can you answer me? I promise I won't hurt you." However, the little girl had not said a word. She just stared at Lin Chi and the others. Then, Yu Meng's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened as she pointed her magic staff at the little girl. That alarmed Jin Lingling. She immediately stopped her and said, "Yu Meng, what are you doing?" Yu Meng narrowed her eyes and said, "She's a Varen." "What?" Everyone was very surprised. Jin Lingling's eyes widened and she looked at the little girl. "You? How do you know she's Varen? Look at the wound on her leg." Jin Lingling lowered her gaze and found that there was a cut on the little girl's leg, and the blood that flowed out of the wound was blue. Blue blood. Lin Chi was confused. It seemed that the little girl was not like them. Varen. Jin Lingling was also scared and took 2 steps back. Varens were considered to be a foreign race, they were brutal by nature and attacked instinctively. However, the little girl had not done anything dangerous. She just stood there obediently, not crying or making a scene. There was no sign of hostility within her big, clear eyes. "She's not hostile." Lin Chi slowly squatted down and pinched the little girl's cheek. "She's warm, not cold-blooded." The little girl's expression did not change and she did not say a word, which was strange. Yu Meng remained alert because there might be others from the Varen tribe nearby. "No, she's dangerous," Yu Meng said to everyone, very determined. However, Lin Chi smiled. What could a child do? But you are right to assume that with her presence here, it means that there must be others from the Varen tribe nearby. That's right. Although this child is not doing anything now, it doesn't mean that we are safe. It's better to kill her to avoid future trouble. Louis took out his sword. "Wait." Lin Chi immediately used his hand to block Louis and said, "Even if she is from the Varen tribe, you can't kill her. She is just a child. You can't do that." Then, Yu Meng narrowed her eyes and raised up her magic staff. "Being merciful to the enemy is being foolish. Lin Chi, get out of the way." It seemed that those two were so blinded by their fear that they would not even spare a child. Lin Chi picked up the little girl. Yu Meng and Louis, who were standing at the side, were stunned for a moment and asked, "Lin Chi, what on earth are you doing? A swordsman's sword should never be used against an unarmed person. If you do that, you will be breaking the code of honor." Lin Chi continued, "It seems that this little girl is lost. Let's send her back. There's no need to kill her." Hearing that, Louis became angry. He had been holding back his anger for a long time. He pointed at Lin Qi and said, if you take her with you, Yu Meng and I will not follow you. We will split up from now on. Lin Qi sighed deeply. It's just a little girl. Lin Qi. Yu Meng also said seriously, she is a Varan. The Empire has given the order. Once they are found, kill them all. No, I won't let you do it. You shouldn't do such a thing. Don't kill the innocent. Lin Qi said to the two of them loudly. So be it. Yu Meng nodded and walked away. Louis sneered at Lin Qi, without us, what do you have left, Lin Qi? Then, he left with Yu Meng. Lin Qi and Jin Lingling looked at the kid helplessly. Master, what should we do? Lin Qi took a deep breath. Without Yu Meng and Louis, it was impossible to get magic essence. After all, his food could only enhance the skills of others. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lin Qi raised his head and looked at Jin Lingling, asking, if I'm not mistaken, you are a fire mage. Jin Lingling blinked in a daze and smiled bitterly, Master, my fire magic can only be used for cooking. But that is still magic, right? It is only beginner-level magic. Master, please don't tell me that you are counting on me alone. Jin Lingling was a little afraid. However, Lin Qi smiled and said, look, we have time. We should be able to help the little girl find her family. So, during this period, you'll be the protector. Jin Lingling quickly waved her hand and said, no, I'm just a chef. Lin Qi did not care. He took out a piece of spicy fried chicken from the system and smiled. Don't worry, I know a way. That was a new delicacy that the level 3 system had unlocked. Its function was to allow fire mages to increase the range and damage of their spells. Even for a beginner mage like her, the fire spells that she cast would be even stronger than the intermediate level spells. Master, are you serious? Of course. Stop talking and let's go. Chapter 44, The Varan Tribe. Before Jin Lingling could react, Lin Qi pushed her forward. On that path, there were many traces left from the last battle. There was the armor of the Holy Knights littered in one area. It seemed that the battle was very fierce. Then, the little Varan girl ran to one side. Lin Qi and Jin Lingling were curious. After looking at each other, they followed her. The little girl ran into a hidden area in the forest. There were many tents there and they looked very old. It seemed that they had found the Varan tribe encampment. When the war ended, there were still many Varan tribe members who survived. The Empire had issued an order to exterminate their tribes so they could only settle by hiding in the terrifying mountains. They were stunned. The little girl ran into one of the tents. Then, two Varan tribe elders walked out. When they saw Lin Qi, they were shocked. Looks like we're in trouble. Lin Qi spoke quickly. Jin Lingling could tell that the Varan tribe members were not happy with their arrival. Master, what should we do? Should we run? Wait a moment, I don't think they have any ill intentions. The two Varan tribe elders shouted. Then, the Varan tribe members came from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Lin Qi and Jin Lingling. It seems that we have lost the chance to escape now. Lin Qi recalled what Yu Meng had said. Varan tribe members were all bloodthirsty and would kill instinctively. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our territory? The Varan tribe leader questioned. Lin Qi exhaled and was slightly relieved. It seems that we can still communicate. Then, Lin Qi began explaining to the Varan tribe leader. The little girl also helped Lin Qi by saying something which made the leader lower his weapon. I see. You are here looking to obtain 5-star magic essence, correct? Lin Qi nodded. That's right. We don't mean any harm. Moreover, I'm not really from the Empire, so I don't know much about your situation. I'm very sorry. After hearing Lin Qi's words, the tribe leader waved his hand and said, the people of the Empire are the enemies of our tribe. Seeing the tribe leader's expression becoming more serious, Lin Qi could not help but feel worried. He was currently participating in the trial, but the trial was a mission from the Empire. He could not afford to make any mistakes. However, if they were aware of that, his life would be in danger. One had to know that the Varan tribe's combat strength was a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, they would not be able to protect their territory and defend themselves against enemies. Following that, Lin Chi's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Actually, we are also from a nearby village. It's just that we are looking for a 5-star magic essence to help a patient." "A patient? But as far as I know, a 5-star demonic beast's magic essence could not be eaten. How can it be used to treat illnesses?" Jin Lingling leaned close to Lin Chi's ear and whispered, "Master, you need to make up a better excuse." Lin Chi did not back down. He raised his head and said confidently, "You're mistaken, 5-star magic essence can be edible using a certain cooking method, but only I know it." The tribe leader's expression grew to be more and more confused. Looking at Lin Chi and Jin Lingling's clothes, he could tell that they came from the city. "Why should we believe you?" That sentence caused Lin Chi to tense up. He took a deep breath and realized that it was difficult for him to continue making things up. At that moment, he looked through the system for recipes from the Varan tribe. Indeed, the system displayed a few dishes favored by the Varans. Lin Chi instantly beamed and patiently said to the tribe leader, "I'm from a village near the foot of the mountain. My father used to come up to communicate with your people. Is this true?" "Of course. My father could also cook the delicacies of your tribe. Coincidentally, I can do it too. If you don't believe me, I can cook it for you right here. That way, you will know whether I'm telling the truth or not." The tribe leader nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance." Then, the tribe leader ordered a few strong young tribesmen to search for ingredients while Lin Chi and Jin Lingling waited at the cooking area. During that process, Jin Lingling became nervous. She rubbed Lin Chi's shoulder and asked, "Master, do you really know how to cook the Varan tribe's dishes? If your plan fails, these people won't let us go. What are you panicking for? I'm here, I guarantee you'll be fine." About 15 minutes later, the Varan tribe had prepared all the ingredients they needed. The tribe leader ordered all the tribe members to be on guard. Obviously, he did not want them to use that opportunity to slip away. Lin Chi stood up and looked at the ingredients. At that moment, he did not dare to use the system because it could easily give him away, so he had to cook manually. Fortunately, the system provided the recipes. As long as he cooked according to the recipe, there would be no issues. Lin Chi asked for a big pot and proceeded to put the corresponding ingredients into it according to the recipe. Then, he went to find some dry wood. Just as he was about to build a fire, Jin Lingling lifted her finger to light it using fire magic. Seeing that, Lin Chi immediately stopped her and said in a low voice, "Don't use magic. They are watching us intently. If you do, you might be regarded as a member of the Empire." Jin Lingling held her breath. Her eyes flickered, and she looked extremely uneasy. Fortunately, Lin Chi stopped her, or else she would have been exposed. While he was worried about the fire, Lin Chi found that the tribe leader and the others had already prepared tools for it. They had put 2 stones next to the ingredients, which should be flintstones. Lin Chi picked up the 2 flintstones and placed them in the dry firewood that he had prepared. He rubbed them with force. Bang! Instantly, the spark of fire started to expand and spread. In just a short while, they had lit the fire. That way, the tribe members would not doubt whether they knew magic, and would not assume them to be from the Empire. After half an hour of cooking with Lin Chi as the head chef and Jin Lingling as his assistant, the 2 of them finally created a pot of soup. The dishes of the Varan tribe were actually no different from ordinary dishes. However, because the Varan tribe lived in the mountains, the ingredients used were all gathered from there, therefore, they liked to put all the ingredients into the cooking pot and cook them in one go. Done. Chapter 45, White Lies. As soon as Lin Chi announced that, the group of Varan tribe members stepped forward one after another. The tribe leader also slowly walked over and carefully observed the soup in the cooking pot. He would not taste it until Lin Chi took the first sip. Obviously, he was afraid that Lin Chi would poison them, so they had to see that Lin Chi was fine after eating it before they dared to try it. In order to prove their innocence, Lin Chi used a wooden spoon to fill a bowl and drank it all in front of everyone. The tribe leader smiled and nodded slowly. Then, he went forward and signaled for the other tribe members to taste it. It was not cooked by the system, so the taste was still lacking. Many Varan tribe members drank a mouthful, then placed their bowls aside. "Master, it seems that your culinary skills have deteriorated over time," Jin Lingling said softly. Lin Chi calmly said, "Don't worry, this is my first time cooking this kind of cuisine. What I'm worried about now is not the taste but about saving our lives." Thud. Suddenly, a clear sound was heard. Everyone's gaze was focused on the tribe leader behind them. The tribe leader's expression was dull. The bowl of soup had fallen to the ground. "Sir!" Everyone surrounded him. They saw that the tribe leader's eyes were open, but he seemed to be deep in thought. His lips were slightly trembling. It. It must be the two of you who poisoned him. Yeah, if something happens to the leader, you two won't be let off so easily. The tribe members immediately surrounded Lin Chi and Jin Lingling once again. Jin Lingling hid behind Lin Chi in fear and said in a trembling voice, "I already warned you. Now we are even more doomed." Lin Chi also felt quite confused. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "That's impossible, I followed the system's formula to the letter. Although it tastes a little disgusting, it shouldn't be poisonous, right?" Everyone was forcing them back step by step. Their eyes were filled with hostility and they were all gritting their teeth. "Stop!" the tribe leader shouted. The tribe members all halted and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" The tribe leader sighed and shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that this bowl of soup reminded me of the past. It's still fresh in my memory." Both Lin Chi and Jin Lingling instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that they were going to die here. It turned out that the soup just reminded the tribe leader of his past, and that could not help but ease the tension in the air. Ahem! They saw the tribe leader clench his fist and cough lightly into it. Then, his left hand slowly stroked his long beard as he recalled what he had experienced in the past to everyone. When the Varan tribe was defeated by the Empire, the remaining Varans fled all over the mountain range. The tribe leader was one of them. In order to avoid the holy knights of the Empire, he could only choose to run to the foot of the mountain. However, because there were many demonic beasts obstructing him from the area, he had no choice but to fight. He fought with the demonic beasts for 2 days and 2 nights. His body was covered in wounds and he fell to the ground unconscious. Later, when he woke up, he found that he had been saved by a hunter at the foot of the mountain. The hunter saw that his body was very weak, so he quickly went up the mountain and risked being attacked by the demonic beasts to gather some ingredients. Just like Lin Chi, he boiled them in a big pot and turned them into soup. He still could not forget the taste. Once he started to heal, he said goodbye to the hunter and went up the mountain. There, he found the rest of his tribe members and they rebuilt the Varan tribe. After the incident, when he went down the mountain to thank the hunter, he found that the hunter had left a long time ago, so he never tasted that soup again. What Lin Chi had cooked tasted exactly like that soup from his past. Although the other tribe members saw it as regular soup, the tribe leader recognized the taste immediately. He asked Lin Chi, "Who taught you this dish?" Lin Chi made up a random reason. "My uncle in the village at the foot of the mountain taught me." The tribe leader suddenly became excited and grabbed Lin Chi's shoulders with both hands. "Your uncle was my savior in the past." "What?" Lin Chi immediately became confused, and the expression on his face was also stunned. "Master!" Lin Chi only reacted after Jin Lingling nudged his arm. He scratched his head and smiled. Is that so?" "I'm sorry, my uncle has been gone for a while." "What?" The tribe leader paused and asked, He really left?" Lin Chi pretended to be sad and nodded. "Yes, My uncle left. Ah, what a pity. I thought I could see him again, but it's fine now. You're his nephew, so you're related to him by blood. Linky nodded and pretended to wipe his tears. Then do you believe our identities now? The fact that you can cook this soup proves that you have nothing to do with the Empire. With the tribe leader's words, the members of the Varan tribe let down their guard around Linky and Jin Lingling, and then warmly welcomed them. By the way, what are your names? The tribe leader slowly stroked his beard. My name is Linky, and this is my student, Jin Lingling. Linky. The tribe leader began to get a little puzzled. He said, I remember that the hunter's surname was Fang. He isn't my biological uncle, but he treats me like family. Only then did the tribe leader reluctantly accept his answer and did not ask any other questions. Jin Lingling leaned close to Linky's ear and said, Master, you really know how to lie. I have to be more careful with you in the future. Linky flicked her forehead with his finger. If I didn't tell those lies, we would be dead by now. Jin Lingling covered her forehead, stuck out her tongue, and smiled. Hee, that's right. Anyway, thanks to you, Master, we are fine. The Varan tribe loved to sing and perform together. They looked nothing like what Yu Meng described. They were just an ordinary mountain tribe. It seemed that such rumors stemmed from the Empire itself, but that had nothing to do with them. Oh right, I remember you mentioned that you are here to find 5-star magic essence, correct? The tribe leader asked. Linky nodded. Yes, we are here to find 5-star magic essence, but we haven't found it even after searching for quite some time. Haha, of course you can't find it. This essence can only be found in the body of a 5-star demonic beast. However, I think the two of you can't even handle a 3-star demonic beast, let alone a 5-star one. Then, the tribe leader stood up and said, Please wait a moment. Then, he turned around and walked into the tent. After a while, he came out with a box. This is. The tribe leader opened the box, and there was a sparkling white magic essence inside. That was the 5-star magic essence he needed. This is what you're looking for, correct? I will gift this to you. The tribe leader handed the 5-star magic essence to Linky, which caused Linky to be at a loss for what to do. Chapter 46, The Stubborn Yu Meng. This. How could I just take this? Linky said as he scratched his head. It's okay. This 5-star magic essence is useless to us. Just take it down the mountain and help the patient in your village. Linky looked at the 5-star magic essence and nodded. Thank you, sir. I'll humbly accept it. The tribe leader pointed to a tent not far away. By the way, you can stay here for the night. If you go down the mountain now, you'll definitely encounter some troublesome demonic beasts. Our people are familiar with the mountain's paths and know the best time to avoid them. I will send someone to show you the best path to get down the mountain tomorrow morning. Seriously? Linky's tightly knitted brows relaxed. He had not expected things would go so smoothly. The sky was already dark. Linky and Jin Lingling settled down and enjoyed the Varan tribe's performance around the campfire. They did not have to worry about demonic beasts attacking in the middle of the night because there were also special guards keeping watch. On the other side, after Yu Meng and Louis separated from Linky, they met the Orc Giant on the mountainside. However, they underestimated the power of the Orc Giant. Without Linky's food, they were no match for it. They could only flee and hide in one of the caves to avoid danger. It. We almost defeated that Orc Giant today. Louis complained. Yu Meng was also disappointed. She had not expected that they were not even capable of defeating a single Orc Giant without Linky. I'm so hungry. Yu Meng, do you have any more rations? Louis asked. Yu Meng rolled her eyes. I've already eaten all my rations. How could I have more now? Ah, that brat Linky must have taken all the rations with him. But, he will look for us sooner or later. He and Jin Lingling have no fighting strength at all. How could they get the magic essence without us? Yu Meng smiled confidently. Little did they know that Lin Chi had already obtained the magic essence. He was even planning on going down the mountain tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Chi and Jin Lingling were trekking down the mountain. As the tribe leader said, they did not encounter any demonic beasts on the way. The two sides of the mountain path were surrounded by swamps. The demonic beasts did not dare to enter the swamps, so they naturally would not be anywhere near that path. In about one morning, Lin Chi and Jin Lingling had already reached the foot of the mountain. However, Lin Chi did not choose to continue forward. Instead, he handed the magic essence to Jin Lingling and said, "There are no more demonic beasts along the way. Take the magic essence and go back to the city." "Master, what about you?" Jin Lingling asked. Lin Chi turned around and said, "There are still 2 people on that mountain that I have to bring down." Hearing that, Jin Lingling smiled bitterly and said, "Master, they treated you horribly. Why are you still thinking about them? So we're just planning on leaving them? Let's not talk about that anymore. Hurry up and go back. It won't be good if the sky turns dark." "Okay. Then, Master, you have to be careful." Then, Jin Lingling ran into the city reluctantly. Lin Chi spent nearly 3 hours walking back up the mountain. The trip down had exhausted a lot of his energy, so he was a little tired. After walking out of the mountain path, he came to the mountainside. Demonic beasts could appear there at any time. Lin Chi looked around carefully. At that moment, Lin Chi heard fighting noises coming from the south. He quickly ran in that direction. It was Yu Meng and Louis. They were fighting with an ore giant. Perhaps because they were fighting on an empty stomach, the two of them were at a disadvantage, so their fighting strength had obviously decreased by a lot. The ore giant was a 5-star demonic beast. Although it was quite slow, its attack power and range were terrifying. Moreover, its body was wrapped in rocks that were impenetrable. One could only use magic to attack. At that point, Yu Meng's magic energy had been depleted, so she could not pose a threat to the ore giant. Louis was even more so. He was not even a grand sword master, so he could not do anything to it. Seeing that the two of them were defeated, Lin Chi suddenly rushed out and threw 2 magic sweet potatoes at them. Lin Chi, Yu Meng and Louis were shocked. They had not expected Lin Chi to be the one to save them in that critical moment. The situation was dire, so they had to hurry. The two of them quickly ate 2 mouthfuls of sweet potatoes and recovered some of their magic energy in an instant. Then, everything in front of them was dark. The ore giant had fiercely punched into the ground and the resulting force caused the debris to rise toward them. Yu Meng immediately raised her magic staff and chanted, "Water magic, water barrier." Instantly, water flowed from her magic staff and gradually wrapped around their bodies. The power of the ore giant's punch was instantly absorbed by the barrier. "Now, run!" The 3 of them took advantage of the fact that the barrier could still hold on for a while longer and ran back quickly. Although the ore giant's attack and defense were very strong, it was very slow. It did not choose to chase after them. The 3 of them returned to the cave. At that moment, Yu Meng and Louis were both panting in exhaustion. After that battle, they were covered in wounds and could not hold on any longer. Looking at their miserable appearance, Lin Chi put his hands on his waist and said slowly, "Okay, we don't need to fight this ore giant anymore. Let's go down the mountain." "Go down the mountain?" Louis raised his head and looked at Lin Chi curiously. He said, "Didn't you say that the way down the mountain would be more dangerous? If we go down the mountain now, wouldn't we be throwing our lives away?" Lin Chi explained to the 2 of them that he knew a mountain path where they could completely avoid demonic beasts. Hearing that, Louis was a little relieved. He said without hesitation, "If that's true, then I'll go down the mountain with you." "Okay. Then, Yu Meng, let's go." Before Lin Chi finished his words, Yu Meng stopped him and said stubbornly, "I will not go down the mountain without the magic essence." "Yu Meng, don't be stubborn. How can we get the magic essence in our current state?" Lin Chi did not reveal that he had already gotten the magic essence. If they knew, they would definitely expose the Varan tribe. If they informed the Empire, it would definitely bring disaster to the Varans. Yu Meng did not listen to Lin Chi's advice and insisted, "It's okay. After resting for a few days, my mana will recover." She did not expect Lin Chi to help her at all. After all, she had already parted ways with him. With your current strength, even if you recover your mana, you are still not a match for the Or Giant. Lin Chi said without thinking. That sentence made Yu Meng furious. She stood up and said to Lin Chi, "No match? I, Yu Meng, will definitely get that magic essence. You'll see." Seeing her stubborn face, Louis pulled Lin Chi to the side and said, "Lin Chi, why don't you tell me first, where is that path?" Lin Chi shook his head. "No, I can't leave Yu Meng alone." "What? Do you want to die with her?" "'Cause I don't want to." Chapter 47, Killing the Magic Horn Rhinoceros. Before Louis could finish his sentence, Yu Meng stormed out of the cave. Lin Chi was afraid that she would get herself into trouble, so he quickly chased after her. Although it was daytime now and there were no nocturnal demonic beasts, Yu Meng had not completely recovered after the battle just now. "Hey, I said if you two are going to get yourselves killed, count me out!" Louis shouted from behind. "These two? Do they have to go and get the 5-star magic essence? Is it more important than their own lives?" Although he was muttering, Louis still chased after them. Just in case Yu Meng succeeded and the two of them leave the mountain without him. If that happens, he would not survive. "Wait for me." Louis quickly caught up to the two of them. As Yu Meng had not fully recovered, she did not walk far before she stopped. Louis leaned on the tree next to him as he panted. Lin Chi turned around and warned Louis in a low voice, "Be quiet, there's movement." Louis stood straight and kept his ears peeled, his face full of confusion. He turned his head several times but did not hear any movement. "Listen to what? I don't hear anything. I swear, the two of you. Shut up!" Yu Meng angrily yelled at Louis, interrupting his words. He was always a little afraid of Yu Meng, and now that she was in a rage, it was better not to provoke her, so he obediently shut his mouth. At that moment, the ground had already begun to shake, and tiny stones on the floor began to jump. The three of them looked at each other. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the valley in front of them, getting closer and closer. It doesn't seem to be caused by an Or Giant. Let's go and take a look. Lin Chi felt that the noise was more like the sound of multiple demonic beasts running. In front of them was a small hill, and the three of them quickly crossed it. They came to the edge of a valley at the bottom of the hill. The three of them were shocked by the scene in front of them. A group of huge rhinoceroses was running wildly in the valley below. Dust was flying behind the rhinoceroses. The huge horns on the rhinoceroses' heads were glittering and eye-catching. However, they did not seem to be running normally. They seemed to be running for their lives. Was there something chasing them from behind? The front of the valley was impassable. There was only one exit behind them, and there was a dead end in front of them. Lin Chi decided to look around. He followed the edge of the valley, walking opposite the rhinoceroses, and sure enough, there was a group of people chasing after them. Looking at their equipment, it seemed like the participants from Storm City and Exquisite City. They were the ones chasing after the giant rhinoceroses. These are all 4-star devil beasts. Why would they want to attack them? Lin Chi was puzzled. A few other teams came one after another. Other than Lin Chi's team, almost everyone who participated in the trial had arrived. They're magic horn rhinoceroses. Quick, let's go down too. Louis recognized the demonic beasts below and was very excited. His eyes lit up and he ran down the valley. Yu Meng saw Lin Chi's puzzled face and guessed that Lin Chi might not understand the value of the demonic beasts below. Those are magic horn rhinoceroses, they are 4-star devil beasts. The magic horn on their heads is used to make magic scrolls. It's an excellent material. Yu Meng saw that a few magic horn rhinoceroses were taken down. She frowned and continued. The magic horn rhinoceros is a timid demonic beast. Unlike ordinary rhinoceroses, they aren't aggressive. When they encounter danger, they only rely on defense, and then they escape. They should be the easiest 4-star devil beasts to kill. They usually live in groups. There are at least 100 of them and at most 1,000 of them. I wonder why there are only a dozen here. As Lin Chi listened to Yu Meng's explanation, 2 more were taken down by the others. At the end of the valley was a steep cliff, and both sides were rocky slopes. When those rhinoceroses saw the cliff, they began to run up both sides. The rocks kept rolling down, and there was no sturdy rock for them to step onto. The rhinoceroses could not get up the side of the valley, and they slipped one after another. The participants took advantage of that and continued to stab the fallen rhinoceroses while ignoring their own injuries. After searching for a while, Louis still could not find a way down. He turned to the 2 of them and said, "Stop chatting, let's go down and snatch one." Lin Chi and Yu Meng did not move an inch. They looked at each other and realized that both of them could not bear to be involved in such a thing. Louis did not care about whether there was a way down or not. He sat on the edge and slid down. The gravel would only cut his clothes and would not actually hurt him. Gold coins, I'm coming." Louis went down in a flash. The gravel behind him rolled down and dust billowed. Lin Chi took out a magic sweet potato and handed it to Yu Meng. Yu Meng looked at Lin Chi coldly. After hesitating for a moment, she took the sweet potato and waved her magic staff. The 2 of them started to float. They went down into the valley. The 3 of them had not hidden their tracks, so Chen Lin had noticed them. "Ha ha ha, the cowards are coming down. Work harder, we're not leaving anything for them." The remaining 2 rhinoceroses tried their best to dodge everyone's attacks, but they were already at the end of their rope. Among the teams, the only one who ridiculed Lin Chi so brazenly was Chen Lin. Chen Lin did not care about the injuries on his body. He only wanted to humiliate Lin Chi more by killing all the rhinoceroses so that there was none left for Lin Chi. One by one, magic spells were thrown at the rhinoceroses as if they had nothing better to use their magic energy for. Finally, they managed to defeat the last 2 magic horn rhinoceroses before the 3 of them arrived. Chen Lin looked at Lin Chi with his head held high and smiled contemptuously. "I'm sorry, there's nothing left. You can take some from me if you have the guts. But there's no way you do. Young Master Lin Chi, just go back to where you came from." Ha ha ha. That also caused the other people to laugh. The 3 of them were thought to be cowards. Lin Chi was not in the mood to pay attention to Chen Lin and the others' mockery. Instead, he could not bear to look at the rhinoceroses that were still panting on the ground. He still felt a little upset. Those magic horn rhinoceroses had their horns taken out alive. They could only wait for their deaths slowly. "It's all your fault. If we had come down earlier, we would have been able to take down at least one of them. That's tens of thousands of gold coins we missed." Louis looked at the magic horn rhinoceros that had its horn taken. That was worth so many gold coins. "Young Master Lin, weren't you so desperate for money before? Why aren't you being proactive this time?" Louis could not help but complain. Lin Chi despised Louis in his heart. He did not answer him. Lin Chi felt that talking to Louis was a waste of breath. At that moment, the others dug out the remaining magic horns. They were still discussing how much they could sell them for and which magic association would buy them for high prices. Some of them even wanted to use the magic horns to learn how to make magic scrolls. No one looked at the magic horn rhinoceroses struggling to breathe. Although Lin Chi was short on money, he did not want to harm those rhinoceroses. Looking at the magic horn rhinoceroses that were still crying in pain, he could no longer bear it. Lin Chi hardened his heart as he took out a longsword and stabbed the surviving rhinoceroses, killing them one by one. Chapter 48, Hunting Plan. If it was a man-eating demonic beast, he would not be so nice, but he would at least give them a quick death. His action was seen by the others. They thought Lin Chi just vented his anger on those dead demonic beasts in fury at his own incompetence. However, no one laughed at Lin Chi that time. Everyone's attention was focused on the magic horns worth 10,000 gold coins. That harvest was almost as good as the reward given after the trial. The unexpected wealth made everyone ecstatic. "Let's go," Lin Chi said to Yu Meng. He did not look too good. No matter what, she was someone who had fought against rare-grade demonic beasts. How could she not be used to such a scene? Yu Meng did not say anything. She turned around and left. However, her impression of Lin Chi had changed. She did not think that Lin Chi killed those magic horn rhinoceroses to vent his anger. Yu Meng saw the pity in Lin Chi's eyes and the gratitude in the magic horn rhinoceroses' eyes when they were freed from suffering. What kind of person was he? When did those two hook up? Yu Meng and I clearly stayed together the longest. Looking at the two who left together, Louis felt annoyed and followed them angrily. The three of them circled around and returned to the cave. They did not speak to each other, and the atmosphere was rather gloomy. The three of them were very tired. They sat or leaned on the ground to rest, each thinking about something. Lin Chi was thinking about how to persuade Yu Meng to go down the mountain. Since Yu Meng did not want to go down without the magic essence, he could not just leave her alone without trying to convince her. After all, they had always cooperated with each other. Yu Meng's stubbornness really gave him a headache. In Louis's heart, he was still thinking about the magic horns worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If he could get one, then he could go back and enjoy himself. With that in mind, he could not help but smile. It was so wide that it reached his ears. As for Yu Meng, her thoughts were even more complicated. She wanted to prove her ability. As long as she had her heart set on it, she had to go through with it. Lin Chi kept staring at Yu Meng, hoping that she would change her mind and follow him down the mountain. Yu Meng felt that someone was staring at her, making her feel uncomfortable. She glared at him and turned her back toward him. Lin Chi felt helpless. He knew that he could not persuade her. He had to think of another way. The sky gradually turned dark. A cold wind blew in from the cave opening. Lin Chi shivered. How can I get another demonic beast's magic essence? I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. I can't tell anyone what I got from the Varan clan. Lin Chi scratched his ears and cheeks, trying to think of a way. Lin Chi, if you have lice, stay away from me. I don't want it to spread. Louis, that narrow-minded person, blamed Lin Chi for not being able to get the magic horn earlier. It was Lin Chi who made him lose his gold coins, so he had to get back at him. You're the one with lice. I'm thinking of how to kill an ore giant and getting out of there quickly. Hearing that, Yu Meng, who had her back to the two of them, lit up slightly. A faint smile appeared on her stubborn face. However, her face immediately darkened. If it were not for the fact that she was weak, she would not need anyone's help. The more Lin Chi helped her, the angrier she became. Her feelings became very conflicting. Louis could not sit still when he heard that. He could not help but shout, "Can we quit? It's just embarrassing at this point. Anyway, Lin Chi, you don't actually care about the trial, right? It's about to get dark. Let's just go down the mountain already." Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Louis mumbled to himself about wanting to leave. At that moment, Lin Chi had figured it out. If they wanted to deal with an ore giant, they had to increase Yu Meng's strength as soon as possible. She was the main force among the three of them. The only things that could be found in the gourmet system were fresh magic mushrooms, magic sweet potatoes, and rush candies. They had to use the first two to recover Yu Meng's magic energy. Rush candies were useful for the hunt tomorrow. It was impossible to attack an ore giant while eating. At that time, the rush candy would be of great use. As for the raw materials for the rush candy, he had already obtained some from the Varan tribe. There was only a small amount of caramel and milk since there was not much found in the Varan tribe either. There was only enough to produce 10 rush candies, which was not a lot, but it was enough. Come here, I have a plan to deal with the ore giant tomorrow. Yu Meng tidied up her veil, stood up, and patted the dust off her skirt while walking over to Lin Chi. Although Louis was unwilling to listen, he knew that he would definitely be involved tomorrow, so he had no choice but to listen. The plan goes like this: tomorrow Louis will go and attract the attention of the ore giant, it's best. Hearing that, Louis immediately interrupted. What? You want me to die? Why don't you go? I'm just a swordsman, I can't even take a direct attack from it. Lin Chi was not angry after being interrupted by Louis because that was within his expectations. A person like Louis who cherished his life would definitely not agree to the idea of him being bait. I definitely won't let you be in danger. I still have a lot of food that can enhance your strength. It will be enough for you to protect yourself. There was another thing that Lin Chi did not mention. Although his life was not in danger, the physical pain was unavoidable. Louis did not have too many tricks up his sleeve. He would not have thought of that if Lin Chi had not said it out loud. After that, was a round of bargaining. Of course, Louis wanted to fight for more benefits for himself. Give me 100 of those candies that can increase my strength. There's not a single one left. Just forget it even existed. Of course, when the Gourmet System was upgraded to level 3, it rewarded him with another candy that could increase strength. However, it would definitely not be used on a newbie like Louis. Even if it was all given to him, with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat a 5-star ore giant. That enhancement candy should be reserved for Yu Meng. Louis could not know about it, or else he would throw a fit. The night lights below is definitely a must. Also, that so-called rush candy that you mentioned, give me 100 of them. Of course, that was an exorbitant demand. Who asked Lin Chi to make him bait? He would not stop until he was satisfied. I only have 2. Tomorrow, each of you will have 1. No, at least 80. That is my bottom line. I can only give you 1 more. The 2 of them were still haggling until their faces turned red. Suddenly, they felt a bone-piercing chill. They both looked at Yu Meng. That cold chill came from her. Seeing Yu Meng's murderous expression, the 2 of them sat down obediently. Lin Chi then explained the plan, and there was no argument throughout the whole process. Next, Lin Chi had to quickly restore the 2 of them to their full health to execute the plan for the next day. Lin Chi had already begun to put on an act of cooking to conceal the existence of the system. Don't just sit there. Let's eat. Try to recover tonight. Tomorrow, we'll get the 5-star magic essence and leave the mountain as soon as possible. Yes, let's eat first. Louis had only heard the word eat. No matter how important the matter was, it was not as important as eating. Chapter 49, The Rhinoceros Swarm Attack. Wow, it smells so good and it's so delicious. As Louis ate, he praised Lin Chi's cooking skills. After all, his cooking skills were. He had defeated Jin Lingling. Moreover, Jin Lingling had even taken Lin Chi as her master. Yu Meng also walked toward Lin Chi. She knew that Lin Chi still had food to help recover her magic energy. Lin Chi busied himself for a while and handed Yu Meng 3 portions of fresh magic mushrooms and only gave Louis a steak. Louis would not be able to do much tomorrow. At most, he would be able to divert some fire power toward himself. However, there was no limit to the supply of magic sweet potatoes for the 2 of them. After the 3 of them had a scrumptious meal, they were ready to rest. They still had to prepare for the battle tomorrow. The entrance to the cave was very small, and it could not accommodate the size of demonic beasts, so they could rest in peace. Lin Chi laid on his side and started to secretly make the rush candy. Name of dish: rush candy, level 3 dish, rare level, magic effect, can increase the user's speed by up to 5 times the normal speed. Can be stacked for a short time, but will be severely weakened after use. Material consumption: sweet flour, x2, mint, x3, vanilla, x4, caramel, x5, milk, x1. Cooking. Cooking completed. Ding. You have obtained rush candy, x10. Lin Chi looked at the candy in his hand. They were no different from ordinary candy. However, they were considered rare magic artifacts and had magical effects. There were only 10 of them, so Lin Chi could not test the effects. One less candy meant one less guarantee of success. Lin Chi kept the rush candies, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next morning, the three of them were ready to set off in search of the Ore Giant. The plan had been set yesterday, so there was nothing to be arranged today. 2 rush candies for each of them, and 2 magic sweet potatoes. They could only hold 2 so that it would not affect their activities. Lin Chi secretly gave Yu Meng the enhancement candy. The 2 types of candy Lin Chi had did not look the same. Plus, Yu Meng had eaten one before, so she knew what kind of candy it was. She just accepted it without saying anything else. The Ore Giant was the same one that the 2 of them had dealt with before. They had to kill it and get 5-star magic essence. The 3 of them arrived at the same place as before and saw the Ore Giant eating a rock. Louis took out a rush candy and turned to look at Lin Chi. Lin Chi nodded at him, and Louis quickly swallowed the candy. Seeing how skittish Louis was, Lin Chi knew that if he did give him the night lights below, he still would not be able to become a grand sword master in his lifetime. The candy disappeared as soon as it entered his mouth. Louis moved his arms slightly and found that his speed had increased by more than twice. He was pleasantly surprised and praised the magical artifact called the Rush Candy. However, he did not know that if one's physique and talent were good enough, Rush Candy could increase the user's speed by 5 times. Of course, if one was still not fast enough, one could take more and increase the speed by 5 times. However, the side effects were relatively worrisome. Ha ha ha! Dumb big rock! Louis Leonard is here again! Louis shouted and rushed toward the Ore Giant. The Ore Giant spotted him. With Louis's taunting, the Ore Giant was instantly enraged. Demonic beasts like the Ore Giant were not particularly fast. Now that Louis's speed had increased, it could not land a single hit on him anymore. The 5-star devil beast had already gained intelligence and roughly understood what the ant in front of him was saying. Lin Chi heard Louis's wild laughter and realized that Guy was quite talented at taunting opponents. If he encounters any demonic beasts or enemies in the future, just give him 2 delicacies from the system and he would be able to unleash his full taunting prowess. Even if it was a wooden puppet, there was still a 30% chance of success, let alone a demonic beast that was easily irritable. Lin Chi was very satisfied with Louis's performance, and the entire valley was filled with his raucous laughter. The Ore Giant's eyes were bloodshot. The ant in front of him had already made him lose his patience. It was time. Yu Meng widened her eyes and looked at the Ore Giant, who was distracted. Then, she put the 2 different candies into her mouth and began to chant a spell with her eyes closed. Lin Chi felt a suffocating chill and could not help but take 2 steps back. After Yu Meng was ready, she quickly approached the Ore Giant. Her current speed was almost 5 times faster than before. That allowed her, a weak mage, to enter the battlefield in close range. Ice magic, cold through the heaven and earth. There was no ice, no frost, but the surrounding bushes, which were rustling because of the Ore Giant's pounding, stopped shaking in an instant. It became stiff like a rock. The Ore Giant also realized that something was wrong. Its movements were getting slower and slower. It tried its best to turn its head around, but it stopped moving the moment it saw the person who cast the spell. Wait! I haven't escaped yet. Although Louis retreated ahead of time, he still had not managed to escape the range of the ice spell. After passing by Yu Meng, he fell headfirst into the gravel. Yu Meng did not intend to stop. She could feel that the core of the Ore Giant was still alive. She took out a magic sweet potato, replenished her magic energy, and continued to maintain the cold. Seeing that Louis was in trouble, Lin Chi quickly ran forward to pull him back. As soon as he got close, Lin Chi realized how intense the cold was. Gritting his teeth, he walked in front of Louis and pulled him by his stiff clothes. "Be gentle, my face." Lin Chi did not listen to him and dragged him out. At that point, Yu Meng had already consumed the second magic sweet potato. That magic spell consumed too much mana. The ore giant in front of her was already dead. The last few minutes were just for insurance. Boom! The ore giant collapsed, and Yu Meng fell to the ground. The only one who could move now was Lin Chi. He went up and took out the 5-star demonic beast's magic essence. Fortunately, Yu Meng could still stand, but Louis could only lie down and look at the essence in Lin Chi's hand with a silly smile. The three of them sat together and recovered a little. Lin Chi was ready to lead the two down the mountain. Rumble! A familiar sound. The magic horn rhinoceroses. Hearing that, Louis almost laughed out loud. He was really lucky today. "Lin Chi! Give me something to recover quickly. We're going to be rich." "Ah ha ha ha!" Lin Chi frowned. He did not want to attack those harmless magic horn rhinoceroses. He wanted to find a reason to stop Louis, but the ground shook and he shut his mouth. Lin Chi saw the scene in front of him and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He gave the two of them 2 rush candies and 2 magic sweet potatoes. He had also eaten one. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Countless rhinoceroses were rushing in their direction. The trees and hills along the way were razed to the ground. "Run!" Lin Chi hurriedly yelled. The three of them quickly ran forward, hoping that the rhinoceros swarm would not be too big. Hopefully, they could avoid it. Seeing that, Lin Chi searched through the system. He took out everything he had that could increase their strength, and the three of them ate as they ran. However, the rhinoceros swarm behind them still slowly surrounded them. Chapter 50, Mystic Swamp. Seeing that the magic horn rhinoceroses were getting closer and closer to them, Lin Chi felt that he could not handle a crisis of that magnitude. "Young master," hearing a familiar voice behind him, Lin Chi turned his head toward the sound. It was Luther. "Hurry up and throw the rest of the rush candy to Luther. He's a grand sword master," Lin Chi shouted to the two of them and threw the last candy in his hand. "Eat this." Luther had not hesitated to take the candy from them and ate it. There was nothing special about the rush candy when it entered his mouth. "What will happen this time? Wait, I'm so fast. My speed has increased 4 times as much." The sudden change surprised Luther. Seeing Luther approaching him, Lin Chi reached out his hand and grabbed him. The other two did the same as Lin Chi. Luther was indeed a grand sword master. After consuming the rush candy, he was much faster. "What's going on? Why are there so many magic horn rhinoceroses?" Lin Chi turned around and looked behind him. There was smoke billowing, covering the sun in the sky. The eyes of the rhinoceroses were red, and they had completely lost their rationality. After running for a distance, they temporarily avoided the rhinoceroses, and that gave them time to catch their breath. "Here are 2 rush candies. Take them first." Lin Chi handed the candies to Luther and Yu Meng, and then he said, "Where are the others? Why are you here alone? We parted ways when they found a few magic horn rhinoceroses. I was seriously injured and did not wish to participate in it, so." Lin Chi and the others knew what Luther was referring to. They turned around and saw that the group of magic horn rhinoceroses was following closely behind. "I understand what happened then, but what happened this time?" Lin Chi interrupted him. "That stampede of rhinoceroses suddenly appeared that morning. At first, there were only a few of them, but later, a multitude of them appeared." Luther heard from Dongling that they met Lin Chi in a valley. He was worried about Lin Chi's safety, so he came to find him. "Young master, we are now in the terrifying mountains. It is difficult for the people of Blackwind Castle to monitor us here. We can only rely on ourselves from now on." Lin Chi did not answer him. Instead, he looked up at the sky in the distance and saw the dust rising slowly. Let's go. The rhinoceroses are about to catch up. After eating steak and sweet potatoes, they had almost recovered. Without further delay, they immediately got up and ran southwest. Fortunately, the gourmet system had been upgraded to level 3, and they had the rush candy. Otherwise, they would have been trampled by the group of rhinoceroses. With Luther leading him, Linky also had time to look through the menu in the system. Although the berserk grass can greatly increase one's strength, the side effects are too dangerous, so it should not be used in that situation. The song God's Flower is useful for spiritual situations pertaining to things like hexes, so it's not suitable for now. Although Linky had unlocked a few level 3 gourmet dishes, he did not have sufficient ingredients at hand. Next time, I should prepare all the things needed in the recipe and place them in the dimensional pouch in case we encounter such a situation again. With no ingredients, he could only temporarily give up on the idea of getting help from the system. Look, there's a big swamp ahead. There's no way the rhinos would enter there. We're going to be saved. Louis looked ahead excitedly. Linky looked forward and nodded at Louis. That notion was not bad. Then, he turned to the direction Louis was pointing at. Sure enough, there was a reflection ahead indicating the presence of water. He could clearly tell that the trees were thick, the air was moist, and there was very little soil. The few of them gradually stopped. Linky squatted down and grabbed a handful of black, watery mud. Do any of you know what kind of swamp this is? It'll be bad if we enter recklessly. Linky had seen several swamps, and they were full of dangers. There are many swamps in the terrifying mountains, and they're all similar, but the dangers of each swamp vary. This swamp also feels quite different. As long as it's not the mystic swamp, the blood cloud swamp, and the thorny tentacle swamp, we should be able to cross safely. Yu Meng did not know much about the swamp, so she could only continue explaining. Rumble. The noise behind them sounded again. Young master, let's go in first. No matter how dangerous the swamp is, it's still better than becoming meat paste. Luther was slightly anxious. Linky reasoned that their stay in the swamp was only temporary. He still had the gourmet system, so he did not have to worry about food even if they were trapped inside. They slowly walked in and left marks along the way. They planned to wait for the rhinoceroses to pass before leaving, using the marks to navigate the way out. Luther was the bravest among the group, so he entered the swamp first. He firmly held his greatsword and led the way. Stay close just in case any ungodly demonic beasts come out, Louis muttered as he walked. Soon, an hour passed. They had not encountered any demonic beasts in the swamp. Occasionally there were 2 poisonous snakes hiding in the dark to ambush them, but they were all killed by Luther's sword. Fortunately, that swamp was not too dangerous. Moreover, they all had sufficient strength, so their journey was quite smooth. It's foggy. Something's wrong. White fog suddenly appeared in front of them, and the visibility was reduced to only 7 to 10 feet. The first to react was Yu Meng. She was a mage, and her mental strength was higher than the others, so her senses were stronger. This fog is making me dizzy, you guys. Before Linky and the others could react, they could no longer move. They lost control of their bodies, and the mud under their feet slowly reached up to their legs, dragging them further down. They felt that the situation was getting stranger and stranger. Master, what are you doing? It's your turn to play your cards. Jin Lingling's timid voice sounded, but Linky ignored her. Yu Meng's face was completely red. She was not wearing her veil nor her cloak. She was only in her usual top and skirt. The blushing Yu Meng glared at Linky and said, "Have you stared enough? Play your cards quickly. If you lose this time, you have to stand outside naked as punishment. When someone loses, they have to remove a piece of clothing." Linky and Jin Lingling were doing well, so they were not worried. Yu Meng's luck was not so good. She had lost twice already, resulting in the removal of her veil and cloak. Look at the cards. 3 against 1. That's it. I won again. Lin Chi threw all the cards in his hand and looked at Yu Meng with anticipation. Of course, Lin Chi wanted to feast his eyes. Yu Meng did not hesitate. She kept her promise and started to lift up her top. Ding! Ding! What is that noise? It's ruining my mood. Lin Chi was about to witness something he was looking forward to the most, but there was a distracting sound coming from outside. The faint dinging noise made him very annoyed. Then, he got up and opened the door. He wanted to see who had ruined his mood. In a trance, a strong light shone on him, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He subconsciously used his arm to block it. When he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him shocked him. He actually found himself in a swamp, and the mud was up to his chest. Ding! The system has detected that the host has lost consciousness. Trying to wake him up. Ding! The host has been awakened. He is in danger. Lin Chi struggled to grab the withered tree beside him and slowly pulled himself out of the mud. The others must have hallucinated too. The system saved me again this time. Otherwise, I would have become a skeleton under the swamp. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down.